Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to let you know that this video has no ads. So just sit back and enjoy. I hope you give this story a chance, because I truly believe you won't find stories like this anywhere else. And before you get too comfortable, leaving a like or subscribing would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Feel free to leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really helps us feel like the global community we are. Now, let's begin our night together. The pen had run out of ink sometime during third period, and Daniel Rowe was still using it. He pressed the ballpoint into the margin of Keegan Torrance's essay on the Missouri Compromise, watched the empty groove it carved into the paper, and set it down. The classroom smelled like floor wax and dry erase markers, and the faint ghost of 32 teenagers who'd occupied it 6 hours ago. October light slanted through the windows in long amber bars that reached across the desks and climbed the far wall. He found another pen in his drawer, a blue one, fine point, the kind that bled through cheap paper. It would have to do. He wrote, "Good analysis, but don't confuse the Tallmadge Amendment with the actual compromise. They're cause and effect, not synonyms." In handwriting that had deteriorated over 14 years of teaching, into something only he and his most determined students could decipher, the hallway outside was quiet. Most teachers left by 4. Daniel stayed late on Wednesdays because the apartment felt too large on the days Lily wasn't there, and grading gave him something to do with his hands that didn't involve scrolling through his phone or reheating leftover Thai food. Lily was with her mother this week. No, not with her mother. Lily was in Virginia on the 8th grade trip to Natural Bridge. Rebecca had texted yesterday about the permission slip he'd forgotten to sign, which she'd forged, which she'd told him about in that tone she used now, the one that was too tired to be angry. He pulled up his phone. No new messages from Lily. She'd sent a photo that morning, a blurry shot of a tour bus interior, her best friend Cammie pulling a face, rows of fidgeting 8th graders behind them. The caption, 3 hours down 4 billion to go. He'd sent back a thumbs up and immediately regretted it. Thumbs up was a dad move. He should have written something funny. The fire alarm went off at 4:47 p.m. Daniel looked up from Keegan's essay, pen suspended. The alarm was the old one, the shrill, pulsing screech that predated the building's partial renovation, and it filled the classroom like a physical thing, pressing against his eardrums. He waited. False alarms were common. The wiring in the East Wing was held together by optimism and 60-year-old copper, and last month a steam pipe had triggered the sensors in the second-floor bathroom. He stood anyway, because 14 years of fire drills had programmed the response into his legs. He crossed to the door, opened it, and looked into the hallway. Dennis Kowalski from the science department was running. That was wrong. Dennis was 63 years old and had a knee replacement and did not run. Dennis shuffled. Dennis ambled. Dennis paused on stairway landings to catch his breath and joke about it. But Dennis was running down the B-wing corridor with his sport coat flapping behind him, his laptop bag banging against his hip, and he did not stop or slow down when he passed Daniel's open door. "Dennis," Daniel called. Dennis didn't turn. He hit the stairwell door with both hands and disappeared. The alarm kept screaming. Daniel stepped into the hallway. The fluorescent lights hummed their normal hum. The trophy case at the corridor's bend reflected the light in the same dull bronze it always did. But there was a sound under the alarm, something Daniel couldn't identify, a commotion, voices from the direction of the main office 2 hallways over. His phone buzzed, a notification from the Channel 4 news app, breaking CDC issues, emergency alert for Western PA, reports of violent attacks in multiple locations, residents urged to shelter in place. Daniel read it twice. His thumb hovered over the notification, ready to open it, when the scream came from the stairwell Dennis had just entered. It was not a scream of surprise or even fear. It was the sound a person makes when something is happening to their body that their mind cannot process. A raw, torn thing that climbed in pitch and then cut off with a wet finality that left Daniel standing in the hallway with his phone in his hand and his mouth slightly open, and his heart doing something it had never done before, slamming not faster but harder, each beat a fist against his sternum. He moved toward the stairwell, then stopped, then moved again. The conflicting impulses felt like a physical split in his chest, one side pulling him forward because Dennis might be hurt, the other pulling him back because that scream had ended the way it ended, and nothing good waited at the bottom of those stairs. He pushed open the stairwell door. The stairwell was 3 flights, concrete and steel. The walls painted the same institutional green they'd been since 1974. The fluorescent tube on the landing between the first and second floors had been flickering for weeks, and now it strobed in rhythm with the fire alarm, casting the space in alternating washes of sick yellow and shadow. Dennis was on the landing. He was on his back with his sport coat twisted beneath him and his laptop bag flung against the railing, and someone crouched over him. A woman Daniel didn't recognize, in hospital scrubs that were dark, with something wet across the front, and she was bent over Dennis's throat and her jaw was working. Daniel's mind performed a rapid series of negotiations with what his eyes were reporting. The woman was performing CPR. The woman was checking Dennis's pulse with her teeth. The woman was biting Dennis Kowalski's throat, and the sound she was making was not human, was not any sound a human throat should produce, was a thick, guttural, drowning noise, like a clogged drain trying to clear itself. "Hey," Daniel said. His voice came out flat and small and entirely inadequate. "Hey, stop!" The woman raised her head. Her eyes were wrong. Not the color, they were brown, ordinary, but the quality of attention behind them. They fixed on Daniel with an intensity that had no recognition in it, no processing, no person. They were the eyes of something that was looking at him, the way he might look at a sandwich. Blood ran down her chin in strings. Dennis's neck was open. Dennis was not screaming anymore. Dennis was not doing anything anymore. Daniel backed through the stairwell door. He pulled it shut. He held the handle. His hands were shaking so badly that the metal vibrated against his palms, and the sound of the fire alarm was still going, and the fluorescent lights were still humming, and somewhere in the building, another scream started, and this time it was coming from the first floor. He locked the stairwell door. He didn't know why. The handle had a thumb-turn lock, and he turned it, and the bolt clicked home, and he stood there staring at the gray paint and the small wire-reinforced window, and the woman's face appeared in it. She pressed against the glass. Her mouth smeared red across the surface. Her hands came up and slapped the window, leaving prints. Daniel ran. He didn't decide to run. His body made the decision without consulting his brain, which was still standing at the stairwell door, trying to construct a rational framework for what he'd seen. His legs carried him back down the B-wing corridor, past his classroom, past the trophy case, past the water fountain with the loose handle, toward the east exit and the parking lot where his car sat in the 3rd row. A silver Civic with a cracked windshield he kept meaning to fix. The east exit doors had crash bars. He hit them at full speed and spilled into the October air, and the parking lot was chaos. Cars were trying to leave. 3 of them had converged at the lot's single exit and locked together in a tangle of bumpers and shouted obscenities. A woman Daniel recognized as the assistant principal's secretary was sitting on the curb, holding her arm against her chest, and her arm was bleeding, and she was staring at the blood with an expression of profound confusion, as though the arm belonged to someone else. Beyond the parking lot, Braddock Avenue was gridlocked. Horns blared. Someone was standing in the intersection directing traffic with wild, panicked gestures that no one was following. The sky above the tree line to the west was smeared with smoke. Not the wispy white of autumn leaf burning, but something thicker, darker, oilier. Daniel's car was in the 3rd row. He ran to it. His keys were in his jacket pocket. His jacket was in his classroom. His keys were in his classroom. He stood beside his car with his hands on the roof, and his breath coming in gasps, and his keys on a hook behind his desk, 60 yards, and one dead man and one thing that was not a woman anymore, away from where he stood. "God damn it," he said. The secretary on the curb made a sound, not words, a sound. Daniel looked at her. She had stopped staring at her arm. She was staring at him now with that same quality of attention, that flat, predatory focus, and she began to stand. He found Ray Pratt's trucker advice approximately 10 seconds later. though he wouldn't know Ray for another 36 hours. He found it the way anyone finds a solution under mortal duress, by remembering something useless he'd seen on television. He smashed his driver's side window with the fire extinguisher from the wall-mounted box near the east exit. The safety glass fractured into 1,000 pebbled pieces. He swept them off the seat with his forearm, climbed in, and tore the plastic housing off the steering column with strength he did not know he possessed. The wires were colored: red, yellow, brown. He had no idea which ones to cross. He touched red to yellow and the dashboard lit up. He touched brown to red and the engine turned over and caught. The secretary was 10 feet away. Behind her, 2 more figures had come through the east exit, both moving with that wrong, lurching gait that made Daniel's stomach clench. He put the car in drive and aimed for the gap between a blue minivan and a concrete parking barrier, and scraped through with a sound like a scream and turned right onto Braddock and into the gridlock and the smoke and the dying afternoon. The drive from Westinghouse Academy to Daniel's house in Dormont should have taken 18 minutes. It took 2 hours and 43 minutes, and by the time he turned onto Potomac Avenue, the world had changed in ways he was only beginning to catalog. The radio told him some of it. Not the emergency broadcast system. That was a recorded loop. The familiar 3-tone alert followed by a synthetic voice, instructing listeners to shelter in place and await further information, as though further information were a pizza delivery that had been delayed. The real information came from KDKA, where a news anchor named Patricia Huang was narrating the collapse of Pittsburgh with a voice that started professional and ended raw. There were attacks across the city, hundreds, possibly thousands. Allegheny General Hospital was overrun. The police were not responding to calls. The National Guard had been activated but was not yet deployed. The mayor had issued a citywide curfew. The governor had declared a state of emergency. The CDC had released a statement using words like rapidly evolving situation and novel pathogenic agent and unprecedented. Patricia Huang said the word zombie once, in the context of quoting a social media post, and then never said it again. The omission was more frightening than any of the facts she reported. Daniel drove through Swissvale with his broken window, letting in the cold October air and the smell of smoke and something else, something sweet and rotten that he would later learn to associate with large numbers of the dead. He drove past a gas station where a man was beating another man with a tire iron, while a third man filled jerry cans at the pump. He drove past a school bus that had jumped the curb and embedded itself in the front of a dry cleaner, its emergency door hanging open, the interior dark. He drove past a woman walking down the center line of the road carrying a baby and staring straight ahead with the focused determination of someone who had decided that stopping was the same as dying. He did not stop for any of them. This was the first compromise, though he didn't recognize it as one. Later, in the quiet hours when sleep wouldn't come, and the faces of the people he'd passed played behind his eyelids like a slideshow, he would understand that the decision not to stop had been the first brick in a wall he was building between who he'd been and who he was becoming. But in the moment, he just drove. Potomac Avenue was quiet. The houses sat in their rows with their porches and their October decorations, paper ghosts and pumpkin-shaped trash bags filled with leaves, and most of the windows were dark, but some glowed with the blue flicker of televisions, tuned to news that was getting worse by the minute. Daniel pulled into his driveway and shut off the engine and sat in the car for a long time. The dashboard clock read 7:32 p.m. He took out his phone. 3% battery. He opened his messages. From Rebecca, 5:14 p.m. Dan, are you okay? What's happening? The news is. From Rebecca, 5:14 p.m. I'm coming to get you. Stay home. From Rebecca, 5:47 p.m. Roads are bad. Taking back streets. From Lily, 3:47 p.m. Dad, something bad is happening. Mrs. Patterson says, stay inside. I'm scared. He stared at Lily's message. 3:47. That was over an hour before the school alarm. Whatever was happening, it had reached Virginia before Pittsburgh, or at the same time, or his phone died. He got out of the car. The October air was cold and smelled like wood smoke from someone's fireplace, and underneath that other smell, the sweet rot smell, faint but present like a bass note in a chord. He walked to his front door. It was locked. His house key was on the ring with his car key, which was in his classroom. He went around to the back. The sliding glass door to the kitchen was unlocked because the lock had been broken since August, and he kept meaning to fix it and never did. He slid it open and stepped inside, and the house was dark and silent and smelled like the coffee he'd made that morning, 13 hours and an entire civilization ago. He plugged his phone into the kitchen charger. He tried calling Lily. The call didn't connect. Not a ring, not a voicemail. Just 3 ascending tones and a recorded message. All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later. He tried Rebecca. Same result. He tried 911. Same. He stood in his kitchen in the dark, with his phone charging and his hands on the counter and his head down, and he breathed. He breathed the way he'd learned in the anger management sessions Rebecca had insisted on during the divorce, the ones that had actually helped more than he'd ever admitted. 4 counts in. Hold for 4. 4 counts out. The counter was cold under his palms. The refrigerator hummed. Outside, somewhere in the distance, something that was not a car alarm and not a siren made a sound that rose and fell and rose and did not stop. He found the flashlight in the junk drawer. He found the baseball bat in the hall closet, an old Louisville Slugger from a rec league he'd joined and quit in the same month. He checked every room, every closet, behind every door. The house was empty. He went upstairs and changed out of his school clothes. Jeans, boots, a flannel shirt, his heavy canvas jacket. He didn't think about why he was dressing like this, like someone who expected to be outside, to be moving, to need his arms free and his feet protected. His hands made the choices his mind hadn't caught up to yet. He came back downstairs and checked his phone. 11%. Still no service for calls, but a single text had come through while he was upstairs. From Rebecca, 7:19 p.m. Almost there. Something's wrong with my arm. Don't worry, I love you, Dan. Tell Lily. The text ended there. Rebecca arrived at 8:04 p.m. Daniel heard the car first, the familiar rattle of her old Subaru Forester, the one with the Jesus fish bumper sticker she'd put on ironically in college and never removed. He went to the front window and watched her pull up to the curb. The headlights illuminated the empty street, the paper ghosts on Mrs. Petrowski's porch across the road, the orange cat that sat on the Henderson steps every evening, regardless of weather or apocalypse. Rebecca got out of the car and Daniel knew immediately. She was holding her left arm against her body, cradling it, and even in the dim light from the street lamp he could see the dark stain that covered her forearm and hand, and had soaked through the sleeve of her jacket. She walked toward the house with careful, deliberate steps, the way a person walks when they are concentrating very hard on not falling down. He opened the door. "Hey," she said. Her voice was thin. "Can I come in? I know it's your week, but..." She laughed, a small broken sound that ended in a wince. "Everything's pretty weird right now." "Beck, your arm?" "Yeah." She came inside. She stood in the hallway under the light, and Daniel saw the wound clearly, and his stomach dropped through the floor. Her left forearm was torn open from wrist to elbow, not a clean cut, but a ragged, savaged mess of tissue and exposed muscle. And it was still bleeding, and the edges of the wound were already discolored in a way that was not normal for fresh injuries. A grayish tinge spreading outward from the torn flesh like ink in water. "Someone bit me," she said. She said it the way she might have said, "Someone bumped my cart at the grocery store." Flat. Factual. Already processing. On the Liberty Bridge, traffic was stopped and people were coming between the cars, and one of them, "Sit down. Dan, sit down, Beck. I'm going to get the first aid kit." She sat on the bottom stair. She was 36 years old, and her hair was still the dark brown it had been in college, before the arguments and the marriage counselor and the separate apartments, and she was looking up at him with eyes that were still entirely hers, sharp, skeptical, braver than his. And she said, "You need to listen to me. First aid kit is under the..." "Daniel!" She said his name the way she'd said it during the important conversations, the ones about the marriage and the separation and Lily's custody arrangement, the ones he'd tried to avoid and she'd refused to let him. "I know what this is. I saw what happens. On the bridge, the person who bit me, she was a woman, maybe 60. She was wearing a raincoat. And before she bit me, she was dead, Dan. She was dead and walking." I saw her face. I saw, that doesn't, I saw what happened to the man she bit before me. It took about 20 minutes. He started shaking and then he stopped shaking and then he wasn't himself anymore. I drove here as fast as I could because I need to tell you something before. Stop. Lily, Rebecca said. Lily is in Virginia. Natural Bridge? The hotel is the Natural Bridge Hotel. The school booked the whole third floor. Her teacher is Mrs. Patterson, room 314. You need to go get her, Daniel. You need to promise me. Beck, we should get you to a hospital. The hospitals are gone. Allegheny General is... I passed it coming here. It's burning. Dan, promise me about Lily. I promise. Say it properly. I promise I'll get Lily. Rebecca nodded. She leaned her head against the banister. Her breathing had changed, shorter, faster, with a rattling quality underneath that Daniel could hear even over the distant wail of whatever was happening outside. The gray discoloration on her arm had spread. It was past her elbow now, creeping up toward her shoulder with visible speed, a tide of wrongness advancing through her flesh. That's fast, she said, looking at it. The man on the bridge, it was slower, maybe because he was bigger. She was clinical about it. She had always been the clinical one, the one who could face things directly while Daniel looked for the exit. It was the thing he'd loved most about her and understood least. There has to be something. There isn't. I need you to do something else for me. Anything. When it happens. When I'm not me anymore. You need to... She stopped. Swallowed. For the first time since she'd walked through the door, the composure cracked, just slightly, just at the edges, the way ice cracks before it breaks. Her eyes went bright. You need to make sure I don't hurt anyone. That I don't. Become one of those things on the bridge. Rebecca? The bat! The one in the closet. You need to hit me in the head. Hard. After I'm gone. Not before, Daniel. After. I can't. You can. You're going to have to do a lot of things you can't. That's what this is now. That's what the world is. She reached out her good hand and grabbed his wrist, and her grip was still strong, still hers. Sit with me. How much time? I don't know. Sit with me. He sat on the stair beside her. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Her body was warm, too warm, feverish, and her breathing was getting worse, and the gray had reached her neck, and somewhere outside a dog was barking with the desperate monotony of an animal that will bark until it can't anymore. Tell me something about Lily, Rebecca said. Her words were starting to slur. Tell me the last funny thing she did. His voice broke. He reset. She sent me a photo from the bus. Her and Cammie making faces. She said it was going to be 4 billion hours. Rebecca smiled. Or he thought she smiled. Her face was doing something complicated, muscles twitching, the gray spreading up her jaw. That sounds like her. Yeah. She gets that from me. The dramatic. She does. They sat. The dog barked. The wailing outside grew closer, and then receded. Rebecca's breathing became shallow and then irregular, and then stopped in a way that was different from holding your breath. A cessation, not a pause. And Daniel felt her body sag against him and go still, and he sat there in the hallway with the flashlight on the floor, casting their shadows up the wall, and he did not move. 4 minutes later, she moved. It was her hand first. The fingers of her good hand, still resting on his arm, twitched, not with the purposeful motion of a person waking up, but with the random jerking spasm of a thing testing its connections. Then, her head lifted from his shoulder with a motion that was too smooth and too slow, like a sunflower tracking light, and she turned toward him, and her eyes were open, and they were wrong, the same way the woman in the stairwell's eyes had been wrong. Present but empty, occupied but vacant, and her mouth opened. Daniel stood up. He stepped back. He picked up the Louisville Slugger from where he'd leaned it against the wall. The thing that had been Rebecca stood up from the stair. It stood with its arms at its sides and its head tilted slightly. And it looked at him with those flat, hungry eyes, and it made a sound from deep in its chest that was not a moan and not a growl, but something between, something that vibrated in the air like the lowest note on a church organ. "I'm sorry," Daniel said. He swung the bat. He sat on the front porch for a long time afterward. The night was cold. The street lamp on the corner buzzed with a sound that was mechanical and indifferent, and would continue buzzing whether the world survived this or not. Across the street, Mrs. Petrowski's paper ghosts twisted in a breeze Daniel couldn't feel, their blank faces turning and turning. He had washed his hands in the kitchen sink. He had washed them for a long time, longer than necessary, running the water until it went cold, and then continuing to wash, because stopping meant doing something else, and he didn't have a something else to do. His hands were clean now, but they didn't feel clean, and he suspected they wouldn't feel clean for a very long time. Inside the house, Rebecca was on the hallway floor with a blanket over her. He had tried to move her somewhere more dignified, the couch, the guest bedroom, but his body had refused. Moving her meant touching her, and touching her meant feeling the wrongness of her weight, the way she was both heavier and lighter than she should have been, and he couldn't. His phone had charged to 41%. He tried Lily again. All circuits busy. He tried 12 more times. All circuits busy. He opened the news app. The headlines scrolled in a column of escalating hysteria. National Guard deployed to major cities. CDC confirms pathogen. Modified Lissa virus. Spread through bites. President declares national emergency hospitals overwhelmed. Patients urged not to seek emergency care. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Harrisburg, under martial law. He read until the stories started repeating the same information in different configurations, and then he put the phone down and stared at the street. A figure walked past on the sidewalk, 3 houses down. It moved with the halting, irregular gait he was already learning to recognize, the shuffle-lurch shuffle of someone whose motor cortex was receiving signals from a source that was no longer human. It passed under the street lamp, and he saw it was a teenager, maybe 16, in a Steelers jersey and basketball shorts, barefoot on the cold asphalt, and then it passed beyond the light and was gone. Daniel sat on the porch and did not move and did not sleep, and watched the night do whatever the night was going to do. Dawn came the way it always comes, indifferent, reliable, dragging pale light across a sky that didn't care what had happened beneath it. The smoke from the city center was thicker now, a gray-brown haze that turned the sunrise the color of a bruise. Daniel was still on the porch. He had not slept. The neighborhood stirred with the tentative, frightened movements of people who had survived a night they hadn't expected and weren't sure what the morning required of them. Curtains twitched. A door opened 2 houses down, and a man Daniel vaguely recognized, a retired postal worker whose name might have been Hank, stepped out with a shotgun and looked up and down the street and went back inside. At 7:14 a.m., the front door of the house directly to Daniel's left opened, and Josie Watts came out, carrying a backpack and a tire iron. Daniel knew Josie the way you know neighbors in a suburb. By sight, by the occasional wave across driveways, by the UPS packages that got delivered to the wrong address. She was short, 5'3", 5'4", and built sturdy, with the broad shoulders and thick forearms of someone who spent her days restraining panicked animals. Her red hair was pulled back in a braid that had loosened overnight into a frizzy halo. She was wearing scrubs, green ones, the kind with cartoon animals on the pocket, and hiking boots, and she walked to the end of her driveway and stopped and looked at Daniel. "You've been out here all night," she said. "Yeah." "You look like hell." "Yeah." She crossed the strip of grass between their driveways and came up his porch steps, without being invited, and sat in the other chair. The Adirondack that Rebecca had bought for the porch and that Daniel had assembled wrong the first time, so it listed slightly to the left. Josie sat in it and leaned the tire iron against the railing and looked out at the street, with the expression of someone evaluating a situation she'd already decided was worse than it appeared. "My clinic's gone," she said. "Shady Lane Veterinary on 5th. I went in at 5 this morning to check on the animals. Boarders, post-ops, a shepherd with a broken leg. The whole place was broken into. Someone took the drugs, the ketamine, the tramadol, the antibiotics, left the animals. They let out the ones in the front kennels. The ones in the back, She stopped. Her jaw worked. Someone let the infected in through the back door. Probably didn't mean to, probably just left it open. I'm sorry. I put down 12 animals this morning. She said it the way she might say she'd filed 12 tax returns, procedurally, with the emotion pressed flat and stored somewhere she'd deal with it later. The euthanasia drugs were still there. Nobody steals euthanasia drugs. I put them down clean, which is more than... She stopped again. Anyway, they sat in silence. The morning light strengthened. Down the street, the retired postal worker came out again with his shotgun and walked to his mailbox and opened it, and looked inside and closed it and went back in. The normalcy of the gesture was so absurd that Daniel almost laughed. Your ex-wife, Josie said. I heard something last night, through the wall. She was bitten, on the bridge. Josie nodded. She did not say she was sorry or offer condolences or ask if he was okay. She sat with the information the way a person sits with a heavy object placed in their lap, accepting the weight, adjusting to it. I need to get to Virginia, Daniel said. Virginia. My daughter's on a school trip. Natural Bridge. She texted me yesterday afternoon, said something was happening there too. I can't reach her. I need to go. That's, 300 miles? 350? Something like that. Through this. Through whatever this is, yeah. Josie looked at him. Her eyes were green, startlingly so, the kind of green that people noticed and commented on. And they were evaluating him with professional precision, assessing his condition the way she might assess an animal brought in for treatment. She saw the dried blood on his sleeve cuffs. She saw the rawness of his hands from the washing. She saw whatever was happening behind his eyes, and she did not flinch from it. You have a plan? Get in my car, drive south. That's not a plan, that's a direction. It's what I've got. She was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into her backpack and pulled out a Ziploc bag filled with pill bottles. Small amber pharmacy bottles, a dozen of them. Labels facing outward. Amoxicillin, cephalexin, metronidazole, tramadol. These are veterinary grade, but the compounds are identical to human pharmaceuticals. The dosing is different, but I know the conversions. She set the bag on the arm of the chair. I also have suture kits, surgical tape, antiseptic, and a bottle of ketamine that I'd rather not use on a person but will if I have to. Daniel stared at the bag of pills. You're offering to come. I'm offering to be useful. There's a difference. She crossed her arms. My apartment's a rental. My family's in Portland, Oregon, not Maine. I have no car because mine was at the clinic and the clinic is gone. I have medical training, I'm calm in emergencies because I've spent 8 years keeping my hands steady while dogs try to bite them off. And I have drugs. Actual drugs, not just the pain kind. She paused. Also, I don't want to die alone in my apartment waiting for the power to go out. Okay. Okay, you'll take me, or okay, you heard what I said? Okay, I'll take you. We leave as soon as I... He stopped, looked at the house behind him, the hallway where Rebecca was lying under a blanket on the floor. I need to do something first. Josie nodded. She understood without being told, which was a quality Daniel would come to rely on in the weeks ahead. Her capacity to absorb the shape of a situation without needing every detail spelled out. Take your time, she said. I'll pack. Knock on my door when you're ready. She picked up her tire iron and her backpack and walked down the porch steps and across the grass and up her own steps and went inside without looking back. Daniel went into the house. He went upstairs and found a sheet, the good one, the cotton percale that Rebecca had bought for the guest bedroom. He carried it downstairs and knelt beside her body and wrapped her in it, folding the edges carefully, the way you wrap a gift for someone you love. He carried her to the backyard. The October soil was hard but not frozen, and it took him 90 minutes with a garden spade to dig a hole deep enough. He lowered her in. He filled the hole. He stood over the mound of fresh earth with the spade in his hand and the morning sun on his face, and he tried to say something, but nothing came, so he just stood there. He found a flat stone from the landscaping border and placed it at the head of the grave. He didn't write anything on it. There was nothing to write that was big enough. He went inside and washed his hands again and collected what he could. Canned food from the pantry, bottles of water, the first aid kit from under the bathroom sink, a kitchen knife, a box of garbage bags, a roll of duct tape, the Louisville Slugger, a flashlight, batteries, a road atlas from the shelf in the living room that he'd used to plan road trips when Lily was small and they were still a family. He put it all in a duffel bag and a backpack and carried them to the car. He knocked on Josie's door at 10:22 a.m. They were loading Josie's supplies into the Civic's trunk when the truck came down Potomac Avenue. It was a Peterbilt, a big Class 8 tractor without its trailer, cherry red with chrome stacks, rolling down the residential street with the gentle absurdity of an elephant in a living room. It came to a stop in the middle of the road, air brakes hissing, and the driver's door opened, and a man climbed down with the slow, deliberate movements of someone who was very large and very aware of his size in relation to the ground. Raymond Pratt was 52 years old and looked like a man who had been assembled by someone with a generous interpretation of the word big. He stood 6'2" and carried his weight in his gut and his shoulders, with arms that strained the seams of a flannel shirt that might have fit him 10 years ago. His beard was brown going gray, untrimmed, covering most of a face that was weathered and lined and dominated by eyes that were smaller than expected and warmer than their size suggested. He wore a Cat Diesel power cap pushed back on his head and steel-toed boots, and he walked toward Daniel and Josie's driveway, with his hands raised and palms out in the universal gesture of, "I come in peace." "Morning," he said. His voice was deep and had the unhurried quality of a man who'd spent most of his adult life talking to himself in a truck cab. "Name's Ray. I'm not infected, I'm not crazy, and I'm not looking to take anything from anybody. I am, however, in need of information, gasoline, and possibly a bathroom, in whatever order you'd prefer." Daniel held the baseball bat. Josie held the tire iron. Neither of them lowered their weapons. "Where'd you come from?" Josie asked. "I-376, eastbound. Was hauling paper products from a warehouse in Moon Township to a distribution center in Monroeville. That was yesterday. Today I am hauling nothing because my trailer is jackknifed across 3 lanes of highway about 4 miles west of here. And the reason it's jackknifed is because a gentleman who was missing most of his face walked into my lane and I swerved, which you should never do in a fully loaded rig. But instinct is a hell of a thing." He paused. "I've been driving surface streets since last night. Slept in the cab for about 2 hours somewhere in Greentree. Woke up to someone trying to get through my door. Not a living someone." "How'd you get the truck through the streets?" Daniel asked. Ray looked at him with an expression of patient amusement. "Son, I've been driving trucks for 27 years. I can put 80,000 pounds of steel through a school zone blindfolded. Your residential streets are not what I would call challenging." He lowered his hands. "So, information. What do we know? I lost radio around midnight, and my phone's been dead since I dropped it in a puddle during the whole jackknife situation," Daniel told him. The CDC announcement, the modified Lissa virus, the hospitals, the National Guard, the martial law, the things he'd seen and the things he'd done. He told it flat and factual, because that was the only way to tell it, and Ray listened with his arms crossed and his face still. And when Daniel was finished, Ray said, "Well, that's about the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. And I once listened to a man describe his kidney stone for 4 hours in a truck stop outside Amarillo." Nobody laughed, but the muscles around Josie's eyes softened, which was close. "I'm heading south," Daniel said. "My daughter's in Virginia." "South?" Ray rubbed his beard. "South is going to be a problem. I came past the interchange at 376 and 79, and 79 south is a parking lot. Literally, cars bumper to bumper for as far as I could see. Most of them empty, some of them not." He let that land. "You got another route?" "I was going to figure that out on the way." "That's a bad plan." "So I've been told." Ray looked at Josie. Josie looked at Ray. Something passed between them, an assessment, a calculation, the rapid sizing up that strangers perform when the stakes are high enough to skip the formalities. "I know every road between here and Charleston, West Virginia," Ray said. "Back roads, county routes, logging trails, unpaved shortcuts through state game lands. 27 years of hauling freight up and down the eastern seaboard, and I've detoured through all of them. You want to go south? I can get you south. But not in that." He pointed at the Civic. "That thing's got a broken window and no clearance, and it'll be useless the first time you hit a blocked road. We take my rig." A semi on back roads? The cab, not the trailer. I ditched the trailer. Just the tractor. Four-wheel drive, 500 horsepower, diesel engine that'll run on heating oil if we need it to, and a sleeper compartment in the back, with a bed and a minibar I'm not supposed to have. She'll go anywhere a pickup truck goes, and she'll push through anything a pickup truck can't. Daniel looked at the Peterbilt, sitting in the middle of Potomac Avenue like a chrome and steel monument to a world that ran on highways and freight schedules. How's the fuel? 3/4 tank. That's about 150 gallons. Range of maybe 500 miles, depending on terrain and how many things I have to drive through. Drive through? Cars, barriers, fences? Ray paused. Other things. Daniel looked at Josie. Josie shrugged, a small, pragmatic gesture that said, I've heard worse ideas and also better ones. Okay, Daniel said. We leave in 20 minutes. I'll use your bathroom, Ray said. And if you've got coffee, I won't say no, though I imagine coffee is about to become the most valuable thing in America that isn't ammunition. He was right about that. He was right about a lot of things, Ray. Daniel didn't know it yet. Standing in his driveway on the first full day of the end of the world, with a Louisville Slugger in his hand, and his dead ex-wife buried in his backyard, and his daughter 2 states away. But Ray Pratt's knowledge of backroads and diesel engines and the precise turning radius of a Peterbilt 389 was going to keep them alive through things Daniel couldn't yet imagine. That wouldn't save Ray in the end, but it would save the rest of them. They left Dormont at 11:08 a.m. on day 2. Ray drove. The Peterbilt rumbled down Potomac Avenue past the watching houses and turned right onto West Liberty, and the road ahead was mostly clear, because most people had tried to flee on the highways, and the surface streets of the suburbs were the province of the left behind, the ones who'd sheltered, the ones who'd been too slow, the ones who were no longer deciding anything for themselves. Daniel sat in the passenger seat with the road atlas open on his lap. Josie sat in the sleeper compartment behind them, organizing medical supplies with the systematic efficiency of someone who had inventoried clinic cabinets every morning for 8 years. The cab smelled like diesel and old coffee, and the pine-scented air freshener that dangled from the rearview mirror and fought a losing battle against the other smells. Route south, Ray said, one hand on the wheel, eyes scanning the road with the relaxed vigilance of a man who had driven millions of miles. I-79 is out. Guaranteed. Every highway out of the city is going to be a grave. We need to go. He tapped the atlas on Daniel's lap. Show me Washington, PA. Daniel found it. South of Pittsburgh, along I-79. There's a way around Washington on Route 40. Old National Road. Goes through Scenery Hill, past the old inns, connects to I-79 south of the worst of it. From there we can... Wait, Josie said from behind them. Turn on the radio. Ray turned the dial. Static. 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 Then a voice. Not a broadcast, not professional, but someone talking into a ham radio or a CB with the frantic energy of a person who has information and no one to give it to. Repeat. The military has demolished the Interstate 79 bridge at Mariana. Both spans are down. They dropped the bridge to create a containment line. Nothing is getting through south of Washington on 79. If you are trying to go south from Pittsburgh, I-79 is gone. They're talking about doing the same to the turnpike. This is not a drill. This is not... The signal dissolved into static. Daniel stared at the radio, then at the atlas, then at Ray. Well, Ray said. He said it the way a man says well when he's been told the road he planned to take no longer exists. Not with surprise, but with the grim recalibration of someone accustomed to obstacles. That changes things. The bridge is gone. The bridge is gone. They blew up a bridge. They blew up a bridge. Josie leaned forward between the seats. Can we go around? Ray took one hand off the wheel and rubbed his jaw. A gesture Daniel would learn meant he was running routes in his head, overlaying his decades of road knowledge against new constraints. Around means east or west. East takes us toward the turnpike, which that man just said might be next. West takes us into West Virginia. Route 19, down through Morgantown, then south through the mountains. How long? Through the mountains? double the time, triple if the roads are bad. And the roads through West Virginia are always bad, even before the end of the world. They were 2 lanes and switchbacks and coal trucks and deer. He paused. But they're also empty. Nobody's fleeing to West Virginia. It's the one place people weren't trying to get to. Daniel looked at the atlas. Pittsburgh to Natural Bridge, Virginia. The straight route was 4.5 hours on the interstate. The mountain route, down through Morgantown, Fairmont, Clarksburg, south through the Appalachian Spine, was 7 hours in normal conditions. In these conditions, whatever these conditions were going to be, it was anyone's guess. Lily's in Natural Bridge, he said. She's 12 years old and she's scared. And she sent me a text that said, "I'm scared." And I told her, I didn't tell her anything. My phone died before I could respond. So the last thing my daughter knows is that she's scared and her father isn't answering. He said this to the atlas, not to Ray, not to Josie. But the words filled the cab and Ray's hands tightened on the wheel and Josie's hand appeared on the back of Daniel's seat, not touching him, just resting there. "West Virginia," Daniel said. "West Virginia," Ray agreed. He turned the Peterbilt west. The western suburbs of Pittsburgh thinned into commercial strips and then into the rolling hills of Washington County, and the Peterbilt moved through them like a ship through swells, rising and falling with the train, engine growling on the climbs, brakes sighing on the descents. The October countryside was beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when you're looking at them for possibly the last time. The trees lit in reds and golds, the cornfields stubbled and dry, the sky a deep, improbable blue above the haze that hung over the city behind them. They passed through Bridgeville without incident. They passed through Kerwin Heights, where a woman stood on a roof and waved, and they did not stop. Ray guided the truck through residential streets and around stalled cars, and once over a curb and across a gas station lot to avoid a 3-car pileup that blocked the road entirely. He drove the way he talked, with unhurried competence, reading the road 3 moves ahead, adjusting before problems became crises. "Question," Josie said from the sleeper. She had finished organizing and was now sitting cross-legged on the bed with the road atlas on her knees, tracing routes with her finger. "This virus, the Lissa virus, rabies family, that's what the news said." "That's what the news said," Daniel confirmed. "Rabies has an incubation period of weeks to months in humans, sometimes years. What we're seeing, the woman who bit your wife, the people at my clinic, that's hours, minutes maybe. That's not rabies." They said modified. Modified by what? Modified how? She wasn't asking him specifically. She was asking the air, the cab, the situation. Rabies attacks the nervous system. It causes aggression, hydrophobia, confusion, paralysis. But it doesn't reanimate. It doesn't keep the body moving after respiratory failure. What I saw at the clinic, those animals weren't alive. Their hearts weren't beating. I checked. I checked because I needed to know, and their hearts were not beating, and they were still moving. "Ma'am," Ray said gently, "I don't mean to be disrespectful, but does the mechanism matter right now? Whether it's rabies or a space fungus or the wrath of God, the operational reality is the same. Dead things are walking around trying to eat living things, and we need to not be where the dead things are. The mechanism matters because it tells us how it spreads," Josie said. "If it's strictly bite transmission, that's one set of precautions. If it went airborne during the initial phase and everyone's already carrying it, let's not." Daniel turned in his seat. "Let's not do that thought experiment right now." Josie held his gaze. She had that look, the vet tech look, the one that said ideal in realities, not comforts. But she nodded. "Later then. But we're having that conversation. Later." The road climbed into the hills. They passed a farm where someone had spray painted "Alive, 12 people. Will trade on the side of a barn." They passed a church with its doors standing open and its parking lot full of cars, and no visible people. They passed a school bus on its side in a ditch, its yellow paint garish against the brown grass, and Daniel did not look at it as they went by. He felt Josie's eyes on the back of his head, and he did not look. They were 15 miles south of Pittsburgh when they encountered the first horde. It wasn't the largest group of infected they would see. That distinction belonged to the mass that would fill the streets of Elkins, West Virginia, 3 weeks later. A river of bodies so dense it seemed to have its own current, its own tide. But this was the first, and the first of anything terrible has a power that repetition eventually dulls. There were maybe 200 of them. They came over a rise in the road, and there they were, filling both lanes and the shoulders and the drainage ditches, a crowd moving north with the directionless migration of a flock that has lost its leader. They were varied in the way that any random sample of a population is varied. Old, young, fat, thin, men, women, some in work clothes, some in pajamas. One in a suit that still held its creases. They moved at different speeds, the fresher ones stumbling at a near walk, the older ones dragging, and the sound they made was not the movie zombie moan that Daniel had been unconsciously expecting, but something worse, a murmur, a collective exhalation, like the sound of a crowd in a stadium heard from very far away. All the individual voices blurred into a single, directionless hum. "Lord," Ray said. He slowed the truck. The infected were 300 yards ahead, covering the road like a slow flood. "Can you go around?" Daniel asked. "Around where? It's 2 lanes with ditches on both sides and trees beyond the ditches. I go off-road here. I'm stuck." "Through them?" Ray looked at Daniel, then at the crowd ahead. "Through them," he repeated. His jaw worked. "I've hit a deer in this rig. At highway speed, they go under, and it sounds like God dropped a piano. Those are deer. Those are people," Josie said quietly. "They're not people anymore," Daniel said, and heard the echo of Rebecca's voice in his own, her clinical pragmatism, replicating in him like the virus replicating in the cells of the bitten. "They're what comes after people." Ray's hands were tight on the wheel. His knuckles were white. He was a man who had spent his life on roads, following rules, respecting the physics of speed and mass, and the vulnerability of human bodies. And what Daniel was asking him to do was the opposite of everything those years had built. "I can't go backward," Ray said. "We've been burning fuel for an hour, and backward is Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is worse. So through. Through." He took a breath. "Both of you, hold on to something. And don't look if you don't want to." Daniel looked. He looked because he had decided, somewhere between the porch and this moment, that he would not look away from what the world was becoming. Looking away was what he'd done his whole life. With the marriage, with the divorce, with every confrontation and hard truth he'd sidestepped. And it had brought him here, to a truck cab on a Pennsylvania back road with his daughter 2 states away, and his ex-wife in the ground and the dead walking toward him. Ray accelerated to 30 miles per hour, not fast enough to lose control, not slow enough to get bogged down. The Peterbilt was 40,000 pounds of metal and momentum, and it hit the first of the infected with a sound that was nothing like a piano and everything like what it was. A body striking steel at speed. The wet, dense impact of mass against mass. And the body went under the bumper and the truck barely shuddered. They drove through the horde for what felt like an hour and was probably 90 seconds. Bodies hit the truck and went under it, and the sound was constant. A percussion of impacts that merged into a rhythm, and the windshield was sprayed with something dark that the wipers smeared into a translucent film, through which the road ahead became a painting done in red and gray. Daniel's hands gripped the dashboard so hard his fingers ached. Josie was in the sleeper with her eyes closed and her lips moving, forming words Daniel couldn't hear. Then they were through. The road behind them was a wreck of bodies, and the road ahead was empty. And Ray drove on for another mile before pulling onto the shoulder and stopping and opening his door and leaning out and vomiting. Daniel handed him a water bottle when he sat back up. Ray rinsed his mouth and spat and wiped his beard and put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the road without a word. None of them spoke for 20 minutes. Then Josie said from the sleeper, in a voice that was steady in the way things are steady when they're being held steady by force. "We need a plan, an actual plan. Not just drive south. We need to know where we're going, what we need, and what we do when we can't go where we planned." She's right, Ray said. Daniel opened the atlas again. His hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against the pages until they stopped. Okay, he said. Okay. Here's what we know. The interstates are gone, blocked, destroyed, parking lots. We're going through West Virginia on secondary roads. Route 19 south to Morgantown, then south through the mountains. Fairmont, Clarksburg, maybe pick up Route 33 or 219 south toward Virginia. What do we need? Josie asked. Fuel, food, water, information. We need a working radio, not just the car radio, something that can pick up ham frequencies, emergency broadcasts, anything. We need to know what's happening in Virginia. He paused. And we need more people. More people? Ray raised an eyebrow. Look at us. A teacher, a vet tech, and a truck driver. I can swing a bat. Josie has medical training for animals. You can drive. But can any of us shoot? Can any of us fight? What happens when we run into people who can? People or infected? Both. The question hung in the cab like smoke. Outside, the Pennsylvania hills rolled past in their autumn colors, gorgeous and indifferent. And somewhere ahead, the road turned south into the mountains and whatever waited there. They crossed into West Virginia at 3:22 p.m. The border was not marked by any drama, just a sign, green and white, reading, "Welcome to wild and wonderful West Virginia," scarred by a bullet hole in the upper right corner that predated the apocalypse by at least a decade. The road narrowed immediately, the shoulders disappearing, the hills pressing closer, the trees arching overhead to form a canopy that filtered the afternoon light into something dim and uncertain. Route 19 wound through the hills like a snake, with no particular destination, climbing and descending and curving around ridges that offered sudden vertiginous views of valleys below, valleys that, in the normal world, held small towns and gas stations and the ordinary infrastructure of rural American life, and now held silence. The towns they passed through were empty, not destroyed, empty. Cars and driveways, lights off, doors closed, as though everyone had simply stepped out for a moment and would be back shortly. They found the first supplies in a Dollar General outside of Waynesburg, just before the state line. Ray pulled the truck into the lot. The store's front window was broken, but only partially. A single hole, starred around the edges, as though someone had punched through it rather than smashed it wholesale. The door was ajar. "I'll go," Daniel said. "Not alone," Josie said. You're not going alone, that's not a discussion." She was already climbing out of the sleeper, tire iron in hand. "Ray stays with the truck. We go in, we get what we can carry, we come back. 5 minutes. "Make it 3, Ray said. "I'll keep the engine running." The Dollar General was small and dim and smelled like spilled cleaning products and something else. The copper tang of blood, old enough to be tacky, but fresh enough to still register. Daniel's eyes adjusted to the gloom. The aisles were partially ransacked, but not emptied. The chips and candy were gone, the bottled water was gone. But the canned food section was mostly intact, and the batteries and the flashlights and the first aid supplies that no one had thought to grab in their initial panic. They filled their arms. Josie grabbed batteries and medical tape and ibuprofen and a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Daniel grabbed canned beans, canned soup, a bag of beef jerky, a manual can opener, and a pack of lighters. On the way out, he stopped at the electronics section and found a battery-powered AM/FM radio still in its packaging. They were in the store for 4 minutes. In those 4 minutes, the world outside changed. When they came out, there were 3 people standing in the parking lot. Not infected. Living people. 2 men and a woman, dirty and exhausted looking, standing near the truck with their hands visible and their postures radiating the universal body language of, "We are not a threat, and please don't shoot us." The woman was tall and dark-skinned with a shaved head and a smartwatch on her left wrist that she kept glancing at reflexively, the way a person checks a clock in a room with no clock. One of the men was young, a teenager really, skinny and fidgeting, with curly blonde hair and a sketchbook clutched against his chest. The other man was middle-aged, medium build, receding hairline, wearing a polo shirt that was somehow still clean. "Hey," the woman said, "we're not sick. None of us are bitten. We saw your truck from the hill." She pointed east, toward a ridge where the tree line met a power line clearing. "We've been walking since yesterday morning." "Walking from where?" Daniel asked. "Morgantown, the university. I was there for a conference and—" She stopped, recalibrated. "It doesn't matter. We've been walking. We need water and a ride or we're going to die out here." "That's a little dramatic," the man in the polo shirt said. He had the tone of someone who was still 48 hours into the end of the world, calibrating his response to social norms that no longer applied. "It's not dramatic, Garrett. It's math. We have no water, no food, no transportation, and there are dead people walking around who want to eat us. The math says we die. I'm just saying there might be other—" "Shut up, Garrett." Ray leaned out of the truck window. "Ma'am, how many infected between here and Morgantown?" "I don't know. Dozens? Hundreds? We stayed off the main roads as much as we could. The campus—" She paused. Her hand went to her smartwatch again. Tap. Glance. The habit of a person who had lived by data and schedules and notifications, still reaching for a structure that no longer existed. The campus was bad. A lot of students, a lot of people in close quarters. It went through the dorms fast. "You a student?" Daniel asked. "I'm a software engineer. Nkechi Okonkwo, NK, if that's easier. I was presenting at a tech conference at WVU. That's Tommy." She indicated the teenager, who raised a hand in a wave that was more of a tremor. "He was at the conference, too." She did not say what Tommy was doing at a tech conference, and Tommy did not volunteer the information. "And that's Garrett." Garrett extended his hand for a handshake. Daniel looked at it. Josie looked at it. The absurdity of the gesture sat in the air for a long moment before Garrett lowered his hand and put both hands in his polo shirt pockets. "I'm an insurance adjuster," Garrett said, "or I was. I suppose the insurance industry is—" He laughed, a high, nervous sound. "I suppose a lot of things are." "We're heading south," Daniel said. He didn't know why he was telling them this. He didn't know why he was even considering taking on 3 more people when every mouth was another demand on supplies they didn't have enough of. But Josie was watching him and he could feel her evaluation. Not just of the strangers, but of him. Of what he would do. Of what kind of person he was going to be in this new world. "South is where we were trying to go," NK said. "Garrett's insisting there's a military checkpoint somewhere south. I think that's optimistic, but any direction away from Morgantown is an improvement." Daniel looked at the 3 of them. The woman, sharp, competent, already calculating. The kid, terrified, holding his sketchbook like a shield. The man, still performing normalcy, still tucking in his polo shirt. They were nothing he needed. They were nothing that would help him get to Lily faster. They were 3 more people to feed, to protect, to slow him down. "Get in the truck," he said. Josie's mouth did something that was almost a smile. The sleeper compartment of a Peterbilt 389 is designed for 1 person. With 6 people, 3 in the cab and 3 in the sleeper, it felt like a coffin designed by an optimist. Tommy sat on the bed with his back against the wall and his sketchbook open and his pencil moving in quick, light strokes. He was drawing the cab's interior, the dashboard, the sun visor, raised cap on the console, with a precision that seemed disconnected from his shaking hands. He drew the way some people bite their nails, compulsively for comfort, because the alternative was thinking. NK sat beside him with her legs folded under her, and the road atlas spread between them. She was doing what Daniel had spent the morning doing, tracing routes south, but with a systematic thoroughness that made his own efforts look like doodling. She had a pen and was marking roads with small notations. X for blocked, for unknown, check marks for possible. "Route 19 south to Fairmont," she said, loud enough for Daniel and Ray to hear over the engine. "From there we have options. Route 250 south to Elkins, then 219 to the Virginia border. Or we stay on 19 to Clarksburg and pick up 33 east to—" "I know the roads," Ray said. "I'm sure you do. I'm mapping contingencies. Contingencies. If Route A is blocked, what's Route B? If Route B is blocked, what's Route C? I don't like running into walls and then standing there." She looked up from the atlas. No offense to anyone's prior planning. None taken, Daniel said, though he felt some. Garrett had wedged himself into the space between the sleeper and the passenger seat, an awkward niche that accommodated his frame if he kept his knees bent and his elbows tucked. He had produced a small notebook from his pocket and was writing in it. A record, he explained, of events and observations, dates and times, for when things stabilize and there's a need for documentation. You think things are going to stabilize? Josie asked. Everything stabilizes eventually. That's the nature of systems, yeah, except when the system collapses. Even collapsed systems reach equilibrium. The equilibrium of a collapsed system is rubble, Garrett. Garrett opened his mouth, closed it, wrote something in his notebook. The afternoon wore on. They stopped twice for Ray to navigate around obstacles. An overturned tanker truck at a curve near Point Marion, and a roadblock made of stacked cars at the outskirts of a town whose name Daniel didn't catch. Both times Ray left the road and picked his way through fields and parking lots with the Peterbilt, the big truck lurching over uneven ground, the diesel engine bellowing. At the second stop, while Ray reconnoitered on foot, Daniel stood outside the truck and looked south. The mountains rose ahead of them, ridge after ridge, blue-gray in the distance, fading into a sky that was already darkening toward evening. The Appalachians. They stretched from Alabama to Maine, a wall of stone and forest and switchback roads that had separated the coastal east from the interior west, since before there was a country to have coasts or interiors, and now Daniel had to cross them with a truck full of strangers and a baseball bat and a promise he'd made to a dying woman on a staircase in the house where they'd once planned to grow old together. Hey! Tommy was standing beside him. The kid had come out of the truck quietly. He moved quietly, Daniel noticed, with the instinctive stealth of a person accustomed to being unnoticed. His sketchbook was under his arm. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he was working his jaw the way people do when they're trying not to cry. Hey, Daniel said. I don't really know anyone, and Tommy stopped, started again. This is really happening, right? I keep thinking I'm going to wake up. I keep thinking the alarm on my phone is going to go off, and I'm going to be late for another stop. His hands were shaking. Sorry, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm 19. He said it with the particular emphasis of someone who feels the number is both too large and too small for the moment they're in. I've never. Daniel recognized the drowning. He had seen it in students in his classroom. The moment when a 16-year-old realizes a problem is bigger than their toolkit. He had spent 14 years learning how to throw a rope to kids in that moment, not solving the problem but keeping them above water long enough to find their own footing. What's in the sketchbook? He asked. Tommy blinked. The question was unexpected enough to disrupt the spiral. Just drawings. I'm an art student, or I was going to be. I was visiting the campus, looking at the program, and then, can I see? Tommy hesitated. Then he opened the sketchbook. The pages were filled with quick, confident sketches. The truck's interior, the Dollar General parking lot, the road, the hills. But interspersed with these were older drawings, done in finer detail. A portrait of a woman with Tommy's curly hair and a kind face, a cat asleep on a windowsill, a row of Victorian houses. These are good, Daniel said and meant it. My mom always said that. Tommy's voice caught on Mom. He closed the sketchbook. She's in Wheeling. We don't know a lot of things right now. Yeah, but we know we're alive and we're moving. That's something. Tommy nodded. He didn't look convinced, but he'd stopped shaking, which was what Daniel had been aiming for. The kid went back to the truck and climbed into the sleeper, and within a minute his pencil was moving again, scratching on paper, documenting the world as it fell apart one careful line at a time. They found Dee at dusk. They had come down out of the hills and into the outskirts of Fairmont, West Virginia, a city of maybe 18,000 people, that sat at the confluence of the Monongahela River and its tributaries. A place of bridges and hillside streets and brick buildings with dates carved above their doors. Or it had been. Now it was dark and still, and the bridges were clogged with vehicles and the hillside streets held shapes that moved in the failing light. Ray had pulled the Peterbilt off the main road and onto a side street near the old downtown, looking for a way to skirt the city center. The streets here were narrow enough that the truck barely fit, its mirrors scraping the branches of trees that arched overhead, its headlights carving a tunnel of light through the dusk. There, NK said, pointing. A restaurant. Small, on a corner with a sign that read, La Cocina de Day, in hand-painted letters, above a door that was not only closed but barricaded. Chairs stacked against the glass, tables pushed against the chairs, and behind the barricade, light. Not electric light. Candlelight, flickering and warm, visible through the gaps in the furniture. Someone's in there, Daniel said. Someone alive, Josie added. Or someone who was alive when they lit the candles, Garrett contributed. Nobody thanked him for this observation. Ray stopped the truck. The engine idled. In the silence between the diesel's rumble, they could hear the sound of the city. Not alive exactly, but animate. The distant shuffling and vocalizing of things that moved through the streets with no destination and no purpose beyond the hunger that drove them. Daniel got out of the truck. He took the bat. He walked to the restaurant door and knocked. Nothing happened for a long moment. Then a voice. A woman's voice, sharp and suspicious, with an accent that placed her somewhere between Mexico City and West Texas. You infected? No. How many? 6. Armed? Daniel looked at the bat in his hand. Sort of. A pause. Then the sound of furniture being moved, heavy and deliberate. And the door opened 6 inches, and a face appeared in the gap. Round, brown, framed by dark hair, streaked with gray, and pulled back in a bun, secured by what appeared to be a chopstick. The woman's eyes were dark and sharp, and they inventoried Daniel in approximately 1 second. You look terrible, she said. I'm aware. The ones behind you, the truck, they're alive? Not bitten? Not sick? They're alive. She opened the door wider. Behind her, the restaurant was small and warm and smelled like food. Actual food, hot food. The smell of onions and garlic and chili and something else. Cumin, maybe. And Daniel's stomach clenched with the hunger he hadn't known was there until the smell unlocked it. I'm Dolores Castillo, the woman said. This is my restaurant. I've been cooking since yesterday because if I stop cooking, I'll start thinking about what's outside and I'd rather cook. You hungry? Daniel's eyes stung. It was a stupid reaction, childish, embarrassing, but the simple human offer of food, of warmth, of come inside, you're welcome here, hit something in him that the last 36 hours had exposed, a nerve that the violence and the loss and the road had stripped raw. Yeah, he said, we're hungry. Then come in, all of you, before the smell brings something we don't want. The restaurant's kitchen was small enough that Dee, she insisted on Dee, said Dolores was her mother, and her mother was in Oaxaca, and hopefully still alive. Moved through it with the efficiency of a person who had memorized every inch. She was 45, and built like someone who had spent decades on her feet over stoves. Sturdy, wide-hipped, with forearms like a mason's and hands that were calloused and scarred from years of hot pans and sharp knives. She fed them rice and beans and shredded pork that she'd been slow cooking since the day before, when the gas stove still worked. Before the gas cut out sometime that morning, and she'd finished the cooking over a fire she'd built in the alley from broken pallets and a sheet metal drum. The food was extraordinary, seasoned and rich and complex, and they ate it in the candlelit dining room at a table for 6 with their weapons on the floor beside their chairs, and the barricade back in place, and the sounds of the dead city filtering through the walls like a radio tuned to a station that played only one song. Nobody spoke during the meal. There is a specific silence that accompanies the first real food after deprivation. Not the silence of satisfaction, but the silence of recalibration. The body remembering that it is a thing that requires fuel, that operates on calories and nutrients, that cannot run on adrenaline and grief indefinitely. When they had finished, when the plates were pushed aside, and Josie was refilling their water glasses from a 5-gallon jug that Dee had filled from the tap before the pressure died, Daniel told Dee what they knew: the virus, the cities, the bridges, the plan to go south. Dee listened the way she cooked, with complete attention, wasting nothing, processing every ingredient. When Daniel finished, she said, "My husband was bitten on Monday. He came home from work with it already happening. He worked at the Walmart distribution center, and someone collapsed on the floor, and when they tried to help," she paused. Her hand went to the counter, and she placed it flat. steadying herself against something invisible. He came home and told me, and I could see it in his eyes, the way they were changing, and he said, "Dee, you know what you need to do." And I said I didn't, and he said I did. And I did. She said this without tears. She said it the way a person says something they have rehearsed until the words no longer connect to the feeling behind them. Not because the feeling is gone, but because the words have been worn smooth by repetition, polished into something that can be held without cutting. "Kitchen knife," she added. "I use my best one. Japanese steel, 12 inches. It was sharp. He didn't. It was fast." Nobody spoke. "I'm coming with you," Dee said. "I don't know where you're going, and I don't care. There's nothing left here for me. I can cook, I can keep people alive on nothing. You have no idea what I can do with a can of beans and some wild onions, and I have 2 things you need." She went behind the counter and came back with a duffel bag. She unzipped it. Inside, a shotgun, pump action, well-maintained, a box of shells, and a machete. "My husband's," she said. "He kept them in the truck for when he went hunting, which he did exactly once a year and complained about for the other 364 days. I know how to use the shotgun. I'm better with the machete." She zipped the bag. "Also, I have 120 pounds of canned and dry food in the pantry that I've been packing since yesterday. We'll need a way to get it to your truck." Garrett started to say something. NK put her hand on his arm, and he stopped. "Welcome to whatever this is," Daniel said. "Don't make it a thing," Dee said. "Just help me carry the cans." They loaded the truck in darkness, moving between the restaurant and the Peterbilt in quick, silent trips, carrying boxes and bags and a cooler of the last fresh meat, pressed together against the night like a chain of paper dolls. The infected were present. They could hear them on the next block, the shuffle and murmur of bodies moving through streets they'd walked when they were alive. But the darkness and the quiet kept them at distance, and Ray had positioned the truck with its nose pointed toward the exit road, ready to move. The sleeper compartment, already cramped with 6, became a logistical puzzle with 7. Dee took charge of the reorganization with the same imperious efficiency she brought to her kitchen, stacking supplies, assigning seating positions, folding blankets into cushions, transforming the compartment from a space designed for one trucker's nap into something that resembled a small, mobile apartment. "You," she said, pointing at Garrett, who was trying to claim the most comfortable spot. "Back corner. And if you snore, I will smother you with a pillow." Garrett moved to the back corner. At 9:17 p.m., they were loaded, fueled. Ray had siphoned diesel from a delivery truck parked behind the restaurant and ready to move. Ray started the engine. The Peterbilt rumbled to life, and the sound of it, the deep, mechanical growl, seemed to push the darkness back, seemed to carve a space in the hostile night that was theirs, that belonged to the living. They rolled south out of Fairmont in the dark, headlights cutting the mountain road, 7 people in a truck built for one, carrying enough food for a week and enough questions for a lifetime. Daniel sat in the passenger seat with his phone plugged into the truck's auxiliary charger, trying Lily's number every 10 minutes. All circuits busy. All circuits busy. All circuits busy. The phone screen glowed in the dark cab, and the last text from his daughter sat there like a wound that wouldn't close. "Dad, something bad is happening. Mrs. Patterson says, stay inside. I'm scared." He pressed his forehead against the cold window and watched the mountains pass and promised her, silently, across 250 miles of broken roads and dead cities, and the things that walked between them, that he was coming. Night driving through the West Virginia mountains was an act of faith. The road was 2 lanes with no center line, twisting through valleys that the headlights illuminated in fragments, a guardrail, a tree trunk, a stretch of asphalt that curved away into blackness. Ray drove with the focused intensity of a man piloting a submarine through a minefield, his eyes never leaving the road, his hands making constant small adjustments to the wheel as the truck navigated curves that had been designed for vehicles a third its size. The others slept or tried to. Josie was the first to manage it, curled on the sleeper bed with her backpack as a pillow and her hand resting on the tire iron beside her. Tommy was next, propped against the wall with his sketchbook still open on his lap, his pencil having drawn a line across the page as his hand went slack. NK sat awake with the road atlas and a penlight, marking routes, calculating distances, her smartwatch tapping against the page every time she turned it. Garrett snored. Dee, true to her word, hit him with a pillow. Daniel stayed awake, not by choice. His body begged for sleep, his eyes burning, his limbs heavy with the accumulated exhaustion of a day that had started with grading papers and ended with burying his ex-wife and driving through a field of corpses. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw Rebecca's face in the moment before it changed. The moment when she was still entirely her, still sharp and skeptical and braver than him, and then the moment after, when she wasn't, and the bat in his hands, and the sound it made. So he stayed awake. He watched the road. He watched the mountains appear and disappear in the headlights, like something being revealed and then retracted, shown and then hidden. A world that was still there but no longer his. "You should sleep," Ray said. "Can't." That wasn't a suggestion. "You're no good to your daughter if you collapse." "I know, but you can't sleep." "No." Ray nodded. He was quiet for a mile, the engine's growl filling the silence. Then he said, "I've got a daughter too. Did I mention that?" "Cassie. She's 28, lives in Nashville, waitresses at a place called the Bluebird Cafe, which is apparently famous, though I've never been because she's invited me 3 times. And I've canceled 3 times because of halls I couldn't miss." Daniel waited. "I've been thinking about those 3 cancellations since yesterday morning. 3 times she said, 'Come visit Dad,' and 3 times I said, 'Next month, Cass. I've got a run to Denver, a run to Memphis, a run to wherever.'" He adjusted his grip on the wheel. "You know what I was hauling when this started? Paper towels, not medicine, not food, not anything that mattered. Paper towels. And I chose paper towels over my daughter's invitation 3 separate times. You didn't know." "That's right, I didn't know. Nobody ever knows. That's the whole point." He glanced at Daniel. "You're going to find your girl. I'm going to help you find her. And when we do, you're going to hug her so hard she complains about it. And you're going to keep hugging her anyway. And then, maybe, if the roads hold and the world doesn't end all the way, I'll keep going south to Nashville and find mine." Daniel's throat tightened. He didn't trust his voice, so he nodded. "Now sleep," Ray said. "I'll wake you if something tries to eat us." Daniel leaned his head against the window. The glass was cold. The engine rumbled. The mountains unspooled in the darkness like the spine of a sleeping animal, rising and falling, and somewhere ahead, at the end of a road he couldn't see, his daughter was waiting. He slept. He dreamed of paper ghosts, twisting on a porch, in a wind that smelled like October, and the end of everything. He woke to the sound of Ray cursing. This was notable because, in the approximately 10 hours Daniel had known Raymond Pratt, the man had not cursed once. He had described the apocalypse, driven through a crowd of the dead, and discussed his regrets about his daughter with the measured language of a man who believed in choosing his words carefully. Ray did not curse. Ray said Lord and heck, and once, memorably, "Well, that's inconvenient," when a stalled semi blocked an entire intersection. Now Ray was saying words that Daniel hadn't heard combined in that particular order, and the truck was stopped, and the headlights illuminated something that Daniel's sleep-blurred eyes couldn't immediately parse. "What?" He sat up. His neck ached. The dashboard clock read 3:47 a.m. "Roadblock," Ray said. "Not infected." Daniel blinked until his vision cleared. Ahead of them, the road was blocked by 2 vehicles, a pickup truck and a sedan, parked nose to nose across both lanes. Behind the vehicles, visible in the Peterbilt's headlights, stood 4 figures. They were alive. They were armed. One of them stepped forward, a man tall with a shaved head that gleamed in the light, wearing a reflective vest over a heavy jacket. He carried a rifle, not pointed at them, but not pointed away from them either, held at an angle that said, "This could go either direction." "This is where it starts," Josie said from the sleeper. She was awake, and her voice had the flat, prepared quality of someone who had been expecting this moment since the beginning. "The living ones." The man with the shaved head raised a hand, a stop gesture, authoritative, practiced. He walked toward the truck. "Cut the engine," he called. His voice was deep and carried the easy command of a person accustomed to being obeyed. "Step out where we can see you." "How many in the vehicle?" Ray looked at Daniel. Daniel looked at the bat beside his seat. 7 people in a truck against 4 people with guns. The math was not encouraging. "Could drive through them," Ray said very quietly. "The blockade's 2 cars. I can push them." "And if they shoot?" "The cab's got some plating. Not bulletproof, but there are people in the sleeper." Ray's jaw worked. "Yeah." The man with the shaved head was 20 feet away now, and 2 of the figures behind the cars had moved to flanking positions with their weapons raised. The 4th was doing something on a radio. "Engine off," the man repeated. "Hands visible. Let's make this easy." Daniel opened his door. He stepped down from the cab with his hands up and his heart hammering, and the October mountain air cold against his face. The man with the shaved head looked him over. The history teacher in jeans and a canvas jacket, unarmed, unremarkable, standing in the headlights of a stolen truck on a West Virginia mountain road at 4 in the morning at the end of the world. "Name's Kurt Neville," the man said. "You're on our road. There's a toll." And the night got longer. The toll was half their food, all their ammunition, and the choice to accept it or die on a mountain road in West Virginia at 4 in the morning. Kurt Neville laid it out the way a man lays out terms he's offered before. Practiced, patient, with the easy confidence of someone who holds every card and knows it. He stood in the Peterbilt's headlights with his rifle resting in the crook of his arm and his reflective vest catching the light. So he looked like some grotesque crossing guard for the end of the world. And he explained the situation. "This road is ours. Has been since yesterday. We've got 12 people at a camp about a mile east of here. Families mostly. And we're keeping them alive by controlling what comes through this valley. That means nothing comes through without contributing. You contribute, you pass. You don't contribute, you turn around." "And if we can't turn around?" Daniel asked. He was standing in the road with his hands still raised, the October mountain cold seeping through his canvas jacket, and behind him, the truck's engine ticked in the silence. "Then we have a problem." Neville said it without menace. He said it the way a mechanic tells you the brake line is shot, as a statement of fact, regrettable but non-negotiable. "Look, I don't want trouble. You don't want trouble. Nobody wants trouble. Trouble is what happens when people can't agree, and I find that most people can agree when the terms are fair. Half our food isn't fair. Half your food is the price of the road. The alternative is 60 miles of backtracking through territory. I can guarantee you hasn't been cleared because we cleared this stretch ourselves. Lost a man doing it. So the toll isn't just for the asphalt, it's for the work." One of the flanking figures shifted. A woman Daniel could see now, younger than Neville, with a hunting rifle held with the loose familiarity of someone who'd grown up with one. The other flanker was a man with a shotgun and a nervous energy that made Daniel's skin crawl, the weapon moving in small arcs as the man's eyes darted between the truck and the road and the dark tree line. "The nervous one worries me," Josie said from the passenger window. She said it quietly, pitched for Daniel's ears only, but the mountain air carried sound. Neville heard. He glanced at the nervous man. "Eddie, put the barrel down." Eddie put the barrel down, mostly. "Here's what's going to happen," Neville continued. "You're going to open your vehicle and show us what you're carrying. We're going to take a fair share. Then you're going to drive through this valley and out the other side, and we're never going to see each other again. This isn't a robbery. This is a toll. There's a difference." The difference being the number of syllables, NK said. She had come out of the truck's sleeper and was standing on the road behind Daniel, her arms crossed, her smartwatch catching a glint of headlight. Her voice was the controlled, precise voice of a woman who had spent her career in conference rooms, where the stakes were contractual rather than mortal, but the dynamics were similar. Neville looked at her. His expression shifted, not hostile, but recalculating. He was a man accustomed to dealing with frightened travelers, not calm ones. "Ma'am, I understand it feels like 4 people with guns are stopping 7 unarmed people on a road in the middle of the night and demanding their supplies. How it feels and what it is are the same thing. NK, Daniel said. I'm stating facts. She's stating facts, Neville agreed. And the facts include 4 guns and a reality where I don't need your permission. So, let's move past the negotiation theater and get to the part where everyone goes home alive. The mountain pressed in around them. The darkness beyond the headlights was total. Not the darkness of a city at night, where ambient light bleeds upward and the sky retains a gray pallor, but the absolute darkness of a place where human light has never been more than a temporary intrusion. Things moved in that darkness. Not all of them were wind. Daniel turned to the truck. Ray was watching from the driver's seat, his hands on the wheel, his face unreadable. Through the sleeper window, Daniel could see the others. Tommy pressed against the glass, his face pale, Garrett somewhere behind him. Dee's outline still, watchful. Show them, Daniel said. Dan, Josie started. Show them. Half the food, none of the medical supplies. And we keep the weapons. Neville considered this. His jaw moved, chewing something, gum maybe, or just the inside of his cheek. The medical supplies I can let go, but I want the shotgun. The shotgun stays with us. One weapon, then. The shotgun, or I take a look at what else you've got. Daniel felt the negotiation narrowing, compressing into a corridor where every step forward meant a step lost, where getting through this roadblock meant arriving at the next challenge diminished, lighter, less capable of surviving whatever waited on the other side. This was the new economy, not dollars and market forces, but calories and ammunition, measured out on a dark road by a man in a reflective vest who had decided that control of a mountain pass made him a nation. D, Daniel called toward the truck. Give them 30 cans. Your choice which 30. A pause. Then the sleeper door opened and Dee climbed down with the rigid posture of a woman, restraining herself from violence through an act of will. She walked to the back of the truck and began pulling cans from the supply boxes, choosing with deliberate care, selecting the foods that were easiest to replace, the ones with the lowest caloric density, the beans instead of the meat, the vegetables instead of the protein. She stacked them on the road in rows. Neville watched her with something approaching respect. You know your provisions. I know what feeds people and what fills people. There's a difference. She echoed his earlier phrasing with a knife's edge of mockery. You're getting fill. The feed stays with us. Fair enough. The woman with the hunting rifle came forward and began loading the cans into a plastic bin. The nervous man, Eddie, stayed at his post, his eyes still moving, his trigger discipline still questionable. Daniel watched his food disappear into the bin and thought about Lily, about the distance still to cover, about the calories now subtracted from their journey. Each can was a meal. Each meal was a day. Each day was a measure of how long they could keep moving before the math turned against them. Neville extended his hand when it was done. Daniel did not take it. No hard feelings, Neville said, lowering his hand. You'll understand someday. When you've got people depending on you and the supply chain is a memory, you'll do the same thing. I won't. Neville smiled. It was not a cruel smile. It was the smile of a man who has heard the same protest before and knows the ending. You will. Everyone does. He stepped aside. The woman and Eddie moved the blockade vehicles apart, opening a gap wide enough for the Peterbilt. Ray put the truck in gear and they rolled through, and Kurt Neville and his toll station disappeared into the darkness behind them like a fever dream. Except for the 30 missing cans and the knowledge, settling into Daniel's gut like a stone, that the living were going to be worse than the dead. Dawn came over the mountains in layers. First, a gray lightening of the sky's eastern edge, then a thin line of gold along the ridge tops. Then the slow flood of color that turned the trees from black shapes to the impossible reds and oranges and yellows of October in the Appalachians. The beauty of it was obscene. The world had no right to be this beautiful when it was dying. They had been driving for 2 hours since the roadblock. The road had narrowed further, becoming something that felt less like a state route and more like a suggestion. Cracked asphalt, no shoulders, switchbacks that required Ray to brake and reverse, and approach again at sharper angles. The Peterbilt groaning through turns that tested the limits of its wheelbase. But the road was empty. No vehicles, no infected, no roadblocks. Just mountains and trees, and the occasional house set back from the road with dark windows and no signs of life. "Where are we?" Daniel asked. NK answered from the sleeper, where she'd been tracking their progress with the atlas and a watch. "Somewhere between Philippi and Elkins, Route 250 south. We've covered maybe 80 miles since Pittsburgh." 80 miles in, 18 hours? About that. At this rate, Virginia's a week away. At this rate, a lot of things. Daniel unfolded the atlas on his lap. The lines of roads and the dots of towns looked abstract, theoretical. A map of a country that no longer functioned as the map described it. Roads that were drawn as solid lines might be blocked, destroyed, occupied. Towns that appeared as named dots might be graveyards, armed camps, or empty shells. The map was a document from another world, as useful and as obsolete as a phone book. "We need fuel," Ray said. He tapped the gauge. The needle had moved noticeably since Fairmont, the Peterbilt's diesel appetite consuming their reserves at a rate that transformed the 150-gallon tank from a comfort to a countdown. "This terrain is killing my mileage. Mountain roads, low gear, constant braking. I'm getting maybe 4 miles to the gallon. How far can we go? At this rate, 200 more miles, maybe 250 if I find some flatter road. Natural Bridge is about 200 miles from here. Then we need to find fuel before then, because I'd rather not arrive on fumes." The conversation was interrupted by Tommy, who had been sitting in the sleeper with his sketchbook, but had moved to the gap between the seats, wedging himself into the space Garrett usually occupied. His face had the green-white pallor of someone fighting nausea, and his eyes kept going to the road ahead and then away, as though looking at it for too long would make it real in a way he couldn't handle. "I need to stop," he said. "I'm going to be sick." Ray pulled over at the next wide spot, a gravel turnout overlooking a valley that dropped away in a cascade of fall color and morning mist. Tommy scrambled out and vomited behind a guardrail. Josie followed him, not touching, just standing near, the way she might stand near a frightened animal, close enough to be reassuring, far enough to not crowd. The rest of them got out and stretched. The mountain air was cold and clean and smelled like pine and wet leaves and the faintest trace of wood smoke from somewhere in the valley below. Daniel stood at the guardrail and looked south. The mountains unfolded in ridge after ridge, blue-green fading to blue-gray, fading to blue, and somewhere beyond them was Virginia and Lily, and the reason he was standing on a mountain in West Virginia with a stolen truck and a dwindling supply of food. Garrett stood beside him. The insurance adjuster had been quiet since the roadblock, his notebook put away, his usual commentary silenced. He stood with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders hunched against the cold, and an expression on his face that Daniel hadn't seen before. Not the performative optimism, not the reflex toward normalcy, but something raw and disarranged, like a house with the furniture shoved against the walls. "I keep doing the math," Garrett said. "What math?" "The actuarial math. It's what I did. Risk assessment. Probability of outcomes based on available data." He spoke without looking at Daniel, his eyes fixed on the valley. "I keep running the numbers on this, on all of this. And the numbers are," he stopped, swallowed. "If 10% of the population is infected in the first 48 hours, and the infection doubles every 12 hours, and the infrastructure fails in cascading sequence, power first, then water, then communications, then supply chains. The math says total societal collapse within 2 weeks. Complete breakdown of organized response within a month. Garrett, the math says we're not driving through a crisis. We're driving through the first chapter of a very long story that doesn't have a good ending for most of the people in it." Daniel turned to look at him. Garrett's face was doing something complicated. Muscles pulling in different directions, the effort of maintaining composure, visible in the tension around his eyes and the set of his jaw. This was a man whose entire professional life had been built on the premise that risk could be quantified and managed, that the future was a probability distribution rather than a cliff, and that premise had just been demolished. The math also says you can't predict individual outcomes from population data, Daniel said. You can say that 70% of a group will do X, but you can't say which 70%. Garrett looked at him. I'm a history teacher, Daniel said. History is full of people who beat the math. History is full of survivorship bias. Same thing. A sound from the valley below, distant, directionless. The murmur of movement, of bodies passing through space. They couldn't see anything from this height, but the sound rose through the trees like heat, a vibration more felt than heard, and they both turned from the guardrail. We should go, Daniel said. Yes, Garrett agreed. We should. They found fuel 20 miles south of Elkins, in a place that was not a town, but had once aspired to be one. A cluster of buildings at a crossroads. A gas station with a convenience store, a post office the size of a shed, a clapboard church with a steeple that tilted 7 degrees east of vertical, and 3 houses arranged around a gravel lot like wagons in a circle. The gas station sign read, Carl's Gas and Bait, and the pumps were the old kind, mechanical, with analog dials and hand-crank nozzles that predated electronic payment systems, which meant they might still work without power. Diesel pump on the right, Ray said, pulling the Peterbilt alongside it. The truck shuddered to a stop and the engine went quiet, and the mountain silence flooded in. Birds, wind, the creak of the tilting steeple, and underneath it all, the vast, indifferent quiet of a place where human noise had stopped. I'll check the pumps, Ray said. Daniel, check the store. Josie, you're with Daniel. Everyone else stays in the truck. I can help, NK said. You can help by staying in the truck and watching the road. Someone needs to see trouble coming. NK didn't argue. She climbed into the cab and positioned herself at the windshield with the road atlas folded open to their location, already marking the crossroads, already thinking 3 moves ahead. The gas station's door was unlocked. Daniel pushed it open with the bat, and the smell hit him. Stale air, old coffee, the synthetic fruit scent of air freshener, fighting a losing battle against mildew. The store was intact. Whoever had run Carl's Gas and Bait had either left in good order or hadn't left at all, and the shelves held their inventory with the dutiful patience of objects waiting for customers who would never come. Josie moved through the aisles with purpose, grabbing without hesitation, bottled water from the cooler, its contents warm now but potable, granola bars, beef jerky, a jar of peanut butter, a box of powdered donuts, 2 rolls of toilet paper, a bottle of ibuprofen, a first aid kit that was cheap and insufficient, and still better than nothing, 3 lighters, a pack of batteries, a road map of West Virginia. Daniel stood at the counter. Behind it, on a pegboard, hung flashlights and multi-tools and fishing lures and a single item that stopped him. A hunting knife, 6-inch blade, leather sheath, price tag. Reading $34.99, and he took it. He strapped the sheath to his belt. The weight of it against his hip was unfamiliar and solid and changed his posture in a way he noticed. A slight squaring of the shoulders, a readjustment of his center of gravity, as though the knife had opinions about how he should carry himself. That suits you, Josie said. She was watching from the end of the aisle, arms full of supplies, her expression unreadable. I was never a knife person. You're a knife person now. Through the store's front window, Daniel could see Ray at the diesel pump, working the hand crank. The old mechanical pump was cooperating. Fuel was flowing. The analog dial spinning. The underground tank yielding its contents, with the dumb reliability of pre-digital infrastructure. Ray pumped with steady rhythmic strokes, filling the Peterbilt's tanks, and his face held the focused satisfaction of a man performing a task he understood in a world that had become incomprehensible. Daniel, Josie's voice had changed, dropped. Back of the store, he turned. Josie was standing at the end of the far aisle, near the door marked Employees Only, and she was looking at the floor. He walked to her and looked down and saw it. Blood. A lot of it. Not sprayed or splattered, but pooled. A dark, congealed lake that had spread from the base of the door and soaked into the linoleum in a shape that Daniel's mind, against his will, tried to interpret as a map, a continent, an abstract painting in the gallery of the end of the world. "The door's closed," Josie said, "but not locked." They stood on either side of the door, Daniel with the bat, Josie with the tire iron. The silence behind the door was complete, but it was a silence with weight, the silence of a room that contained something. "On three," Daniel whispered. "Two," Josie said and pushed the door open. The back room was small, a stockroom, shelves of inventory, a desk with a computer that would never turn on again, and Carl. Or what remained of Carl, identifiable by the name tag on his polo shirt and by very little else. He sat in a chair behind the desk with the back of his head blown out, and a shotgun in his lap and a note on the desk that was too blood-soaked to read. Carl had opted out. Josie crossed to him without hesitation, checked the shotgun, a Remington 870, pump action, 3 shells remaining in the tube, and took it. She ejected each shell, inspected them, reloaded. Her hands were steady. Her face was the face of a woman who had spent her career making clinical assessments of damaged bodies and had simply expanded the definition. "We need the shells," she said, "and anything else back here that's useful. Check the shelves." Daniel checked the shelves. More inventory. Cigarettes, which would be trade goods, energy drinks, warm but caffeinated. A case of bottled water they'd missed, and a box of road flares. He took it all. He did not look at Carl again. They carried the supplies to the truck. Ray had finished fueling. The tank was full, the gauge confirming what the analog dial had promised. And the Peterbilt's diesel heart was once again sufficiently fed to carry them south. They loaded in silence. NK noted the time and fuel level in the Atlas margin. Tommy drew the gas station from memory, capturing the tilting steeple and the empty pumps with quick, sure lines. Garrett saw the shotgun in Josie's hands and opened his mouth and closed it and opened it again and said, "Where did—" "Don't ask," Josie said. He didn't ask. They drove south through the morning and into the afternoon, and the mountains deepened around them, like the walls of a maze, each ridge higher and more forested than the last, the road narrowing until it felt less like a path through the landscape, and more like a concession the landscape had grudgingly made. Route 250 gave way to Route 33, which wound east toward the Virginia border through a section of the Monongahela National Forest that was, even by West Virginia standards, profoundly empty. The emptiness was a comfort and a threat. It meant no infected. They hadn't seen one since the horde outside Pittsburgh. But it also meant no information, no resources, no contact with whatever remained of organized human society. The battery-powered radio produced static on AM and FM bands. The ham frequencies yielded occasional bursts of voice, fragments, disconnected, overlapping. "Anyone at Fort Detrick? This is civilian station. Roanoke is gone. Repeat. Roanoke is not airborne. I repeat. The pathogen is not airborne. Transmission requires—" If you can hear this, the evac point at Greenbrier is still— NK sat in the sleeper with the radio pressed to her ear, transcribing fragments into the Atlas margins, building a mosaic of information from the shards the airwaves provided. After 2 hours, she had assembled a picture that was incomplete but coherent enough to share. "Here's what I can piece together," she said, leaning forward between the seats. The outbreak started simultaneously in multiple U.S. cities. Not a natural spread pattern, more like coordinated release. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Richmond, Charlotte, Atlanta, all hit within the same 12-hour window. The pathogen is confirmed bite-transmitted only, not airborne, not waterborne. The CDC called it a modified Lissa virus, but the ham operators are calling it something else. Lazarus, variant L, the Rays. Take your pick. Coordinated release means, Daniel started, it means someone did this on purpose. Or it was an accident at a facility with multiple distribution nodes. I heard one operator saying something about a pharmaceutical company, Meridian Biosystems, but the signal cut out before I got details. Meridian Biosystems. The name meant nothing to Daniel. He filed it away. More importantly, NK continued, there are still functioning military and civilian refuges. I heard references to the Greenbrier. That's the old resort in White Sulphur Springs with the Cold War bunker. Someone said it's being used as a government continuity site. And there's mention of civilian safe zones at several National Guard armories, though the status of those is unclear. How far is the Greenbrier from here? Josie asked. About 100 miles south. It's almost on our route. South through Pocahontas County, then east toward Virginia. That could be fuel, supplies, information, Ray said. Maybe even communication. Satellite phones, military comms. You could reach your daughter. The possibility landed in Daniel's chest like a physical blow. The sudden dizzy hope of hearing Lily's voice, of knowing she was alive, of telling her he was coming. He gripped the dashboard with both hands and breathed through it. It could also be a military lockdown that won't let us through, NK said. Or it could already be overrun. The fragment I heard was from several hours ago. Things change fast. Everything changes fast now, Dee said from the sleeper, where she had been quietly inventorying their reduced food supply and making calculations that Daniel didn't want to hear the results of. But food doesn't change fast. Food stays gone. And with what those toll road people took from us, we're at 6 days of rations for 7 people. 5 days if anyone wants to eat like an actual human being instead of a hibernating bear. We push for the Greenbrier, Daniel said. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, we keep going south. Nobody disagreed. In the mathematics of survival, a possible refuge on your route beats a certain void in any direction. The town of Durban, West Virginia appeared at 2:17 p.m. like an afterthought. A handful of buildings at the junction of 2 mountain roads, set in a narrow valley where the Greenbrier River ran shallow and cold over a bed of rounded stones. A railroad depot, a post office, a general store, 2 churches, and a scattering of houses that clung to the hillsides, with the tenacity of structures built by people who had chosen to live where geography suggested they shouldn't. It was empty, not ransacked, not burned, not overrun. Empty. Doors closed, windows intact, cars in driveways with keys, probably still in the ignitions. The people of Durban, however many there had been, a few hundred at most, had simply left. Where they'd gone and whether they'd arrived was a question the empty streets didn't answer. Stop here, Dee said. We need to cook. We've been eating cold cans and jerky for 2 days, and cold food doesn't keep people going the way hot food does. I need a stove or a fire and 20 minutes. We don't have 20 minutes, Daniel said. You don't have a choice. Look at that kid. She pointed at Tommy, who was asleep in the sleeper with his head at an angle that would produce a neck ache when he woke, and his sketchbook clutched to his chest like a stuffed animal. Look at all of you. You're running on adrenaline, and adrenaline has an expiration date. A hot meal isn't a luxury. It's the difference between people who can function and people who make mistakes, and mistakes out here. She drew a finger across her throat. Ray pulled into the parking lot of the general store. The building was single-story, wood-framed, with a covered porch and rocking chairs that sat in a row like an audience waiting for a performance. The sign above the door read, Highland Mercantile, EST, 1923. They established a routine, one they would repeat in variations for weeks. Ray stayed with the truck. NK took the radio and positioned herself where she could watch the road. Daniel and Josie cleared the building. Through the front door, room by room, bat and tire iron. And now the hunting knife and the Remington, checking corners, checking closets, checking the places where things could hide. The store was clean. It was also better stocked than Carl's gas and bait, canned goods, dry goods, bottled water, a back room with tools and camping supplies, and a propane stove still in its box. Dee claimed the stove immediately, setting it up on the store's porch with the proprietary efficiency of a chef reclaiming her kitchen. Within 10 minutes, she had rice cooking and beans heating, and was dicing a can of Spam into cubes that she fried in a battered pan she'd brought from her restaurant. And the smell of cooking food drifted through the empty town like a signal flare of civilization. They sat on the porch and ate, 7 people in rocking chairs on the porch of a general store in an empty mountain town, eating rice and beans and fried Spam off paper plates. And for 20 minutes the world was almost bearable. Garrett ate with his eyes closed, not savoring exactly, processing. He ate the way a machine refuels, mechanically without pleasure, the food going in because his body demanded it. When he finished, he set his plate down and pulled out his notebook and wrote for a long time, his pen moving with an urgency that suggested he was recording not events, but emotions, getting them out of his head and onto paper, where they could be contained. "You're going to run out of pages," NK said. "I brought 3 notebooks." He didn't look up. "When those run out, I'll write smaller." "What are you writing?" "Everything. Dates, times, locations, events, observations about infrastructure condition, population displacement patterns, resource distribution." "You're writing an insurance report about the apocalypse." Garrett stopped writing. He looked at NK with an expression that was, for the first time, something other than nervous or deflecting or performing. It was hurt. Genuinely, nakedly hurt. The way a person looks when something they care about is dismissed. "I'm writing a record," he said, "because someday, someone is going to need to know what happened, how it happened, what we did and didn't do. And everyone's going to have their version. The dramatic version, the heroic version, the self-serving version. I'm writing the boring version, the one with dates and times and numbers, the one that's true." NK held his gaze for a moment. Then she nodded. "Fair enough." "Fair enough," Garrett repeated, and went back to writing. Daniel sat in his rocking chair with his plate balanced on his knee and watched the empty street and listened to the river and felt the hot food settling in his stomach with a warmth that was physical and emotional simultaneously, the basic human comfort of a meal shared with others, and he allowed himself, for the first time in 48 hours, to think about something other than the next mile. He thought about Lily, not the panicked, desperate thoughts that had driven him since the outbreak, the fear, the urgency, the animal need to reach her, but the quiet, detailed memories that existed before all of this. Lily at 7, losing her first tooth and putting it under her pillow, with a note that read, "Dear Tooth Fairy, I want cash, not presents. I have enough presents." Lily at 9, announcing at dinner that she had decided to become a marine biologist, a decision that lasted approximately 3 weeks, before being replaced by architect, then veterinarian, then professional soccer player. Lily at 11, the year of the divorce, when she had gone quiet in a way that frightened Daniel more than any outburst would have. A stillness, a watching, as though she was studying her parents' failure from a distance, cataloging it for future reference. She was 12 now. 12 and on a school trip and scared and unreachable. And somewhere between this porch and Natural Bridge, Virginia, there was a path to her, and he was going to find it. His phone buzzed. He stared at it. It had been plugged into a portable battery that Josie had found at the gas station, and the screen was showing something it hadn't shown in 2 days. A single bar of signal. He opened his messages and typed with fingers that were suddenly clumsy and thick. "Lily, coming. Stay where you are. Stay inside. Coming. I love you." He hit send. The message sat in the outbox for an agonizing 10 seconds. The little progress circle spinning, and then the screen changed. Delivered. His breath caught. He waited, stared at the screen, willed the 3 dots of a typing response to appear. 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. The signal bar flickered and disappeared, and the phone returned to its state of useless isolation. But the message had gone through, it had been delivered. And somewhere in Virginia, his daughter's phone had received the words, "Coming." And even if she hadn't read them yet, they existed. They were there. A promise embedded in the network's dying synapses. Did it go through? Josie was watching him from the next chair. "Yeah. Good." She didn't say anything else. She didn't need to. She understood, in the way she understood most things, that some moments are complete in themselves and do not require commentary. They left Durban at 3:40 p.m. and drove south into country that grew wilder and emptier with every mile. The Greenbrier River Valley narrowed. The mountains pressed closer. The trees, hemlock, spruce, the last hardwoods still clinging to their October color, arched over the road and turned the afternoon light into something green and submarine, filtered and dim, as though they were driving through water rather than air. Route 28 South was a road that existed because the valley existed, following the river's path with the passive obedience of a line drawn by someone tracing a contour on a map. It curved and climbed and descended and curved again, and the Peterbilt navigated it with increasing difficulty, Ray's jaw tightening at each switchback, his hands making corrections that were less casual and more forced. We're pushing the limits of what this rig can do, he said. These roads are built for pickup trucks and logging equipment, not a Class 8 tractor. Can we keep going? I can keep going. The question is whether the road can keep going with me on it. One soft shoulder, one washout, one bridge that won't hold the weight, and we're done. What's the alternative? Find a smaller vehicle, leave the truck. The suggestion hung in the cab. The Peterbilt had become more than transportation. It was shelter, storage, fortress, the physical manifestation of their collective survival. Leaving it felt like leaving a piece of their identity. The shell that had carried them through the first days and into whatever this was becoming. Not yet, Daniel said. Not yet, Ray agreed. But soon. At 4:55 p.m., they came around a bend and found the bridge. It was a small bridge, a single-span concrete deck over a tributary of the Greenbrier, maybe 40 feet long, with a weight limit sign that read 15 tons. The Peterbilt, without its trailer, weighed approximately 20. Ray stopped the truck. He got out and walked to the bridge and stood on it and looked at it with the diagnostic gaze of a man who had spent his life moving heavy things across infrastructure that wasn't always up to the task. He walked its length, stopping to examine the supports, the deck surface, the guardrails. He came back to the truck. It'll hold, he said. Probably. Probably? I've crossed worse. The deck's solid. The abutments are good. The supports show some spalling, but nothing structural. The 15-ton rating is conservative. These old mountain bridges were overbuilt by engineers who assumed the worst. And if they assumed right, then we get wet. The tributary below was shallow, maybe 4 feet deep, running fast over rocks. But the drop from the bridge was 15 feet, and a 40,000-pound truck falling 15 feet into a riverbed would not be something they walked away from. Everyone out, Ray said. Walk across. I'll take the truck. They got out. Daniel, Josie, NK, Tommy, Garrett, Dee, all of them walking across the bridge on foot, their footsteps echoing on the concrete, the river visible through gaps in the guardrail, cold and clear and indifferent. They stood on the far side and watched as Ray put the Peterbilt in its lowest gear and eased it forward. The bridge groaned. It was not a dramatic sound, not a crack or a snap or a scream of failing material. It was a groan, deep and structural, the sound of concrete and steel accepting a burden they were capable of bearing but unhappy about. The truck crept forward. The bridge groaned again. Something in the support structure shifted with a pop that was felt more than heard, a vibration in the deck that ran through the rock of the hillside and into the soles of their shoes on the far bank. Ray drove. His speed was constant, 5 miles per hour, steady, no acceleration, no braking, just the slow, inexorable transit of mass across a span that was having a conversation with its own structural limits. The truck reached the midpoint. The groaning intensified. A hairline crack appeared in the deck surface, running from the right guardrail to the center line, and Tommy made a sound that was not quite a word. Then the front wheels were on solid ground, and the rear wheels followed, and the truck was across, and the bridge stood behind them, cracked and groaning, still but standing. And Ray stopped the truck and sat with his hands on the wheel and his eyes closed for 5 full seconds before opening them and saying, "I hate bridges." They loaded back in. The bridge had cost them nothing but 10 minutes and a year off their collective lifespans. But it had also made something clear. The Peterbilt's days on mountain roads were numbered. Sooner or later, and probably sooner, they would encounter a bridge or a turn or a grade that the truck couldn't manage. And then they would be on foot, and on foot in the Appalachian Mountains, with infected in the valleys, and winter approaching was a death sentence with better scenery. "We need another vehicle," NK said. Not as a suggestion, but as a statement of conclusion, the way a programmer declares a variable. "Yeah," Daniel said, "we do." They found the vehicles at a campground 3 miles south of the bridge. The campground had no name on the map, or if it did, it was too small to print. A gravel access road led off the main route and wound through hemlock trees to a clearing beside the river where a dozen campsites were laid out in a loop. Fire pits, picnic tables, metal posts for hanging food away from bears. 5 of the sites were occupied by camping equipment: tents, coolers, chairs. 2 of the sites had vehicles parked beside them: a Ford F-250 pickup truck, blue, extended cab, mud tires, with a topper on the bed and a Mountaineers bumper sticker, and a Jeep Cherokee, older model, green, with a roof rack and a cracked headlight. Both appeared abandoned. Both appeared functional. "Christmas morning," Ray said. They approached carefully. The campground was quiet. Mountain quiet, the sound of the river and the wind and the settling of leaves, all of it underscored by the specific silence of a place where people had been and were no longer. The tents were zipped shut. The coolers were closed. A camp chair sat beside a dead fire pit with a paperback novel face down on its arm, holding a place that would never be returned to. Daniel checked the tents, while Josie covered him with the Remington. The first tent was empty. Sleeping bags, a lantern, personal items. The second was empty. The third contained a body. A woman, maybe 50, in a sleeping bag, with a bite wound on her neck that had been bandaged with what looked like a torn t-shirt. She had not reanimated. She was simply dead, whether from the infection, from blood loss, or from the fever that the infection caused, Daniel couldn't tell. Her eyes were closed and her face was peaceful, and her hands were folded over her chest in a position that suggested someone had arranged her before leaving. He zipped the tent closed and moved on. The Ford's keys were on the front tire, a common practice among campers in remote areas, where the nearest car thief was usually farther away than the nearest bear. Daniel put them in his pocket. The Jeep's keys were in the ignition. He turned it. The engine caught on the second try, running rough, but running. The gas gauge showing 3/4 full. They consolidated. The Peterbilt's supplies were transferred to the Ford and the Jeep, in a process that took 30 minutes and involved a series of decisions about what to keep, what to prioritize, and how to distribute weight that felt, absurdly, like packing for a road trip, a family vacation to the end of the world. Ray patted the Peterbilt's fender the way a man pats a horse. He stood beside it for a moment, one hand on the chrome bumper, his reflection distorted in the curve of the metal. Then he turned away. "Ford's got more power and more space," he said. "I'll drive the Ford. Daniel, you take the Jeep." We split the group, 4 and 3. How do we split? You, Josie, and Tommy in the Jeep. Me, NK, D, and Garrett in the Ford. Daniel thought about protesting, about keeping the group together, about the risks of splitting. But the logic was sound. 2 vehicles meant redundancy. If one broke down, the other could still move. If one was trapped, the other could find an alternate route. And 2 smaller vehicles could navigate mountain roads that would have killed the Peterbilt within a day. They divided supplies, divided people, and said goodbye to the truck that had carried them through the first chapter. Tommy drew it, a quick sketch from the campground's entrance. The Peterbilt sitting in the clearing with the mountains behind it and the river beside it. A steel cathedral and a forest cathedral. And he tore the page from his sketchbook and placed it on the dashboard. At 6:11 p.m., they left the campground in a 2-vehicle convoy, the Ford leading, the Jeep following, and the Peterbilt receding in the rearview mirror until the road curved and the trees closed and it was gone. The first infected they'd seen in a day appeared at dusk. It was standing in the road, just standing motionless, in the center of the lane, arms at its sides, head bowed, like a person lost in thought or a mannequin placed there by someone with an inexplicable sense of humor. The Ford's headlights found it at 50 yards, and Ray braked, the pickup slowing, and the figure raised its head. It had been a man. Tall, heavy-set, in the remnants of a hunting jacket and orange vest. The kind of outfit worn by someone who had been in the mountains when the outbreak hit and had never made it home. The left side of his face was gone, not torn or bitten, but decomposed, the skin having sloughed away from the cheekbone and jaw to reveal the anatomy beneath, the muscle and tendon, and the white gleam of bone. The damage was days old. He had been walking these mountains since the beginning, alone, undirected, a solitary dead thing in a landscape of the living. Ray didn't stop. He swerved right, putting the Ford on the shoulder, and the figure turned to follow the movement with that horrible, mechanical tracking. Head rotating, body pivoting, the gate beginning its shuffle lurch toward the sound and light. Daniel swerved the Jeep after the Ford, and they were past, the figure shrinking in the mirrors, still standing in the road, still turning, following them with the patience of something that had nowhere to be and nothing to lose. Tommy, in the Jeep's back seat, was gripping his sketchbook and staring out the rear window. "Don't watch it," Josie said from the passenger seat. "I wasn't." "You were." "Don't." Tommy turned forward. His hands were shaking again. The pencil in his fingers tapped against the sketchbook cover in a rapid, arrhythmic pattern. "It was wearing a hunting vest," he said. "Orange. My dad had one like that. He used to." He stopped, breathed. "Sorry." "Stop saying sorry," Josie said. It was not unkind. It was the voice she used, Daniel was learning, when she was trying to teach something, the way you might speak to a frightened animal. Firm but warm, establishing expectations. "You don't need to apologize for being human. I feel like I should be more braver, like everyone else." Josie turned in her seat and looked at him. "Tommy, nobody here is brave. Brave is a word for people who aren't afraid and do things anyway. We're all afraid and doing things because there's no alternative. That's not brave. That's just alive. Is there a difference? Ask me in a month." They drove. The dusk deepened into night, and the mountains became shapes against a sky that held the last purple of sunset and then didn't. And the headlights became their world again. Two tunnels of light moving through the darkness, the Ford ahead and the Jeep behind. A convoy of 7 lives trying to reach tomorrow. The radio, mounted in the Ford, and relayed to the Jeep through walkie-talkies NK had found at the campground, picked up a new signal at 8:33 p.m. A strong signal, clear, broadcast on a repeating loop. "This is the United States Army Corps of Engineers emergency broadcast station at White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. The Greenbrier Emergency Relocation Center is operational and receiving civilians. Medical treatment, food, water, and shelter are available. Approach via Route 60 from the east or Route 219 from the south. Military checkpoint at mile marker 172 on Route 60. Identification is not required. Repeat, identification is not required. All civilians welcome. If you can hear this, come to the Greenbrier. We are here. We are holding." The message repeated and repeated and repeated with the steady mechanical patience of a signal that would keep broadcasting whether anyone was listening or not. "That's real," NK said over the walkie-talkie, her voice carrying the careful excitement of a person who has been trained not to trust good news. "Army Corps of Engineers, the Greenbrier. That's a real facility. The Cold War bunker under the resort. It's designed for exactly this scenario." "How far?" Daniel asked. 40 miles, maybe 50 on these roads. "Tonight? If the roads are clear and nothing stops us, we could be there by midnight." 40 miles, 3 hours in the mountains, maybe less. And at the other end, a functioning military installation, communications equipment, medical care, a place where he might reach Lily, a place where the word safe might still mean something. "Push it," Daniel said into the walkie-talkie. "We push for the Greenbrier tonight." Ray's voice came back. "Copy that. Stay on my tail and don't stop for anything." They drove south through the night, chasing a signal through the mountains, and for the first time in 3 days, Daniel allowed himself to feel something that he recognized, with the wariness of a man burned by hope before, as optimism. The optimism lasted approximately 90 minutes. They were on Route 219, heading south through a stretch of road that followed the Greenbrier River through a valley so narrow, the mountains seemed to lean in from either side, when the Ford's brake lights flared red and Ray's voice came over the walkie-talkie with the 2 words that Daniel was learning to dread. "We've got company." Daniel slowed the Jeep and pulled up behind the Ford. In the combined headlights of both vehicles, the road ahead was visible for about 200 yards, before a curve took it out of sight, and in those 200 yards, between the asphalt and the river, on the left and the mountain wall on the right, There were infected. Not a horde. Not the mass they'd encountered outside Pittsburgh. This was something different. A gathering, a congregation, 30 or 40 of them, standing in and around the road in a loose cluster. Some moving, some still, all of them oriented in the same direction. South, toward the Greenbrier. They're following the river, NK said over the radio. The valley funnels them. It's geography. They drift downhill toward water, toward the path of least resistance. Same way water flows. Can we go around? Look at the train. Mountain wall on the right, river on the left. The road is the only path. Ray's voice. I can push through in the ford. Done it before. Not like this. Josie had the Remington across her lap, her eyes on the cluster ahead. Look at the distribution. They're spread across both lanes and onto the shoulders. Some of them are in the river. You push through and you risk hanging up on the guardrail or going into the water. Then what? Daniel got out of the Jeep. He stood in the road and looked at the infected ahead, and the mountains around, and the river beside, and the darkness everywhere else. And he felt the walls of the situation closing in, the geography compressing their options into a single narrow channel that was blocked by the dead. Quiet approach, he said. Lights off, engine off. We coast. Coast? The road's downhill here. We put both vehicles in neutral, kill the engines, kill the lights, and we coast through. They're attracted to sound and light. No sound, no light. We're just shapes in the dark. We go slow, we go quiet, we thread through the gaps. And if one of them bumps the vehicle, if one of them notices, then we start the engines and punch through. But we try quiet first. Silence on the walkie-talkie. Then Ray. I've done crazier things. In a truck? In a Peterbilt, across a bridge rated for half my weight. This is almost reasonable by comparison. They killed the lights. They killed the engines. The darkness and the silence rushed in like water filling a void. Total, immense, oppressive. The only sound was the river, running over its stones with the constant whispering voice that rivers use when they're talking to no one. Daniel put the Jeep in neutral. Ahead, the Ford rolled forward, a dark shape against a dark road, its mass visible only as a suggestion, a displacement of the slightly less dark background. Daniel released the brake, and the Jeep began to move, slowly, silently, the tires making a soft hiss on the asphalt that was barely audible above the river. The infected were ahead. He could see them now, or rather, he could see the spaces they occupied. Darker shapes against the dark road, some upright, some hunched, some moving with that aimless, drifting gait. They were between the vehicles and the curve in the road, and the curve was where salvation lay. Beyond it, the road continued south, and beyond south was the Greenbrier, and beyond the Greenbrier was Virginia. The Ford entered the cluster. Daniel watched from 50 feet back as the dark shape of the pickup moved among the darker shapes of the dead. It was like watching a ship navigate an ice field. Slow, deliberate. The vehicle weaving through gaps between bodies, its mass passing within feet of figures that stood motionless in the road. One of the infected turned its head as the Ford passed, tracking the movement, and Daniel's hand went to the ignition key. But the thing did not pursue. It turned back to its original orientation, south, always south, following whatever impulse or degraded instinct or simple gravity drew it down the valley, and the Ford moved on. Then it was the Jeep's turn. Daniel gripped the wheel with both hands. The Jeep rolled into the cluster at walking speed, a ghost vehicle in a landscape of ghosts. The first infected was on his left, a woman in a nightgown, barefoot, her hair matted with something dark, standing in the road with her arms at her sides and her head tilted back, looking at the sky as though stargazing. The Jeep passed her close enough that Daniel could have reached out and touched her, and she did not move, did not register his passage, did not exist in his moment the way he existed in hers. More of them. On both sides now. The Jeep threaded between two that stood facing each other in what might have been, in a horrible parody, a conversation. Two bodies, silent, unmoving, inches apart. Their dead eyes locked in a connection that had no meaning and no end. Daniel steered between them with a precision that left his hands aching. Josie's breathing beside him was controlled, deliberate, the breathing of a woman managing her own physiology through force of will. In the back seat, Tommy was not breathing at all, which was either extreme self-control or the onset of passing out. A shape loomed on the right, larger than the others, closer than the others. Daniel turned the wheel, gently, gently, because a sharp turn would squeal the tires, and the Jeep angled left, and the shape was a man, or had been, massive in life, and even more so in death, its bulk filling the lane, and the Jeep's mirror passed within an inch of its arm, and the arm did not move, and the man did not move, and then the Jeep was passed. The curve was ahead, 20 feet, 10. The Ford had already rounded it, its dark shape disappearing behind the mountainside. Daniel rolled the Jeep forward, counting the seconds, counting the feet, counting the breaths he wasn't taking. And the road curved, and the cluster fell behind, and they were through. He started the engine. The Jeep's motor coughed to life, and the headlights came on. And the road ahead was empty, and the Ford was there, pulled over, raised silhouette visible through the rear window. Daniel pulled up behind it and put the Jeep in park, and sat with his hands on the wheel, and his whole body vibrating with a tremor that started in his fingers and didn't stop. Tommy opened his door and threw up. Josie's hand appeared on Daniel's arm. She didn't squeeze. She didn't speak. She just put her hand there, a point of contact, a reminder that he was alive and present, and the dead were behind them. And after a moment, the tremor began to subside. Over the walkie-talkie, NK's voice. "Nobody's hurt? Nobody's hurt," Daniel said. "Good. Because I just wet myself a little, and I'd rather that be the worst thing that happened." In the darkness behind them, in the river valley, the dead continued their slow migration south, following the water, following the road, following the gravity of a world that no longer belonged to them, but hadn't yet been reclaimed by the living. The Greenbrier announced itself at 11:47 p.m. First as light, not the guttering orange of fires or the cold blue of screens, but the steady, industrial white of floodlights, visible from a mile away, painting the sky above the trees with a glow that looked, from the mountain road, like a sunrise happening in the wrong direction. Then, as sound, the deep, mechanical hum of generators, powerful ones, the kind that hospitals and data centers use, thrumming through the air with a bass line that Daniel felt in his teeth. Then, as structures, a perimeter of concrete barriers and razor wire strung between them, jersey walls arranged in a zigzag pattern that forced approaching vehicles into a slalom, and beyond the barriers, the improbable sight of the Greenbrier itself. The resort was enormous. It sat in a mountain valley like a white palace, its Georgian architecture absurdly elegant against the backdrop of Appalachian wilderness. Columns, porticos, manicured grounds that were now occupied by military vehicles and field tents, and the organized chaos of an emergency operations center. Soldiers moved among the structures with the purposeful, humorless efficiency of people performing tasks they'd trained for but never expected to execute. The checkpoint was at mile marker 172, as the broadcast had promised. 2 Humvees, a sandbagged position, a barrier arm, and 4 soldiers in full combat gear. Weapons not aimed, but very much available. A soldier approached the Ford with a flashlight and a clipboard, an actual clipboard. The military's commitment to analog documentation apparently surviving the end of the world. "How many in the vehicle?" The soldier's voice was professional, clipped, exhausted. 4, Ray said. "Any bites? Scratches? Contact with infected bodily fluids?" "No. I'm going to need everyone to step out for medical screening. Standard procedure. Takes about 15 minutes. The vehicle behind you, too." They lined up. 7 people standing in the floodlight, glow at the entrance to a military installation that was, improbably, still functioning, still organized, still offering the basic machinery of civilization: screening, processing, care. A medic examined each of them, checking for bite marks, taking temperatures, shining a penlight in their eyes, asking questions from a form that someone had designed probably in the last 48 hours, for exactly this situation. Any of you medical? The medic asked. I'm a veterinary technician, Josie said. The medic looked at her, then at the Remington slung over her shoulder, then at her. Close enough. We need hands in the medical tent, if you're willing. After I eat and sleep. Fair enough. They were processed. They were assigned quarters, a section of the resort's conference center that had been converted into a dormitory, with cots arranged in rows and blankets that smelled like the plastic they'd been sealed in. They were given MREs, which Dee opened with the expression of a chef confronting a personal insult, and water, actual clean water from bottles that had been stockpiled in the bunker's supplies. Daniel ate. He drank. He sat on a cot in a room full of strangers who were also survivors, also refugees, also the living remnants of a world that had stopped working. And he felt the exhaustion hit him like a wave, not gradual but sudden, total. The accumulated debt of 3 days without rest arriving at once to collect. But first, the phone. He found the communications center at the east end of the resort's main building, a room that had been a business center and was now a military communications hub, staffed by 2 soldiers and a civilian who looked like she hadn't slept since before the outbreak. Satellite phones lined one wall. A radio bank covered another. A whiteboard held a list of locations that were still transmitting, still responding, still there. I need to reach someone in Virginia, Daniel said. Natural Bridge. My daughter's on a school trip. The civilian woman, her name tag read Singh, looked at him with the professionally calibrated compassion of someone who had heard this request 100 times in 3 days. Natural Bridge, Virginia. Let me check. She consulted a list. A handwritten list, pages long, of known contact points, last confirmed status, and signal availability. Her finger moved down the columns, stopped. Natural Bridge Hotel, she said. We had contact with a group there as of yesterday. A school group. Teacher, about 30 students. They're holed up on the 3rd floor. The town is... She paused, choosing words. The town has significant infected presence. The hotel is barricaded. They have food and water for approximately 1 more week. Daniel's legs went weak. He sat down on the nearest chair without deciding to sit down. His body simply refused to support him, while his brain processed the information that Lily was alive, was confirmed alive, was in a building with food and water and a teacher and 30 other kids. And the relief was so enormous and so physical that it felt like being hit. Can I talk to them? I can try. The contact was via satellite phone. There's a unit at the hotel. Signal is intermittent. She moved to the satellite phone bank and dialed. The connection clicked and hissed, and there was a ringing, an actual telephone ringing. The most beautiful sound Daniel had ever heard. And then a voice. Natural Bridge Hotel. This is Patterson. Mrs. Patterson. Lily's teacher. The name from Rebecca's dying instructions. Daniel took the phone. His hand was shaking so badly the handset rattled against his ear. Mrs. Patterson, my name is Daniel Rowe. I'm Lily Rowe's father. Is Lily... Mr. Rowe. The voice on the other end cracked. Just slightly. Just enough to hear the woman behind the professional composure. Lily is here. She's safe. She's been asking about you every hour. Can I talk to her? She's asleep. We've been keeping a schedule. The kids sleep at 10, the adults stand watch. I can wake her. Don't wake her. Let her sleep. Tell her. His voice broke. He put his hand over his mouth and breathed through it and started again. Tell her I'm coming. Tell her I'm in West Virginia. Tell her I'll be there as fast as I can. Mr. Rowe, the situation here is, we're secure for now, but the roads into town there are a lot of them. A lot of infected. Getting to us won't be... I know, I'm coming anyway. I'll figure it out. A pause on the other end. Then Mrs. Patterson said, I'll tell her. And Mr. Rowe? She's strong. She's scared, but she's strong. She's been helping the other kids, keeping them calm. You should be proud. I am. Tell her that too. He hung up. He sat in the communications center with the satellite phone in his hand and the hum of the generators in the walls and the knowledge that his daughter was alive and scared and strong and waiting for him. And he lowered his head and he wept. Not for long, not dramatically. Just a few breaths worth of the pressure that had built behind his eyes since the moment the fire alarm went off in his classroom, releasing itself in the privacy of a folding chair in a military communications center at the end of the world. Singh pretended not to notice. The soldiers pretended not to notice. Everyone in this place, Daniel suspected, had had a moment like this, a moment of contact or its absence, and the etiquette of the apocalypse was to look away. He wiped his face. He stood up. He walked back to the dormitory and lay down on his cot and stared at the ceiling and did not sleep for a long time because his mind was running the calculation. The distance, the obstacles, the infected, the roads, and every version of the calculation ended the same way. Soon. The Greenbrier woke at dawn with the efficiency of a military operation, because that's what it was. Revel was a soldier with a bullhorn, walking the dormitory aisles at 600, and the sound of it, the authoritative blast of amplified voice commanding consciousness, was so absurdly normal, so reminiscent of the organized world, that Daniel sat up on his cot with the momentary confusion of a man who has forgotten where he is and why. Then he remembered all of it. The classroom, Dennis, Rebecca, the bat, the road, the dead, the mountains, the phone call. He remembered, and the forgetting was over, and the day began. The Greenbrier housed approximately 400 survivors. Daniel learned this over breakfast, served in the resort's grand dining room, which had been converted into a mess hall where MREs and canned goods were distributed by volunteers with the joyless efficiency of a DMV staffed by people who used to cater weddings. The 400 were a cross-section of whatever had been in this part of West Virginia when the world stopped. Families, individuals, a church group from Lewisburg, a hunting party from Marlinton, a truck driver from Dormont, Pennsylvania, Ray said, sitting down across from Daniel with a tray that held an MRE of chicken fettuccine and a look of resigned acceptance. Imagine that. Morning. I talked to the base commander, colonel named Haddix. She's running this place with about 60 soldiers and a whole lot of improvisation. Powers from the bunker's generators, designed to run for months without external fuel. Waters from an internal well. Food is what they had stockpiled, plus what patrols have scavenged from surrounding areas. How long can they hold? She didn't say. But the way she said, "We're assessing the situation," told me she's counting days, not weeks. NK joined them, carrying a tray and the radio, which she placed on the table between the fettuccine and the fruit cocktail. I've been listening to military frequencies. There's coordination happening, not just here, but across the eastern seaboard. FEMA emergency protocols, National Guard deployments, CDC field teams. The infrastructure isn't gone, it's just fractured, like a bone that's broken but not displaced. It could heal if... If what? Garrett asked. He had appeared from somewhere with his notebook and his polo shirt, now stained and wrinkled, the last artifact of his pre-outbreak identity. He sat down with the careful precision of a man who has slept poorly and is managing the consequences. If the infection rate plateaus, if the military can establish containment zones, if supply chains can be partially restored. NK ticked the conditions on her fingers. Any one of those would stabilize things. All three, and we're looking at a manageable crisis instead of an extinction event. And if none of them? NK didn't answer. She ate her fruit cocktail. Dee joined them with a tray she'd already reorganized. The MRE components, rearranged, combined, and somehow improved by force of culinary will. She sat down and ate with the methodical focus of a woman who was already planning the next meal and the one after that and the one after that. A chain of nourishment extending into a future she intended to reach. Josie didn't join them. She was in the medical tent, where she'd gone at 500 and hadn't emerged. Tommy was there too, though not as a patient. He'd volunteered to help and had been assigned to the supply inventory, where his meticulous attention to detail and his compulsive need to catalog things had apparently made him the most efficient volunteer the medical staff had seen. "I need to leave soon," Daniel said. The table went quiet. Lily's at the Natural Bridge Hotel. Mrs. Patterson confirmed it last night. They're barricaded on the third floor with about 30 students. They have food for a week, maybe less. The teacher said there are a lot of infected in the area. How far is Natural Bridge from here, R.A. asked. About 120 miles. Southeast, through the mountains, then east, once we hit the Shenandoah Valley. The Shenandoah Valley. Ray said it the way a trucker says the name of a road he's driven 100 times. I-64 east to I-81 south, if the interstates are passable. If not, Route 60 east to Route 11 south. Old roads, valley roads, flat compared to what we've been driving. I'm going with you, Josie said. She had appeared at the table without anyone noticing, a skill that Daniel was beginning to think was professional, the quiet movement of a person who worked with animals that startled easily. She was wearing clean scrubs. The medical tent had supplied them, and her red hair was freshly braided, and she looked more rested than any of them, though the shadows under her eyes told a different story. You don't have to, Daniel said. I know I don't have to. I'm telling you I'm going. The medical tent needs you. The medical tent has 3 actual doctors and a dozen volunteers. They don't need me. Your daughter might. She sat down. I've been treating patients since dawn. Mostly exposure, dehydration, minor injuries. But I also saw 4 bite victims. You know what happens to bite victims. I know. Then you know that 120 miles through infected territory with a 12-year-old at the end of it is the kind of trip that needs a medic. And I'm the closest thing you've got. She picked up Ray's untouched fruit cocktail and ate it. Also, I'm not staying in this place. It's a fortress, but it's also a cage. And I've spent my whole career getting animals out of cages, not into them. I'm going too, Ray said. Now, Ray, my daughter's in Nashville. Nashville's south. Virginia's south. I drive south with you, I help you get Lily, and then I keep going south. He shrugged, a massive, deliberate gesture that moved his whole upper body. The math works. I'd like to come. Tommy, standing behind Josie, his sketchbook under his arm, his face set with the determined expression of a teenager who has made a decision and is terrified of it. I know I can't fight or shoot or drive a truck, but I can carry things and I can watch for danger and He swallowed. I don't want to be here without you guys. You're the closest thing to... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. NK? Daniel asked. NK was studying the atlas, her pen tracing the route from White Sulphur Springs to Natural Bridge. She looked up. Someone should stay here. Maintain contact with the military, monitor communications, keep a base of operations in case things go wrong and you need somewhere to fall back to. She tapped the atlas. I'll stay. Garrett can stay. We'll hold position here and relay any intelligence we pick up. I don't want... Garrett started. Garrett! NK's voice was the voice she used when a conversation was over before it had started. You're not a field person. You know that. I know that. You're a documentation person. Stay here. Document what's happening. Keep the record. That's your contribution. Garrett looked around the table. He saw what everyone saw. That NK was right. That he was not equipped for what the road required. That his skills lay in observation and record-keeping rather than survival and confrontation. He saw it, and it hurt him. The pain visible in the tightening around his mouth, and the way his hand gripped his notebook. And he nodded. Okay, he said, I'll stay. Then we leave this afternoon, Daniel said. We resupply, we plan the route, and we go. This afternoon is too soon, Josie said. You haven't slept. None of us have really slept. We leave tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. That gives us the rest of today to prepare. A full night of sleep, and we hit the road fresh. Every hour I wait, every hour you wait is an hour your body recovers. You're no good to Lily if you crash the Jeep because you fell asleep at the wheel. She held his gaze. Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., non-negotiable. Daniel wanted to argue. Every cell in his body wanted to argue, wanted to get in the Jeep right now and drive southeast until he ran out of road or breath or luck. But Josie was right. She was usually right about the body's requirements, about the operational reality of flesh and blood and the limits of human endurance. And he nodded. Tomorrow morning, he said. Good, now eat your breakfast. All of it. He ate his breakfast, all of it. The day at the Greenbrier passed with the strange rhythm of organized survival. Part military operation, part refugee camp, part summer camp at the end of the world. Daniel spent the morning in the communications center, talking to Singh, who had become the unofficial nexus of intelligence for the installation. She showed him the map she'd been building, a large-scale map of the eastern United States, pinned to the wall, covered in markers, green for confirmed functioning communities, red for confirmed overrun, yellow for unknown, black for destroyed infrastructure. The map told a story of a country fragmenting along geographic lines, the cities red and the rural areas a mix of green and yellow, and the highways black and the mountains mostly unmarked because nobody knew what was happening in the mountains. Natural bridge, Singh said, pointing to a yellow marker in the Shenandoah Valley. That last confirmed contact 18 hours ago. The hotel group is stable. The town itself is... We don't have reliable intelligence. Reports vary. Some say hundreds of infected, some say thousands. The valley is a natural funnel, like you saw last night. The infected drift into it from the mountains and concentrate in the towns. What about the route? I-64 East? Partially passable. The interstate is blocked in sections, but the military has been working to clear key stretches. You might be able to get through. If not, Route 60 is your backup. Slower, but more likely to be open. She hesitated. There's something else you should know. What? We've been getting reports of organized hostile groups along the I-64 corridor. Not just desperate people, organized, armed, territorial. There's a group operating around Lexington that's been turning back refugees, demanding tribute, confiscating vehicles, and there's... She stopped, consulted a notebook. There's a group at the Natural Bridge complex itself. Not at the hotel, at the caverns and the visitor center. A group that moved in after the initial outbreak and has been consolidating. Consolidating. That's the word the reports use. I'd interpret it as seizing territory and resources and establishing control through force. We don't have details on their numbers or leadership, just that they're there, and they're not friendly to outsiders. Daniel absorbed this. The route to Lily was not just infected, it was contested. Humans with guns and territory, and the willingness to use both. The dead and the living, both standing between him and his daughter. I need weapons, he said. Talk to Sergeant Colvin in the armory. Tell him I sent you. He won't give you much. We're conserving, but he might give you something. Sergeant Colvin was a man in his 50s, with a face that suggested he had been born disappointed and had spent his military career having the disappointment confirmed. He stood behind a folding table in a room that had been a coat check and was now an armory, its walls lined with rifles and handguns and ammunition boxes, with the organized abundance of a hardware store. Singh sent you, he said. It was not a question. We're heading to Natural Bridge tomorrow. 4 people. We need weapons. Colvin looked at him. The look was the same look Daniel had received from every professional he'd encountered since the outbreak. The assessment, the evaluation, the rapid categorization of a person into useful or useless. You know how to shoot? I've fired a gun exactly once, at a range, on a date that went badly. That's honest. Most people lie. He reached under the table and produced a handgun. A Glock 19, black, compact, with the functional ugliness of a thing designed entirely for purpose. This is a Glock 19. It holds 15 rounds. The safety is, there isn't one. Point it at what you want to shoot, pull the trigger. Don't point it at anything you don't want to shoot. Can you remember that? Yes. Good. He placed the Glock on the table along with 2 magazines. That's 30 rounds. Don't waste them. At the rate we're going through ammunition, every bullet is a small miracle. My friend has a Remington 870. Shotgun. Good weapon for this. Tell her to come see me. I'll give her shells. He paused. How many infected between here and Natural Bridge? I don't know. Then you don't have enough ammunition. Nobody does. He leaned forward. Son, I've been in the Army for 32 years. I've been in situations where ammunition was the difference between living and dying. This is different. This is a situation where ammunition is the difference between dying now and dying later. You understand? I understand. Then go get your daughter. And if you make it back, bring the gun. We need it more than you do. Daniel took the Glock. He held it in his hand, feeling its weight. Not heavy, not light, just present. The weight of a capability he'd never wanted and now couldn't refuse. He put it in his waistband and walked out of the armory, and the weight stayed with him. A constant reminder that the distance between the man he'd been and the man he was becoming was measured in the things he was willing to carry. The afternoon brought a development that none of them had anticipated. Daniel was in the dormitory packing supplies for the morning departure when Garrett appeared in the doorway. His notebook was in his hand, but his posture was different. Not the anxious, hunched posture of the man who had ridden in the Peterbilt sleeper, but something more upright, more resolved, like a man who had arrived at a conclusion he didn't like but was committed to. I need to talk to you, he said. Okay. Garrett came in and sat on the adjacent cot. He opened his notebook and turned to a page near the back. The page was covered in numbers, calculations, a grid of figures that looked like an actuarial table drawn by hand. I've been running numbers all day, he said. The bases, supplies, the population, the consumption rate, the generator fuel, the medical supplies. He pointed at a number at the bottom of the page. This place has 41 days of operational capacity at current population and consumption levels. That includes food, water, fuel for the generators, and medical supplies. 41 days. That's a month and a half. After that, the Greenbrier becomes a tomb. He turned the notebook toward Daniel. But that's not what I wanted to tell you. What I wanted to tell you is that I'm not staying here. Daniel looked at him. NK said, I'm not a field person. She's right, I'm not. I can't shoot, I can't fight, I freeze under pressure, and I have the survival instincts of a domestic rabbit. He said this without self-pity, without humor, with the flat factual tone of a man reading from a report. But I've been thinking about what I said, about the boring version, the true version, the one with dates and times. And I've realized that the true version can't be written from inside a fortress. The true version has to be written from the road, from the places where things are actually happening. Garrett, the road is dangerous. I know. Everything is dangerous. This place is dangerous. 41 days of safety isn't safety. It's a delayed execution. He closed the notebook. I'm coming with you. Not because I'm brave or useful or because I think I'll make it. I'm coming because the record matters, and the record needs a witness who goes where the story goes. Daniel studied him. The insurance adjuster from a polo shirt and a handshake, the man who had checked his mailbox at the end of the world, the man who NK had rightly assessed as not built for the field. But there was something in his face now, not courage exactly, but decision. The specific resolution of a person who has weighed the options and chosen the difficult one. You could die, Daniel said. I could die here too. At least on the road, the death means something. It's part of the record. Daniel thought about saying no. He thought about the liability, the burden, the additional mouth, and the additional vulnerability. He thought about the 120 miles of infected territory and hostile humans and mountain roads. Okay, he said. 6 a.m. Garrett nodded. He opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote, Day 4. Departure from the Greenbrier. Party of 5. He underlined it twice. Night at the Greenbrier was an approximation of safety. The generators humming, the floodlights burning, the soldiers patrolling a perimeter that held back the darkness and whatever moved within it. Daniel lay on his cot and listened to the sounds of 400 people sleeping, breathing, dreaming in a former luxury resort that had become a shelter, and he did not sleep. He thought about Rebecca. Not the end, not the staircase, and the bat, and the sound. Before that. The early years. The apartment in Bloomfield they'd shared, during his first year of teaching and her last year of grad school. The one with the radiator that clanged at 3 a.m. and the neighbor who played trumpet. And the kitchen so small, they had to take turns standing in it. The good years. The years when they'd been two people who didn't know yet that love wasn't enough, that compatibility wasn't character, that the things they admired about each other, his gentleness, her directness, would become the things that drove them apart. She had deserved better than how she died. She had deserved better than a lot of things. But she had driven through hell with a bite on her arm to tell him to save their daughter. And that was the thing he would keep. Not the ending, but the last act, the final expression of a love that had outlived the marriage. He reached for his phone. The screen showed Lily's last message. "Dad, something bad is happening. Mrs. Patterson says stay inside. I'm scared," and below it, his sent message, delivered, "Lily, I'm coming. Stay where you are. Stay inside. I'm coming. I love you." Delivered. Not read, but delivered. Tomorrow he would begin the last leg of the journey, 120 miles southeast through the remains of Virginia, to a hotel in a tourist town where his daughter waited on the third floor with 30 other children and a teacher named Patterson and a satellite phone and a dwindling supply of food. He would get there. The math might say otherwise. Garrett's math, the actuarial tables, the probability distributions of survival in a collapsed world. But Daniel was a history teacher, and history was not math. History was the story of people who should not have survived and did, who should not have persevered and did, who should not have been able to endure what they endured, and somehow, against every reasonable expectation, endured. He closed his eyes. He did not dream. He woke at 5:15 a.m., 15 minutes before the alarm he'd set on his phone. The dormitory was still dark, still quiet, still breathing with the collective rhythm of 400 sleeping souls. He dressed in the dark, jeans, boots, canvas jacket, the Glock in his waistband, the hunting knife on his belt. He packed his bag, food, water, first aid kit, flashlight, batteries, the road atlas, the phone charger. The others were already in the parking lot. Josie stood beside the Jeep with the Remington across her back and a fresh bag of medical supplies over her shoulder. She had been to see Colvin. The shotgun's tube was loaded and a box of additional shells sat on the Jeep's hood. Ray leaned against the Ford, a travel mug of coffee in his hand. Real coffee, requisitioned from the resort's remaining supply, and the smell of it in the morning air was so achingly normal that it stopped Daniel in his tracks. Tommy sat on the Ford's tailgate, sketchbook open, drawing the Greenbrier Resort in the pre-dawn light. The white columns, the floodlights, the razor wire, the incongruity of elegance and fortification. And Garrett, standing apart from the others, his backpack on, his notebook in his breast pocket, his polo shirt replaced by a borrowed flannel that was 2 sizes too large and made him look like a child playing dress-up. He saw Daniel and straightened and said, "I'm ready." NK appeared from the main building, carrying a walkie-talkie and a piece of paper. She handed both to Daniel. The walkie-talkie is charged and set to the military's relay frequency. Range is limited, but the Greenbrier has a repeater on the ridge. You should have contact for the first 30 miles or so. After that, you're on your own. She handed him the paper. This is the latest intelligence on the route. Road conditions, known blockages, last confirmed infected concentrations. It's 8 hours old, so adjust accordingly. Thank you. Don't thank me. Come back. She looked at him with an expression that was not quite emotion, but not quite its absence. The face of a woman who had learned to manage her feelings the way she managed data, sorting and filing and compressing, but who could not entirely suppress the human signal beneath the engineer's composure. All of you, come back. She hugged Dee, who had joined them from the mess hall carrying a bag of food she'd somehow prepared despite the hour. She shook Ray's hand. She nodded at Garrett with something that might have been respect. She told Tommy to keep drawing, and then she stepped back and stood in the parking lot with her arms crossed and watched them load. 5 in 2 vehicles. Daniel, Josie, and Garrett in the Jeep. Ray, Dee, and Tommy in the Ford. Supplies split between them, weapons distributed, fuel tanks full. The road atlas marked with NK's annotations. At 6:07 a.m. on day 5, they left the Greenbrier. The road east was Route 60, a two-lane highway that followed the Greenbrier River Valley before climbing into the Allegheny Mountains and descending into the Shenandoah Valley beyond. The morning was cold, October cold, mountain cold, the kind of cold that sat on the skin like a damp cloth and crept inward, and the sky was overcast, a uniform gray that turned the mountains into silhouettes and the road into a line drawn between them. They drove in silence for the first 30 minutes. The walkie-talkie crackled occasionally with military transmissions. Coded, abbreviated, the terse language of professionals managing a crisis that was beyond management but not beyond protocol. The radio picked up the Greenbrier broadcast, still repeating, still inviting, still promising refuge to anyone who could reach it. Then they were beyond range, and the walkie-talkie went silent, and the radio returned to static. And they were alone on a mountain road in a dead world, heading toward a place where a 12-year-old girl was waiting for her father. The first sign of trouble came at Clifton Forge. Clifton Forge was a town of maybe 3,000, set in a narrow valley where the Jackson River cut through the Alleghenies. It had been a railroad town once, the remnants of the C&O Railway visible in the massive stone viaduct that crossed the valley and the rail yard that sprawled along the river's south bank. Now, it was something else. They came into town from the west on Route 60, the road descending from the mountain into the valley, and what they saw from the overlook above the town stopped both vehicles. The town was not empty. It was not overrun. It was occupied. Vehicles lined the main street, pickups, SUVs, a few military surplus trucks. Barricades blocked the side streets, and people, living people, visible in the gray morning light, moved among the vehicles and barricades with the organized purposefulness of an established operation. Not panicked, not desperate, functioning. That's a lot of vehicles for a town this size, Josie said. Ray's voice came over the walkie-talkie. I count at least 30, 40 vehicles, and those are military surplus trucks. 2 of them, maybe 3. Somebody's been collecting. Could be another Greenbrier, Tommy said from the Ford. Another safe zone. Could be, Daniel said. Or could be another toll road. They debated. The town sat directly on their route. Route 60 ran through its center, and bypassing it would require a detour of at least 20 miles on mountain roads that might not be passable. Going through meant encountering whoever had established control, with all the uncertainty that entailed. We go through, Daniel decided, but we go smart. Weapons out of sight. We're travelers, not threats. We need fuel and information, and we're willing to trade for both. Trade what? Dee asked. Food. We have enough to spare some if it buys us passage. I don't like trading food, Dee said. Her voice had the specific edge it got when the subject of provisions came up. The voice of a woman who had spent her career feeding people and understood at a cellular level the calculus of calories and survival. Food is what keeps us alive. Information about what's between here and Natural Bridge might also keep us alive. Dee was silent. Then, fine, but I choose what we trade, and we don't give up protein. They descended into the valley. The road curved down the mountainside in a series of switchbacks, each one revealing more of the town below. The barricades, the vehicles, the people. As they reached the valley floor, 2 pickup trucks pulled out from a side street and positioned themselves across Route 60, blocking the road. Not aggressively, the trucks stopped at a distance, their drivers visible, armed but not aiming, but definitively. A woman walked out from behind the trucks. She was short and broad and moved with the heavy, purposeful stride of someone who had been on her feet for days and intended to remain on them. She wore a county sheriff's deputy uniform, complete with badge and duty belt, though the duty belt held a holstered handgun and a walkie-talkie and not much else. Her hair was steel gray and cut short, and her face had the weathered, no-nonsense quality of someone who had spent decades telling people things they didn't want to hear. I'm Deputy Holt, she said, approaching the Jeep with her hand on her holster but not on the weapon. This is Clifton Forge. We're organized and we're cautious. State your business. We're passing through, Daniel said, and you're heading east to Natural Bridge. Natural Bridge? She said it the way you'd say the name of a place you'd heard mentioned recently, and not in a good context. You know what's between here and there? We have some intelligence from the Greenbrier. We know the roads are the least of your problems. She looked at the Jeep, then at the Ford behind it. How many? 5. Armed? We'd rather not say. That means yes. She almost smiled. Look, I'm not going to search your vehicles or take your supplies. We're not that kind of operation. I'm a deputy sheriff, and I'm doing my job, which is keeping the peace in my jurisdiction, and my jurisdiction hasn't gotten the memo that civilization collapsed. She stepped back from the Jeep. You can come into town. We have fuel for trade and information for free. But you follow our rules. No weapons drawn inside the perimeter, no confrontations, and you leave before dark. Why before dark? Because at dark, the things in the mountains come down into the valley. And if you're on the road when that happens, you won't make Natural Bridge or anywhere else. They entered Clifton Forge. The town was functional in a way that felt almost surreal after days in the dead zones of the mountain roads. Power was running. Not everywhere, but in the town center, where a series of generators had been connected in a grid that supplied the essential buildings: the sheriff's office, the fire station, the IGA grocery that had been converted into a communal food distribution center, and a medical clinic that operated out of the former urgent care with a doctor, 2 nurses, and a veterinary technician who had, like Josie, crossed the professional border between animals and humans without looking back. Deputy Holt introduced them to the town's organizational structure as she walked them through the center. A council of 6, elected by the approximately 300 residents and refugees who now occupied Clifton Forge, making decisions by consensus when possible and by Holt's authority when not. Supply runs went out daily. Patrols maintained the perimeter. A school of sorts operated in the Baptist church, where 7 children between the ages of 5 and 14 learned math and reading and, Daniel suspected, things no child should need to know about survival and self-defense. How long have you been organized? Josie asked. Since day 2. I was the ranking law enforcement officer left standing. Sheriff's dead. Other deputies either dead or fled. And I did what I've been doing for 26 years. Maintained order. She said it without pride. She said it the way a person says they did their job, which is what it was. We've lost people. We'll lose more. But the town is holding. She took them to the sheriff's office, where a map of the surrounding area was pinned to the wall, annotated with the same color system Singh had used at the Greenbrier. Green, red, yellow, black. Route 60 east to Lexington, she said, tracing the road with her finger. This stretch, she indicated a section between Clifton Forge and Lexington, about 30 miles, is passable but dangerous. Infected concentrations at Longdale Furnace, and at the interchange where 60 meets I-64. Beyond that, Lexington itself is, she tapped a red marker. Lexington is gone. Gone. Overrun, VMI, Washington and Lee. Those campuses were packed when the outbreak hit. Young people, close quarters, the virus went through them like fire through paper. The town filled up within 48 hours. We lost a patrol there last week. 6 people. None came back. Can we go around Lexington? South on 11. That's the old Valley Road. Runs parallel to I-81 through the Shenandoah. It'll add 30 miles, but it avoids the worst of it. She looked at Daniel. Natural Bridge is about 20 miles south of Lexington on Route 11. The town itself is small, a few hundred people before the outbreak. But the tourist complex, the caverns, the hotel, the bridge itself, that's a different story. What story? Holt hesitated. This was a woman who did not hesitate, who had maintained a functioning community in the apocalypse through sheer force of procedural determination, and her hesitation told Daniel everything before she spoke. A group moved into the Natural Bridge complex about 4 days ago. We've been in radio contact with some residents who fled. The group is, she chose the word carefully, organized, maybe 60 people. They came from somewhere south, Richmond maybe, or Charlottesville. They're well armed. They've fortified the visitor center and the caverns, and they've declared the complex and surrounding territory theirs. What about the hotel? The hotel is separate from the main complex, about a mile north up the road. Last I heard, the school group is still there. The group at the complex hasn't bothered them yet. But yet is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Daniel's hand was on the Glock before he realized he'd reached for it. Not to draw, just to touch, to confirm it was there, the weight of capability against his hip. "Who's leading this group?" he asked. "We don't have a name. The refugees who came through here described a man, young, maybe mid-30s, former military. Charismatic, the kind of person people follow because following feels better than deciding." She looked at Daniel again, that evaluating look. "You're going anyway. I'm going anyway." "I figured." She pulled a piece of paper from her desk and wrote on it. Directions, landmarks, warnings. "Route 60 to Longdale Furnace. Go quiet through there. Don't stop. Pick up 11 south after the I-64 interchange. Avoid Lexington entirely. Go around on the back roads west of town. Once you're on 11 heading south, it's 20 miles to Natural Bridge. You'll know you're close when you see the signs for the caverns." She handed him the paper. Their fingers touched and she held on for a moment, an extra second of contact that carried a weight of meaning. The acknowledgement of one person's struggle by another, the silent transmission of, "I understand, and I wish I could do more." "Be careful," she said. "The world doesn't need fewer parents." "Thank you, Deputy. Holt, and don't thank me. Come back through on your way north with your girl. I'd like to meet her." They refueled at the IGA, trading 4 cans of D's carefully selected lower-value food for diesel and gasoline. They filled water bottles. They used the bathroom, actual plumbing, actual toilets, the luxury of it almost overwhelming. And at 10:15 a.m., they left Clifton Forge and headed east toward Lexington and beyond, toward Natural Bridge, toward Lily. Deputy Holt watched them go from the perimeter barricade, her hand raised in a wave that was also a farewell, a blessing, a concession to the fact that some journeys require more than good planning and adequate supplies. They required luck. And luck, in the New World, was the most exhausted resource of all. The stretch of Route 60, between Clifton Forge and the I-64 interchange, was 23 miles of mountain road that descended from the Alleghenies into the Shenandoah Valley, and every mile of it was a negotiation between speed and caution. They drove with the windows cracked, Josie's insistence, so they could hear approaching threats, and the cold October air filled the vehicles with the smell of the valley, dead leaves, wood smoke from somewhere unseen, and the constant underlying note of decay that had become the world's new perfume. The mountains on either side were beautiful and silent, and occasionally, in the gaps between the trees, Daniel could see shapes moving on the ridgelines. Not close, not threatening, but present, a reminder that the landscape was inhabited by things that did not sleep and did not tire and did not give up. Longdale Furnace was a cluster of buildings at a river crossing, and Holt's warning proved accurate. Infected filled the road and the bridge and the riverbanks, maybe 100 of them, and the vehicles had to leave the road entirely, detouring through a field and across a shallow ford to bypass the concentration. The Jeep's tires spun in the riverbed gravel, before catching, the water coming up to the running boards, and Garrett sat in the back seat with his feet pulled up and his notebook held against his chest, and his face white. "Breathe," Daniel said. "I am breathing." "Breathe more." The Ford made the crossing with less difficulty. Ray's experience with adverse terrain, evident in his line choices, his speed management, his ability to read the ground ahead and adjust before problems materialized. They regrouped on the far side of the ford and pushed east, the road widening as the valley opened up, the mountains pulling back to reveal the broad, flat expanse of the Shenandoah. The Shenandoah Valley in October was a painting, not an apocalypse painting, but an American painting, a calendar photograph, a tourism brochure. Rolling farmland, stone walls, white farmhouses with red barns, the Blue Ridge Mountains to the east, and the Alleghenies to the west, framing a corridor of agricultural beauty that stretched from Pennsylvania to Tennessee. The farms were untended but not destroyed. Cattle grazed in fields without fences, having broken through or wandered through gates that no one had closed. Corn stood unharvested, brown and dry, rustling in the wind with a sound like paper. The normalcy of it was devastating. A world that was still producing, still growing, still cycling through its seasons, with no one left to tend it. They picked up Route 11 south at a junction that was marked by an overturned school bus and a gas station that had burned to its foundation. The road was clear. The road was, impossibly, almost normal. 2 lanes, center line, functioning traffic lights that blinked yellow in an endless, automated cycle of caution. They drove south through the valley at 60 miles per hour, the fastest they'd moved since Pittsburgh, the speedometer seeming almost irresponsible after days of mountain crawling. "Something's wrong," Josie said. "What?" "It's too clear. No blockades, no wrecks, no infected on the road. The road has been cleared." She was right. The road was not merely passable, it was maintained. Wrecked vehicles had been pushed to the shoulders. Debris had been swept. At one point, a section of guardrail had been repaired with fresh lumber, the cut ends still yellow and resinous. "Someone's keeping this road open," Daniel said. "The question is who and why." The answer came at mile marker 193 in the form of a banner strung between 2 poles on either side of the road, hand-painted in letters that were large and red and legible from a quarter mile. "Welcome to the sovereign territory of New Dominion. All travelers must register at the Natural Bridge. Gateway weapons must be surrendered at the checkpoint. Compliance is mandatory." "Well," Garrett said from the back seat, his pen already moving in his notebook, "that's not encouraging." The road continued south. More signs appeared, nailed to telephone poles and fence posts. New Dominion protects its own register. Contribute. Survive. The bridge is the beginning, and finally, at the crest of a hill where the road offered a view of the valley stretching south toward Natural Bridge. A billboard, a former tourism billboard, its original advertisement for cavern tours, covered by white paint, and new text in the same red letters. Commander Marshall Wade welcomes you. The old world is dead. The New Dominion rises. Come home. Daniel stopped the Jeep. Ray pulled the Ford alongside. They sat in their vehicles on a hilltop in the Shenandoah Valley and looked at the billboard and the road beyond it and the valley that held, somewhere in its folds, the Natural Bridge Hotel and Lily and whatever Commander Marshall Wade and his New Dominion had built on the bones of the old world. "That's the group Holt warned us about," Josie said. 60 people, well-armed, former military leadership. "And we're 5 people with a shotgun, a Glock, and a machete." "And a very detailed notebook," Garrett added. Nobody laughed. But the tension broke. Just slightly. Just enough for Daniel to take a breath and look at the road ahead and make the decision he'd already made. In Pittsburgh and in the Peterbilt, and on the porch of an empty house where paper ghosts twisted in the wind. "We go," he said, "but not through the checkpoint, around it, off the main road. We find a way to the hotel that doesn't go through New Dominion's front door. That means going through whatever's between us and the hotel without road support," Ray said over the walkie-talkie. "Fields, woods, maybe residential areas. We don't know what's out there. We know what's on the road. Signs and checkpoints and a man who calls himself commander. I'd rather face what I don't know than what I do." Ray was quiet for a moment. Then, "I know a way. There's a county road, Route 130, I think, that branches off 11 about 3 miles ahead. Goes east through farmland, comes around the backside of Natural Bridge. If the hotel is north of the main complex, the county road should bring us in from the northeast. Avoids the checkpoint entirely." "How do you know that?" "Because I delivered a load of roofing materials to a hardware store in Natural Bridge in 2019, and the GPS sent me the wrong way, and I ended up on every back road in the county before I found the place." A pause. "I hate GPS. Always have. But I remember every wrong turn I've ever taken, and wrong turns are about to save our lives." They descended the hill and turned east onto the county road 3 miles later, a narrow, unpaved lane that wound through farmland and forest and the quiet, abandoned countryside of the Shenandoah Valley. The main road and its billboards and its checkpoint and its new dominion receded behind them, and ahead was the back approach, the quiet approach, the way in that nobody was watching. The sun was high and the day was cold, and Natural Bridge was close enough to taste, close enough that Daniel could feel it in his body, a physical pull, a compass needle swinging toward its north, pointing him toward the place where his daughter waited. He was coming. He was almost there, and the world, in its broken, merciless, continuing way, was not done testing him. The county road ended at a fence. Not a barricade, not a checkpoint, not a wall of cars or concrete or razor wire, just a fence. A simple wooden fence, 4 rails high, the kind that bordered horse pastures all through the Shenandoah Valley, built by someone who cared about keeping livestock in rather than people out. It ran perpendicular to the road, crossing both lanes, and beyond it a field stretched east toward a line of trees, and beyond the trees the land rose in a gentle slope toward what Daniel could see against the gray October sky as rooftops. Natural Bridge. The rooftops were a mile away, maybe less. Among them, taller than the rest, the unmistakable shape of a hotel, a large, white, multi-story structure with a pitched roof and dormered windows that caught the flat afternoon light. The Natural Bridge Hotel, 3rd floor, room 314. Lily. Daniel stopped the Jeep. His hands were tight on the wheel, and the engine idled, and he stared through the windshield at the building where his daughter was waiting, and the mile of open ground and unknown danger between them. "That's it," he said. Josie leaned forward in the passenger seat and studied the landscape with the methodical attention she brought to everything. The field, the tree line, the rooftops, the spaces between them where threats might hide. "I count buildings. The hotel is the big white one to the north. That tracks with what Holt said. The main complex, the visitor center, the caverns, should be south of it, maybe half a mile. New Dominion's territory. New Dominion's territory." From the Ford, parked behind them, Ray's voice came over the walkie-talkie. "I can see the hotel from here, and I can see something else. South side, near the tree line. Vehicles. Looks like a patrol. 2 trucks moving slow along a dirt road." Daniel grabbed the binoculars they'd picked up at the Greenbrier. Military surplus, heavy, powerful enough to turn a distant smudge into a detailed image. He trained them south, past the hotel, toward the lower ground, where the Natural Bridge complex sprawled. The patrol was there. 2 pickup trucks, each carrying 4 or 5 armed figures, rolling along a perimeter road that traced the boundary of the complex's grounds. The trucks moved at walking pace, deliberate, their headlights off despite the overcast afternoon, as though the people inside preferred to watch rather than be watched. Beyond the patrol, the complex itself was visible in fragments through the trees. The visitor center, a large stone and timber building with an American flag still flying from its pole. A parking lot filled with vehicles arranged in defensive positions. Canvas tarps strung between structures, and people, dozens of them, moving among the buildings with the organized activity of a community that had been functioning for days. "They've dug in," Josie said. She had her own assessment going, the kind she'd make of a feral dog colony, reading body language and spatial arrangement and hierarchy from a distance. The patrol pattern suggests established territory, with regular enforcement. The vehicles in the parking lot are positioned to block approaches, not to leave. They're staying. How do we get to the hotel without them seeing us? The field is exposed. We'd be visible from half a mile in any direction. She lowered the binoculars. But the tree line runs northeast from the complex toward the hotel. If we can get into those trees, we can move through cover for most of the distance. On foot. On foot. The vehicles stay here. We go light, weapons, water, first aid, in and out. In and out. Daniel repeated it as though saying the words could make the plan that simple. Go in. Get Lily. Come out. A mile of ground, some trees, an armed militia, an unknown number of infected, and the absolute certainty that nothing in the last 5 days had gone as simply as planned. He got out of the Jeep. The others gathered at the fence line, Ray massive and calm, Josie compact and coiled, Tommy fidgeting with his sketchbook's spiral binding, Garrett, his notebook already open, recording the time and location and the number of buildings visible, and the weather conditions. 5 people at a fence in Virginia, looking at a hotel. "Here's what we do," Daniel said. "Josie and I go to the hotel. The rest of you stay with the vehicles. If we're not back in 3 hours, you leave." "No," Ray said. I said no. We don't split up. We've split up enough. I didn't drive 500 miles to sit in a truck while you walk into that. You're the only one who can drive the Ford. If something goes wrong, you need a man who can carry a 12-year-old at a dead run while other people shoot at him. That's me. That's literally the thing I'm built for." He crossed his arms, an act that, given his size, was the approximate equivalent of a castle raising its drawbridge. I'm going too," Tommy said. Everyone looked at him. He was pale and his jaw was working, and the spiral binding of his sketchbook was now bent at an angle that suggested it had been subjected to significant nervous force. But his voice was steady. "I can be a lookout. I notice things. I've been drawing everything I see for 5 days, which means I've been observing everything I see for 5 days, and He swallowed. "I'm tired of being the person who stays behind. Tommy, this isn't... I know what it is. I know it's dangerous. I know I could die. I've known I could die since Morgantown, and I'm still here, and I'm going." Daniel looked at Josie. Josie's expression said what it always said in these moments. "I've assessed the situation, and I don't love it, but arguing will waste time we don't have." "Garrett stays with the vehicles," Daniel said. "Everybody else goes." Garrett nodded. For once, he did not protest or offer commentary. He simply nodded, clicked his pen, and wrote something in his notebook that Daniel couldn't see and didn't need to. They went over the fence and into the field at 2:45 p.m. The field was fallow. Whatever crop had grown here was long harvested, and the stubble crunched under their boots with a sound that seemed, in the tense silence of the approach, as loud as gunfire. The sky was low and gray, and the light was the flat, directionless light of an overcast October afternoon, which was good. No shadows to give them away, no sun glinting off weapons or binoculars, but also bad, because the same flat light that hid them made the landscape feel exposed and dimensionless. A stage without curtains. They moved in a line. Daniel in front with the Glock and the hunting knife, Josie behind him with the Remington, Ray behind her with the machete that Dee had contributed to the cause, and Tommy at the rear, unarmed except for the tire iron that Josie had pressed into his hands with the instruction, "Swing at head level and don't stop." The tree line was 300 yards from the fence. They covered it in 5 minutes, moving at a crouch, not running. Running attracted attention, both from the living and the dead, and the 5 minutes felt like a year. The patrol trucks were south, maybe half a mile, their engines audible as a low thrum that mixed with the wind and the distant sound of the river that ran through the valley. They reached the trees. Oaks, mostly, their leaves still clinging in reds and browns, providing partial cover overhead and a carpet of fallen leaves underfoot that crackled with every step. Daniel paused at the tree line's edge and looked toward the hotel. Closer now. Half a mile. The building was large, 4 stories, the top floor dormered, the white clapboard exterior streaked with age and weather. The parking lot in front held a scattering of vehicles, including what appeared to be a school bus. The hotel's ground floor windows were dark, some of them boarded. The upper floors showed no light, no movement, nothing to indicate the presence of 30-odd students and a teacher, except the fact that the satellite phone had confirmed their existence 18 hours ago. "Movement," Tommy said. Everyone froze. Tommy was pointing south, toward the space between the tree line and the hotel, a stretch of open ground that included a road, a small park, and a cluster of buildings that formed the northern edge of the town of Natural Bridge. In that space, shapes were moving, infected, a dozen of them, drifting through the park with the aimless, gravitational motion of dust particles in still air. They moved among the trees and the benches and the playground equipment with no apparent purpose, their gait the familiar shuffle lurch, There sounds the familiar murmur, that collective, directionless hum that Daniel had learned to identify as the voice of the dead. "Between us and the hotel," Josie said. "Can we go around?" "North, through the woods, staying in the tree line. It adds distance but keeps us out of the open." They adjusted course, northward through the trees, parallel to the hotel, but deeper in cover, moving single file through the underbrush. The leaves on the ground were the primary enemy now. Every step produced a sound, and sound carried in the cold mountain air with a clarity that felt malicious, as though the atmosphere itself was conspiring to announce their presence. Ray moved with surprising quietness for a man of his size. He had the long, rolling stride of someone accustomed to covering distance efficiently. The trucker's walk, legs doing the work while the upper body stayed still, and he placed his feet with a care that spoke to some buried instinct or half-remembered hunting trip. Tommy moved the quietest of all. The kid had the gift of weightlessness that some slight people have, the ability to pass through a space without disturbing it, as though the world's surfaces had agreed not to register his presence. He stepped over fallen branches and between dried leaves and through the forest, with the focused precision of a person for whom observation and stealth were not skills, but states of being. They had covered perhaps a quarter mile when Tommy stopped and held up his hand. "Listen," he whispered. Daniel stopped, listened. The forest sounds were constant. Wind, leaves, a bird somewhere, the distant hum of the New Dominion patrol. But underneath those sounds, threaded through them like a dark current in a stream, was something else, a rhythmic sound, mechanical, regular, coming from ahead and to the right, from the direction of the hotel. Hammering. Someone was hammering. They crept forward. The tree line curved northeast, and as they followed it, the hotel came into view through the trunks. Closer now, maybe 300 yards, its white clapboard filling the gaps between the oaks. And at the base of the hotel, visible through the trees, a figure was working. Daniel raised the binoculars. A man, young, lean, in jeans and a flannel shirt, with a tool belt slung over his hips and a hammer in his hand. He was nailing boards across a ground floor window, reinforcing the barricade with methodical, practiced strikes. Beside him, a stack of lumber, 2x4s, plywood sheets, suggested this was not a one-window project, but a systematic fortification effort. "He's alive," Daniel said. "Working on the hotel. Boarding windows. Part of the school group? Too old. Maybe a local who joined them?" The man finished nailing the board and stepped back to inspect his work, then moved to the next window. His movements were efficient but unhurried, the pace of someone who had been doing this for days and expected to be doing it for days more. He didn't look toward the trees. He didn't scan for threats. He was focused on the task with the tunnel vision of someone who has found a job that keeps the fear at bay. Daniel made a decision. He stepped out of the tree line. "Dan!" Josie hissed. "If he's boarding up the hotel, he's with the school group or protecting them. He's not New Dominion." Daniel walked toward the man across the open ground between the trees and the building, his hands visible, the Glock holstered, his posture as non-threatening as a man with a knife on his belt and a gun on his hip could manage. The man with the hammer heard his footsteps at 20 yards. He turned fast, faster than Daniel expected, and the hammer came up in a grip that was not a carpentry grip, but a weapon grip, cocked back at shoulder height, the clawed end forward. His eyes were wide and his body was spring-loaded, and for a moment, the distance between them was measured not in yards, but in the time it would take a thrown hammer to cover it. "I'm alive," Daniel said. "I'm not infected. I'm looking for the school group." The man didn't lower the hammer. His eyes went from Daniel to the tree line behind him, where the shapes of Josie, Ray, and Tommy were visible among the oaks. His face performed a rapid calculation. 4 strangers, weapons, approaching from an unexpected direction. "Who are you?" His voice was tight, pitched higher than its natural register by the adrenaline that was visibly affecting his hands, his posture, his breathing. "My name is Daniel Rowe. My daughter's with the school group. Lily Rowe. I spoke to Mrs. Patterson last night on the satellite phone." the name hit something. The man's posture changed. Not relaxing exactly, but shifting. The hammer lowering by 6 inches. The rigid line of his shoulders softening by a degree. Patterson. Yeah, she's here. Is Lily here? There are kids here. A lot of kids. I don't know all their names. She's 12. Brown hair? She'd be... Daniel realized he was describing his daughter to a stranger in the middle of an apocalypse, and the description was hopelessly generic. Every parent's child, a unique miracle reduced to a handful of features that matched 1,000 other children. Can you take me to Mrs. Patterson? The man looked at Daniel for a long moment. Then he lowered the hammer. Not all the way, he held it at his side, ready, but the weapon was no longer aimed. I'm Theo Watts. I'm the hotel's maintenance manager. Or I was, before... He gestured vaguely at the world, the gesture encompassing everything from the boarded windows to the overcast sky to the fundamental restructuring of human civilization. Patterson's on the 3rd floor. Come on. Your friends, too. But the weapons stay holstered. I've got kids in here, and they've seen enough. Daniel waved the others forward. They emerged from the tree line and crossed to the hotel. Josie with the Remington slung across her back, Ray with the machete sheathed, Tommy with the tire iron dangling from his hand like a forgotten prop. Theo led them to a side entrance, a service door, heavy steel, secured with a padlock and a length of chain. He produced a key, opened it, and led them into the hotel's interior. The inside was dark, not pitch dark. The upper windows let in enough gray afternoon light to see shapes and surfaces, but dark enough that the transition from outside to inside required a pause, a recalibration of the eyes, a moment of vulnerability while the world resolved from shadow into form. The hotel smelled like what it was, a building full of people who had been living without reliable plumbing for 5 days. Body odor, stale food, the chemical sharpness of improvised sanitation, and underneath it all, the dusty, wood and fabric smell of the building itself, a structure that had been accommodating travelers for 100 years and was now accommodating refugees. They climbed stairs. The stairwell was narrow and the steps creaked under Ray's weight, and the walls were bare and the sound of their footsteps echoed upward in a way that made Daniel want to walk more quietly and also faster, because quiet was survival. But Lily was at the top, and every step was a step closer. 3rd floor, a hallway. Doors, hotel room doors, numbered, some open, some closed. From behind the closed doors came the sounds of occupation. Voices, the rustle of movement, a child crying with the exhausted persistence of a child who has been crying for a long time and lacks the energy to stop. From the open doors, faces appeared. Adults, mostly women, peering into the hallway with the guarded alertness of people who had learned to treat every sound as a potential threat. Theo stopped at a door marked 3M14. He knocked. 3 quick raps, a pause, 2 more. A code. The door opened. Mrs. Patterson was not what Daniel had imagined. He'd constructed an image from her voice on the satellite phone, authoritative, composed, the voice of someone accustomed to managing 30 adolescents through the normal turbulence of middle school, and had imagined a woman of corresponding stature. The woman who opened the door was 5 feet tall and slight, with the build of a marathon runner, and the face of someone who had been beautiful before exhaustion and stress had drawn it into a geography of lines and hollows. Her gray hair was in a bun that was losing its structural integrity. Her glasses were held together at the left temple with a piece of tape. She looked at Daniel, and her face did something that was not a smile and not a collapse, but somewhere between. The controlled release of a pressure that had been building for 5 days. "Mr. Rowe," she said, "Mrs. Patterson. She's been waiting for you." She stepped aside. The room beyond her was a standard hotel room, converted into a command center. Maps on the walls, supplies stacked on the bed, a satellite phone on the desk, chairs arranged in a circle. And at the window, looking out at the gray afternoon, a girl, 12 years old, brown hair and a ponytail, that had given up on neatness 3 days ago, wearing jeans and a sweatshirt that said Natural Bridge, Virginia, in faded blue letters, something she'd found in the hotel gift shop, Daniel would learn later, when her own clothes had become too dirty to wear. She was holding a book a paperback, something from the hotel's lobby bookshelf. But she wasn't reading it. She was looking out the window with the particular stillness of a child who is watching for something specific, who has been watching for it for days, who has refined the act of watching into a form of prayer. "Lily," Daniel said. She turned, and then time did a thing it does not normally do. It compressed and expanded simultaneously, the moment containing both the longest second of Daniel's life and the shortest, the distance between the doorway and the window being both infinite and nothing. And his daughter's face went through surprise and disbelief and recognition and a pain that was the shape of 5 days of fear, releasing itself all at once. And she dropped the book and she ran. She hit him at full speed, which was considerable for a 12-year-old whose legs had spent 5 days coiled with waiting, and her arms went around him and her face buried itself in his chest. And she made a sound that was not a word, but was every word. A sound that contained "Dad," and "You came," and "I was so scared," and "Don't let go," all compressed into a single, shattered exhalation. Daniel held her. He held her the way Ray had told him to hold her, so hard she would complain about it. And she didn't complain. She held him back with a strength that surprised him, her fingers gripping the canvas of his jacket with the desperation of someone holding on to the one solid thing in a liquid world. And he put his face in her hair and breathed in the smell of her, hotel shampoo and sweat and the particular scent that was just Lily, that had been Lily since she was born, that no apocalypse could alter. And his eyes burned and his throat closed, and his chest did something that was the opposite of the hard slamming it had done in the hallway of his school 5 days ago. This was soft. This was the feeling of a fracture setting, of a dislocation reducing, of something that had been wrenched apart, finding its way back into alignment. "You came," Lily said into his chest. "I told you I was coming." "I know, but you came." "I came." She pulled back just enough to look at his face. Her eyes were Rebecca's eyes, brown, sharp, skeptical, and they were red-rimmed and swollen, and they searched his face for something she needed to find there. "Where's Mom?" The question hit him like a physical blow, a fist to the sternum, a bullet to the vest. Something that stops your forward motion completely and leaves you standing in the impact. He had known it was coming. He had rehearsed it in his head during every mile of the drive south. He had prepared words and discarded them, and prepared new words and discarded those, because there were no words for this, no combination of syllables in any language that could carry the weight of what he had to tell his 12-year-old daughter about her mother. "Let's sit down," he said. "Dad, Lily, let's sit down." She knew. He could see it in her face, the way her eyes went wide and then narrow, the way her lips pressed together, the way her body stiffened against his. She knew the way children know things they haven't been told, by reading the topography of a parent's face, by hearing what isn't said in the spaces between what is. "No," she said. "Lily, no. Don't say it, don't." He sat on the edge of the bed and she sat beside him and he told her. Not all of it. Not the bat, not the stairwell, not the sound. He told her that her mother had been hurt, that her mother had come to the house, that her mother had asked Daniel to come find Lily, that her mother had been very brave and very clear and very much herself until the end. He told her that Rebecca loved her. He told her that the last thing Rebecca talked about was her. Lily sat very still while he told her. Her hands were in her lap, folded, the fingers interlaced with a precision that looked deliberate, as though she were holding herself together by the hands. Her face was the face of a child processing something that children should not have to process, the permanent, irrevocable absence of a parent. And she processed it not with tears, but with a stillness that frightened Daniel more than weeping would have. It was Rebecca's stillness, the stillness of a person who absorbs the blow and then later, in private, comes apart. "Okay," she said when he finished. "Lily?" "Okay, Dad, I heard you." She unfolded her hands, refolded them, looked at the window, looked at the floor, looked at her hands. "Can I have a minute?" "Of course." "By myself." "Okay." She stood and walked to the bathroom, the hotel room's small bathroom, barely larger than a closet, and closed the door, and Daniel sat on the bed and listened to the silence on the other side, and did not go in because She had asked for a minute, and because Rebecca would have told him to give her the minute, to respect the girl's need to fall apart in private, to trust that she would come back when she was ready. Mrs. Patterson appeared in the doorway. She looked at Daniel's face and understood. "I'll be down the hall, room 308. When you're ready, there are things we need to discuss." "Thank you. Your daughter is remarkable, Mr. Rowe. I need you to know that. These 5 days, she's been the one keeping the other children calm. Reading to them, organizing games, making sure they eat. She's 12, and she's been doing the work of an adult, and she's been doing it well." "That sounds like her," Daniel said, and his voice did something he didn't want it to do, and he pressed his hand against his mouth, and Mrs. Patterson backed out of the room and closed the door. The bathroom door opened 7 minutes later. Lily came out. Her eyes were red, and her face was wet, and her ponytail was completely ruined, and she walked to Daniel and sat beside him and put her head on his shoulder and said, "I want to go home." "I know. Is there still a home?" "There's a place. And there are people. I'll tell you about them." Okay. They sat on the hotel bed in room 314, and Daniel told his daughter about Josie and Ray and Tommy and NK and Garrett and Dee, and about the Peterbilt and the mountain roads and the toll station and the bridge that groaned and the dead that walked and the living who were sometimes worse. He told her about the Greenbrier and the satellite phone and the message he'd sent and the message she'd sent. "Dad, something bad is happening." And how that message had been the thing that kept him moving through every mile and every horror. He told her about her mother's last words, "Tell Lily," and "You need to go get her, Daniel. You need to promise me. She told you to come get me. She drove through the whole city, hurt, to make sure I knew where you were. She gave me the hotel name, the room number, the teacher's name. He stopped, breathed. She was your mother. She was going to make sure." Lily was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "She was always like that. Even when you guys were fighting. She always made sure the important things got done." "Yeah, I miss her." "Me too. Is it going to feel like this forever?" Daniel thought about lying. He thought about saying, "It gets better," or "time heals," or any of the other phrases that adults deploy against grief like sandbags against a flood. Nominally protective, ultimately inadequate. But Lily was 12 and the world was over, and she deserved the truth. It's going to feel like this for a while, and then it's going to feel different. Not better, different. And then different again. It changes. It doesn't go away, but it changes. Okay. She wiped her face with the sleeve of the Natural Bridge sweatshirt. "Can I meet your friends now?" "Yeah, let's go." Josie was in the hallway, crouched beside a boy of maybe 8 who had a cut on his knee and the tear-streaked face of a child who had reached his limit approximately 3 days ago. She had the first aid kit open and was cleaning the cut with antiseptic, her hands gentle, her voice steady, the professional calm of a woman who could soothe a frightened animal or a frightened child with equal facility. "This is going to sting for 2 seconds, she said. "Count with me. 1. The boy yelped before she reached 2. "See, already over." She pressed a bandage over the cut with a care that went beyond medical necessity. The care of a person who understood that the physical hurt was the least of what this child was suffering. "You're tough. What's your name?" "Aiden." "Aiden, I'm Josie. I'm going to be around for a little while, and if anything hurts or feels wrong, you come find me. Deal?" The boy nodded and fled down the hallway with the recovered energy of a child whose world has been momentarily narrowed to a manageable size by the attention of a competent adult. Josie stood and saw Daniel and Lily. Her expression softened, not dramatically, because Josie did not do things dramatically, but enough. The tight focus of medical work relaxed into something warmer. "Hey," she said. "This is Lily," Daniel said, and "Hi." Lily's voice was small, but not shy. She was studying Josie the way she studied everything, with Rebecca's evaluating gaze, the one that took in details and filed them and formed conclusions. "My dad said you're a veterinarian." "Vet tech. Close enough. I wanted to be a veterinarian once, for about 3 weeks. Then I decided it was too sad." "It is too sad," Josie agreed. "But the good parts are really good." Lily nodded. The exchange was brief and awkward and entirely insufficient, but it was also the first normal interaction Lily had had with a new adult in 5 days. The first introduction, the first small talk, the first tentative handshake between a child's world and the wider world of strangers, and it mattered in a way that neither of them acknowledged. Ray was downstairs in the hotel's lobby, where he had assumed the position of self-appointed security, standing at the boarded front doors with the machete and the posture of a man who intended for nothing to come through those doors without his permission. When Daniel brought Lily down the stairs, Ray turned and his face did the thing that Daniel was learning to recognize: the softening, the momentary collapse of the tough man architecture into something vulnerable and fatherly. The expression of a man who was looking at a 12-year-old girl and seeing his own daughter, 28 years old and 1,000 miles away in Nashville. "This is Lily," Daniel said. "Hey, Lily." Ray's voice was gentle, which on him sounded like thunder trying to whisper. "Your dad drove 500 miles through the actual end of the world to get to you. Thought you should know that." "I know," Lily said, and then, with the disarming directness of a 12-year-old, "You're really big." Ray laughed. It was the first genuine laugh Daniel had heard from him, a deep rolling sound that filled the lobby and echoed off the marble floor and the boarded windows and the darkness. "Yeah," he said, "I am." Tommy was in the hotel's dining room, sitting at a table with 3 of the students, 2 girls and a boy, all around Lily's age, and his sketchbook was open and he was teaching them to draw, or trying to. He was showing them how to capture the shape of a hand by breaking it into geometric forms, cylinders for the fingers, a trapezoid for the palm, and the students were attempting to follow his instructions, with varying degrees of success, and the shared absorption of people who had found, in pencil and paper, a temporary escape from the world outside the windows. When Lily walked in, one of the girls looked up and said, "Lily, your dad came." "Yeah," Lily said. "He came." The word spread through the hotel in minutes. Daniel Rowe's father came. It moved from floor to floor, room to room, carried by children and teachers and the handful of other adults who had sheltered here. Theo, the maintenance manager, a married couple from the town, an elderly woman who had been a hotel guest when the outbreak hit and had simply never checked out. The news was small and specific. One man, one daughter, one reunion, but it carried a weight far beyond its scope because it was proof that the world outside still contained people who were searching, traveling, fighting to reach the people they loved. Proof that the connections that mattered before the outbreak still mattered after it. Proof that distance could be crossed and promises could be kept. Mrs. Patterson found Daniel in the dining room. She sat down across from him with the posture of a woman about to deliver a briefing, straight-backed, hands folded, eyes direct. "We need to talk about the situation," she said. "The situation. The people at the visitor center. The group that calls themselves New Dominion." She spoke the name the way you'd say the name of a disease, clinically, with the understanding that naming it didn't diminish its threat. "They've been here for 4 days. They arrived the day after the outbreak. A convoy, maybe 15 vehicles, well organized. They took the visitor center, the caverns, the gift shops, the restaurant. They've been..." She paused, choosing words with the care of a teacher, selecting vocabulary for a difficult concept. "Expanding." "Expanding how?" "Taking over buildings, moving into houses. They've been going door to door in the town, confiscating weapons, collecting food, registering people. Registration means you join them or you leave. And leaving means walking into infected territory with nothing. Have they come here? Not yet. The hotel is north of their main territory, and we've been quiet, but it's a matter of time. The man who leads them, they call him Commander Wade, he's been sending scouts into this area. We've seen them from the windows. It's only a matter of time before they come to the door." "How many are they?" "From what we can see, 60 to 80. Well armed, rifles, handguns. We've seen what might be military weapons. They have vehicles, fuel, supplies. They're the biggest organized group in the area, which makes them the de facto authority, and they know it. And you have 30 students and a handful of adults with, what? The hotel's kitchen knives. We have one hunting rifle, Theo's, and the satellite phone and the barricades. That's it. Daniel looked at the dining room, at the students, at his daughter, who had joined the drawing lesson and was sitting beside Tommy with a pencil in her hand, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to turn her hand into geometric shapes on paper. She was 12 and she was drawing, and she was in a building with boarded windows and an armed militia half a mile away, and the dead walking through the park between here and there. We need to leave, he said. I know. Not just Lily, all of you, all the students. We need to get everyone out of here before New Dominion decides the hotel is part of their territory. Mrs. Patterson's expression shifted, a crack in the professional composure, a flash of something that was not hope exactly, but its precursor, the possibility of hope, the willingness to consider that an outcome existed beyond wait and see. Where would we go? The Greenbrier. It's a military installation about 120 miles west. They're accepting civilians. They have food, water, medical care, soldiers. It's the safest place I've seen. 120 miles, with 30 students through... She gestured at the window, at the world. Through that, yes. We have 2 vehicles. We have weapons. We have people who've been driving these roads for 5 days and know the terrain. He leaned forward. Mrs. Patterson, I made a promise to my ex-wife that I would come get Lily. I've kept that promise. Now I'm making another one. I'll get these kids out of here. She studied him. The teacher's gaze, the one that assesses not knowledge but character, that determines in a glance whether a student is sincere or performing, whether a parent is capable or overwhelmed. Daniel had been on the receiving end of that gaze many times, as a teacher himself and as a parent, and he held it now the way he'd held the stairwell door handle, with shaking hands and complete determination. I have 31 students, she said. 3 other teachers. Theo, the Marshalls, the couple from town, Mrs. Addison, the guest who stayed. That's 38 people, most of them children. The youngest is 11, the oldest is 14. Some of them haven't eaten a proper meal in 2 days. Some of them have been crying for 5 days. Some of them have stopped crying, which worries me more. We can't take 38 people in 2 vehicles. No, you can't. She stood up. But there's a school bus in the parking lot. It brought us here. It still runs. Theo checked it yesterday. A school bus. The yellow, diesel-powered, 60-seat icon of American childhood, sitting in the parking lot of a hotel at the end of the world, waiting to perform the task it was built for, carrying children to safety. A school bus, Daniel said, a school bus. Through 120 miles through whatever's between here and there. Yes, he almost smiled. The absurdity of it. The sheer, magnificent absurdity of loading 31 middle schoolers onto a yellow school bus and driving them through the zombie apocalypse to a luxury resort with a Cold War bunker was the kind of thing that, in the old world, would have been a movie he'd never watch. In this world, it was a plan. When, he asked? Tomorrow morning, first light. We pack tonight, we load at dawn, and we go. We go. The hotel came alive that evening with the focused, anxious energy of preparation. Dee, who had remained with the vehicles but had been summoned by walkie-talkie when the plan took shape, arrived at the hotel with Garrett and the Ford loaded with supplies, and she immediately claimed the hotel's kitchen with the territorial authority of a woman who had spent her career in kitchens and recognized one as her domain regardless of the circumstances. The kitchen's gas was off, but the propane stove she'd carried from Durban still worked, and within an hour, the smell of cooking food filled the hotel's lower floors with a warmth that was both physical and emotional. She cooked for 38 people. She cooked rice and beans and canned vegetables and a stew made from canned chicken and dried herbs from the hotel's kitchen and water from the jugs they'd collected, and she served it in the dining room on hotel china because, she said, these kids deserve to eat off real plates. The students sat at the dining room tables and ate in a near silence that had nothing to do with table manners and everything to do with the simple, overwhelmed gratitude of hungry children being fed something that wasn't cold canned food. Some of them cried while they ate. Some of them ate with the mechanical focus of machines being refueled. Some of them talked, quiet, tentative conversations that sounded like the first words spoken after a long silence, rusty and uncertain and brave. Lily sat with the girls from the drawing lesson, Cammy, her best friend, a short girl with braces and a ferocity that seemed outsized for her frame, and another girl named Petra, taller, quieter, with long dark hair, and the watchful eyes of a child who had decided that observation was the safest form of participation. The three of them ate and talked, and occasionally one of them would look at Daniel across the dining room, and he would feel the weight of their attention, the weight of being an adult in a room full of children who were looking for adults to trust. Josie circulated through the rooms, performing medical checks with the efficiency of someone conducting a wellness exam on a kennel full of patients. She checked temperatures, inspected cuts and scrapes, asked about sleep and appetite and bowel function with the unflinching directness that had probably made her an excellent vet tech and was now making her an invaluable field medic. Most of the children were in reasonable physical condition, hungry, tired, frightened, but uninjured. 2 had minor infections from untreated cuts that she cleaned and bandaged. 1, a boy named Miles, 13, quiet, with the gangly limbs of a recent growth spurt, had a cough that Josie didn't like but couldn't diagnose without equipment she didn't have. Keep an eye on that one, she told Daniel. Could be nothing. Could be early pneumonia. In a building with poor ventilation and no heat. Upper respiratory infections spread fast. Can you treat it? I have amoxicillin from the clinic. Veterinary grade, but the compound is the same. If it's bacterial, yes. If it's viral, we wait and hope. Tommy had become, in the space of 2 hours, the most popular person in the hotel. The art lesson had expanded from 3 students to a dozen, and the hotel's dining room had been converted into an impromptu studio where children sat at tables with paper and pencils, supplied by Tommy's sketchbook and supplemented by stationery from the hotel's front desk, and drew. They drew their homes. They drew their families. They drew the things they missed: pets, bedrooms, favorite foods, the specific quality of light through a familiar window. Tommy moved among them with the quiet encouragement of someone who understood that the act of drawing was not about the product, but the process, the translation of internal experience into external form, the making visible of things that hurt too much to say. He's good at that, Lily said, watching Tommy from across the room. He's an art student, Daniel said. He's good at the people part. The art is just, she searched for the word. The art is just the door. Daniel looked at his daughter. 12 years old, and she understood something about human connection that most adults took decades to figure out. Rebecca's daughter. Through and through. Ray spent the evening with Theo inspecting the school bus. They stood in the parking lot in the October cold, with flashlights and the concentrated attention of 2 men who understood machines and took the condition of machines personally. The bus was a 2018 Bluebird diesel engine, 72 passenger capacity. Theo had maintained it as part of his hotel duties. The hotel had used it for guest shuttles to the nearby attractions. And the engine was sound, the tires were good, the fuel tank was 3/4 full. She'll make it, Ray said, running his hand along the bus's yellow flank. Diesel engine, good tires, solid frame. Not fast, not quiet, not discreet. But she'll carry 60 people in their stuff, and she'll do it reliably. The roads are what they are. She's not made for mountain switchbacks, but she'll handle them better than you'd think. These things are built to carry children through the worst weather in every state in the country. The engineers who designed them assume the worst. He patted the bus. She'll make it. Garrett documented everything. He moved through the hotel with his notebook, recording the number of occupants, the supply inventory, the condition of the building, the defensive preparations. He interviewed Theo about the hotel's structure and vulnerabilities. He interviewed Mrs. Patterson about the timeline of their shelter in place and the decisions they'd made. He recorded it all in his cramped, precise handwriting, filling pages with the boring version, the true version, the one with dates and times and numbers. When Daniel found him in the lobby at 10 p.m., sitting in an armchair with his notebook and a candle, Garrett looked up with an expression that was, for the first time since Daniel had known him, something approaching peace. 38 people, Garrett said. 31 of them children. You're going to drive them 120 miles through an active outbreak zone in a school bus. That's the plan. The actuarial probability of... Don't! Garrett looked at him. Then he closed his notebook. You know what? You're right. Don't. He put the notebook in his breast pocket. Some things shouldn't be actuarialized. Is that a word? It is now. Daniel couldn't sleep. He lay on the floor of room 314. Lily had the bed because she was 12, and the bed was hers, and he would sleep on floors for the rest of his life if it meant she had a bed. And he stared at the ceiling and listened to his daughter's breathing and mapped the route in his head. Natural Bridge to the Greenbrier. 120 miles. West on Route 60, through the mountains, through whatever was between here and there, in a school bus, with 31 children and 7 adults, armed with a Glock, a Remington, a machete, a tire iron, Theo's hunting rifle, and the collective determination of people who had run out of options that didn't involve running. The route had 3 critical vulnerabilities. The first was the departure, getting 38 people out of the hotel, onto the bus, and onto the road before New Dominion noticed. The second was the stretch of Route 11 north to the I-64 interchange, which passed within 2 miles of New Dominion's territory. The third was the mountain roads between Lexington and the Greenbrier, the same roads they'd driven 4 days ago. The roads where infected gathered in valleys and bridges groaned under weight. He thought about each vulnerability. He thought about contingencies. He thought about the things that could go wrong and the things that could go right, and the vast space of things that were neither wrong nor right, but simply unknown, unforeseeable, the chaos of a world that had stopped following rules. He thought about Rebecca, about her hands folding the permission slip she'd forged, about her voice on the staircase. You need to go get her, Daniel. He thought about the bat. He thought about the sound. He didn't think about the bat. He thought about Lily's breathing, even and slow and deep, the breathing of a child who had been handed something terrible and had processed it and had fallen asleep because the body demands sleep even when the mind demands wakefulness. She was 12. She was alive. She was breathing. He closed his eyes. He slept. He dreamed of a yellow school bus driving through mountains made of red and gold leaves, and in the dream, the bus was full of children who were singing, and the song was one he didn't know, but the melody was beautiful, and the road ahead was clear, and the sky was blue, and for the entire length of the dream, nothing went wrong. Dawn on day 6 came cold and fast. Daniel was awake before the light, moving through the hotel in the dark with the flashlight and the Glock and the hunting knife and the focused purpose of a man executing a plan he'd rehearsed in his sleep. He woke Josie. He woke Ray. He woke Dee and Tommy and Garrett. He woke Theo. He did not wake Lily. Not yet. Let her sleep. Let her have the last 20 minutes of stillness before the day demanded everything. The plan had been finalized at 11 p.m. the night before, in a meeting in room 308 that included Daniel, Josie, Ray, Mrs. Patterson, and Theo. It was simple because simple plans had fewer failure points. Phase 1. Load. Pre-dawn. Supplies onto the bus. Adults and children onto the bus. Minimal noise, minimal light. No one leaves the bus once loaded. Phase 2. Depart. First light. Bus leads. Ford follows. Jeep brings up the rear. North on Route 11 away from New Dominion's territory. Phase 3. Transit. Route 11 north to the I-64 interchange. West on I-64 or Route 60 through the mountains. Don't stop. Don't engage. Drive. Phase 4. Arrive. The Greenbrier. Military perimeter. Safety. Simple. 4 phases, 120 miles. Maybe 4 hours if the roads were clear. Maybe 10 if they weren't. Maybe never if the things between here and there were worse than the things they'd already survived. They loaded the bus in the dark. Dee handled supplies, stacking boxes of food and water in the rear seats, with the spatial efficiency of a woman who had been fitting things into restaurant kitchens for 20 years. Josie organized the medical supplies in a designated seat near the front. accessible in an emergency. Ray did a final check of the engine, the tires, the fuel, the wipers, all the systems that would keep the bus moving and its occupants alive. The children were woken at 5:30 a.m. They dressed in the dark, or the near dark, the gray pre-dawn light that seeped through the boarded windows in thin bars. They gathered their belongings, which were heartbreakingly few: a backpack, a phone that didn't work, a stuffed animal, a book, the accumulated remnants of a school trip that had become a survival scenario. They filed down the stairs in a line that was quiet not because they'd been told to be quiet, but because 5 days of fear had taught them that sound was dangerous. That quiet was the price of existence. Daniel stood at the bus door and watched them board. 31 children, ages 11 to 14, climbing the steps of a school bus in the gray light of a Virginia morning at the end of the world. Some of them looked at him as they passed. Quick, evaluating glances, the gaze of children trying to determine if this adult was one of the ones who could keep them safe. Some of them didn't look at all, their eyes fixed on the steps, on the bus floor, on the limited horizon of the next few seconds. Lily was the last student to board. She stopped at the door and looked at Daniel with Rebecca's eyes and said, "Ready, ready." She climbed the steps. She sat in the second row, behind the driver's seat, Mrs. Patterson's seat, where the teacher could see the road and the students and the mirrors simultaneously. Cammie sat beside her. Petra sat behind them. Mrs. Patterson boarded last, carrying the satellite phone and a clipboard with a list of every student's name and emergency contact information. A document from another world. Meaningless now, except as a record. Garrett's boring version in another form. "All present," she said. "All present," Daniel confirmed. He looked at the hotel. The Natural Bridge Hotel, white clapboard, boarded windows, tilting slightly east like everything in this valley. It had sheltered 38 people for 5 days. It had done its job. Now it was empty, and the emptiness would be noticed. And the people who noticed would have questions that Daniel did not intend to be present to answer. Ray was in the driver's seat of the bus. Not because he was the designated driver of the plan. That had been Theo, who knew the local roads. But because Ray had looked at the bus, and the bus had looked at Ray, and the matter had been settled the way all matters between Ray Pratt and vehicles were settled, by a mutual recognition that this was where he belonged. Theo was in the Ford. Dee was in the Ford with him, along with the overflow of supplies that didn't fit on the bus. Daniel was in the Jeep with Josie and Garrett. Tommy had chosen the bus, where his art lessons had given him a status among the students that was somewhere between camp counselor and minor celebrity. At 6:04 a.m., they moved. The bus went first, its engine caught with a diesel cough that sounded in the dawn silence like a shout, and Ray winced and eased the throttle, and the bus rolled forward out of the parking lot and onto the hotel's access road. The Ford followed. The Jeep brought up the rear. They turned north on Route 11. Away from the visitor center, away from New Dominion's checkpoint, away from the billboards and the banner and the signs that promised a new world under Commander Marshall Wade. They drove north through the town of Natural Bridge, past the park where the infected had drifted the day before, now empty in the early light, past the houses with their dark windows, past the gas station and the church and the general store, and the town receded behind them like a memory being released. At the edge of town, where Route 11 climbed into the first of the low ridges that separated the valley's settlements, Daniel looked in the rearview mirror. The hotel was visible in the distance, white against the gray mountain, growing smaller with each second. Then it was gone. The first hour was quiet. Route 11 wound north through the Shenandoah Valley in long, easy curves, the road following the contour of the land with the gentle compliance of a path that had been traveled for centuries, first by the indigenous peoples, then by settlers, then by armies, then by tourists, and now by a school bus and 2 support vehicles, carrying the remnants of a school trip through the remnants of a civilization. The valley was empty. The farms sat in their fields, untended, unharvested. Cattle wandered through broken fences. A tractor sat in the middle of a road, its engine long dead, its driver long gone. The beauty of the landscape was a constant, low-grade cruelty. The mountains blue in the distance, the fields golden with unharvested grain, the sky enormous and indifferent and achingly clear. On the bus, the children were quiet. Not the restless, suppressed quiet of a school bus full of students trying to follow a rule, but the deep, exhausted quiet of children who had learned that quiet was survival. Some of them slept, heads against windows, against each other, against backpacks serving as pillows. Some stared out the windows with the thousand-yard focus of people watching a world they no longer recognized. Some held hands, pairs, and trios linked together in chains of contact that were less about comfort and more about confirmation. You're here, I'm here, we're here. Tommy sat in the middle of the bus with his sketchbook open, but he wasn't drawing. He was talking, quietly, steadily, to the 3 students nearest him, telling them about the places he'd been in the last 5 days, the things he'd seen, the people he'd met. He was telling the story of the journey, the way a person tells a campfire story, with dramatic pauses and moments of levity and careful omissions of the parts that would have given an 11-year-old nightmares. Mrs. Patterson sat in the front row with her clipboard and her cracked glasses and her eyes on the road and her hand on the satellite phone, and she held herself with the rigid composure of a woman who had accepted a responsibility so enormous that relaxing would be the same as failing. Lily sat behind her, looking out the window. Daniel could see her in the bus's mirrors, the rear view, the side mirrors, the kaleidoscope of reflected angles that gave him fragmentary views of his daughter's profile, her ponytail, her hands in her lap. She was quiet. She was watching. She was doing the things she'd learned from her mother, absorbing the situation, processing it, filing it, waiting until she had enough information to act. The walkie-talkie crackled. Theo's voice from the Ford. We're coming up on the I-64 interchange, 2 miles. Daniel picked up the walkie-talkie and copy. What does it look like? From here? Clear. But I can't see the interchange itself. The ridge blocks the view. Ray, slow down at the crest. Let's get a visual before we commit. Ray's voice from the bus. Copy. The bus slowed as they climbed the ridge. At the crest, where the road offered a panoramic view of the interchange below, the junction of Route 11 and Interstate 64, with its ramps and overpasses, and the broad, flat expanse of the interstate stretching east and west, Daniel raised the binoculars and looked. The interchange was partially blocked. Cars filled the eastbound ramp, stacked bumper to bumper in the pattern of a traffic jam that had become permanent. The westbound lanes were clearer but not empty. Scattered vehicles, some overturned, some burned, and among them the shapes of the dead, maybe 30 of them, moving through the wreckage with the aimless persistence that Daniel had stopped finding remarkable and started finding simply present, a fact of the landscape like trees or weather. But there was something else. On the overpass itself, where I-64 crossed above Route 11, a vehicle was parked. A large vehicle, a military surplus truck, the kind with a canvas-covered bed and a cab that sat high above the road. And beside the truck, 2 figures were standing with binoculars of their own, scanning the road below. New Dominion, Josie said from beside him. They're watching the interchange. It's the main route north. They'd be stupid not to. So we can't use the interchange. We can't use the interchange. Daniel lowered the binoculars. The plan had been to access I-64 westbound at this interchange and take the interstate into the mountains. The interstate was faster, wider, easier to navigate in a school bus, but the interstate was watched. Alternate route, he said into the walkie-talkie. Ray, back us down the ridge. Theo, do you know a way onto Route 60 without using the interstate? Theo's voice. Route 60 parallels I-64, about 5 miles south. We can pick it up from a county road on the west side of the ridge. But it takes us closer to New Dominion territory. How close? 2 miles, maybe less. 2 miles from 60 armed people who controlled the territory and demanded registration and weapons surrender. 2 miles with a bright yellow school bus full of children that was about as discreet as a parade float. Is there another way? A pause. Then Theo. There's an old logging road. Goes northwest over the ridge and comes out on Route 60 about 10 miles west of here. I've driven it in my truck. It's rough, unpaved, steep in places. I don't know if the bus can make it. Ray, Ray's voice thoughtful. How rough is rough? Gravel and dirt, some washouts. One creek crossing that was about a foot deep last time I drove it. When was that? July. October's going to be deeper, but maybe not much. A pause. I'll try it. This bus has the clearance and the tires for it. It's not going to be comfortable for the passengers. The passengers will be fine. Mrs. Patterson's voice came from somewhere behind Ray. She said it with the authority of a woman who had been managing the comfort of passengers for 30 years and was not about to let a logging road derail the effort. Logging road, Daniel decided. Theo, lead us. The Ford pulled ahead of the bus. The convoy reversed course, descending the ridge on the north side, and turned west onto a county road that led into the hills. After 3 miles, Theo turned again, onto a road that was less a road than an aspiration, a track of compacted earth and gravel that wound into the forest between trees that closed overhead like the roof of a cathedral. The bus groaned. The children gripped their seats. Ray drove with his jaw set and his hands steady, and the diesel engine working harder than it had been designed to, climbing a grade that was meant for trucks with 4-wheel drive and a prayer, not a 72-passenger school bus, with 31 frightened adolescents and a man named Ray, who refused to let a road beat him. The creek crossing was the worst of it. The water was 18 inches deep, deeper than July, as Ray had predicted, and it ran fast over a bed of rocks that clunked and scraped against the bus's undercarriage. Ray hit it at speed, not fast, but steady, maintaining momentum, the bus plowing through the water with the blunt determination of a thing that was heavier than its obstacles and knew it. Water sprayed up from the tires and hit the windows, and some of the children made sounds, gasps, small screams. And then they were through and climbing the far bank, and the forest closed around them again. Everyone okay back there? Ray called over his shoulder. We're fine, Patterson said. Her voice suggested that her definition of fine had been revised significantly in the last 5 days. The logging road crested the ridge and began to descend. The trees thinned. The road widened. And then, ahead, through the last of the forest, the gray ribbon of Route 60 appeared, a real road paved, 2 lanes, running east-west through the mountains, with the promise of distance and direction. They emerged from the logging road onto Route 60 at 8:12 a.m. Theo turned the Ford west. Ray followed with the bus. Daniel brought up the rear in the Jeep. Behind them to the east, the Shenandoah Valley and New Dominion and the Natural Bridge Hotel and everything that had happened there receded into the past tense. Ahead to the west, the mountains rose and the road climbed and the journey was 100 miles and a world away from done. The mountains took them back. Route 60 West climbed into the Alleghenies with the steady, relentless incline of a road that had been arguing with gravity since it was built, and the bus labored up the grades with the patient groaning of a machine, doing work it was capable of, but not happy about. Ray drove with both hands on the wheel and his eyes on the road and the mirrors simultaneously, watching the bus's behavior, listening to its engine, feeling through the steering column the vibrations and resistances that told him what the machine was thinking. The children settled into the rhythm of the road. Some slept. Some talked in low voices. Some stared out the windows at the mountains and the forests, and the endless, scrolling landscape of a country that was no longer the country they'd known. Tommy had resumed his art lessons, and the bus's middle section had become an improvised studio. Paper and pencils passed between seats, the quiet scratch of drawing filling the spaces between the engine's drone and the tires' hum. Lily moved from her seat to the back of the bus, where she sat alone and looked out the rear window at the road unspooling behind them. Daniel could see her in the mirrors, small, still, watching the world they were leaving, and he understood the impulse. At 12, she was old enough to know that leaving meant losing, that every mile west was a mile farther from the place where her mother had told her father to come find her, the place where the last thread connecting the life she'd had to the life she was living had been tied and then cut. He wanted to go to her. He wanted to sit beside her and hold her hand and tell her things that would make it better. But he was driving, and she had asked to be alone, and the hardest part of being a parent, the hardest part before the apocalypse, the hardest part during it, was respecting the boundary between protection and presence, between hovering and holding, between the need to fix and the wisdom to wait. So he drove, and she watched, and the road carried them west. They encountered the infected at 10:47 a.m., 20 miles east of the Greenbrier. It was not a horde, not the massive river-like migration they'd seen outside Pittsburgh. It was a cluster, maybe 60, gathered at an intersection where Route 60 crossed a county road. They stood in and around the intersection in the directionless congregation that Daniel now recognized as a natural behavior. The dead gathering at crossroads, at intersections, at the nodes where human paths converged, drawn by some residual instinct to the places where the living had once moved in greatest numbers. Theo's voice on the walkie-talkie. Intersection ahead. 60 plus infected. Both lanes blocked. Can we go around? Left side's a ditch and a hillside. Right side's a guardrail and a drop. The intersection is the road. Ray's voice. I can push through. The bus has the mass. Daniel looked at the bus in his rearview mirror. Through its rear window, he could see the shapes of children. Heads above seatbacks, the movement of limbs, the quick turns of faces looking out at the road. He thought about the sound the Peterbilt had made when it went through the horde outside Pittsburgh. He thought about the children hearing that sound. No, he said, not with the kids on the bus. Then what? Draw them off. The Jeep is faster and louder than any of them. I'll drive past the intersection, make noise, pull them after me. When the intersection clears, the bus and the Ford go through. Dan, Josie started. I'll circle back. There has to be a side road past the intersection. I'll draw them south, loop around, and rejoin the convoy. And if there's no side road, then I'll find one. A moment of silence on the walkie-talkie. Then Ray, don't die. That's the plan. Daniel pulled the Jeep out of the convoy and accelerated. The Jeep leaped forward, 4 cylinders of aging American engineering doing their best, and the road opened up ahead, the intersection visible at a quarter mile, the cluster of infected becoming individual shapes as the distance closed. He hit the horn. The Jeep's horn was a single, piercing note, nothing like the Peterbilt's diesel blast, but in the mountain silence, it was enormous, a sound that echoed off the hillsides and the trees and the sky and rolled across the landscape like a stone dropped in still water. The infected turned, all of them, 60-plus heads rotating toward the sound with that synchronized mechanical precision that never stopped being horrifying, the hive-like response, the collective reorientation toward stimulus. Daniel drove past the intersection at 50 miles per hour, horn blaring, and the infected followed. Not all at once. The fresher ones first, those with enough motor function remaining to approximate a jog, their bodies lurching after the Jeep with the desperate, graceless urgency of things that wanted what the Jeep contained. Behind them, the slower ones turned and began their shuffle pursuit, a secondary wave that would never catch up but would follow the direction of the sound for miles. He watched in the mirror. The intersection was clearing. The bulk of the cluster had committed to the pursuit, streaming south after the Jeep like a school of fish following a lure, and the road behind them was opening up, 50 yards of clear asphalt, becoming 100, becoming 200. Go, he said into the walkie-talkie. Go now. The bus moved. Daniel saw it in the distance. The yellow rectangle of the school bus entering the intersection, threading through the remaining stragglers, Ray driving with the steady hand that had become the group's single most reliable asset. The Ford followed. They were through. Now Daniel had to get back. The infected were behind him, falling away at 50 miles per hour. But the road ahead was unfamiliar, a stretch of Route 60 he hadn't driven, curving through the mountains with no guarantee of a crossroad or a turnaround. He drove for a mile, 2 miles, watching for any road that went north or west, any path that would let him loop back to the convoy. There. A gas station on the right, its lot empty, its access road connecting to a narrow lane that angled northwest through the trees. He took it, braking hard, the Jeep skidding on the gravel, then accelerating up the lane. The lane climbed steeply, turned twice, and emerged onto a ridge road that ran roughly parallel to Route 60, but 500 feet higher. He drove west along the ridge. Below him, through gaps in the trees, he could see Route 60 winding through the valley. And there, 2 miles ahead, the yellow dot of the school bus, moving west, moving toward the Greenbrier, carrying his daughter and 30 other children and the people, who had become, in 5 impossible days, the closest thing to family that the end of the world allowed. The ridge road descended. It met a county road. The county road met Route 60, 3 miles west of the intersection. Daniel turned west and accelerated, and within 5 minutes the bus appeared in his windshield, the Ford beside it, the convoy restored. "Welcome back," Josie said from beside him. She hadn't spoken during the diversion, hadn't said anything when he'd pulled out of the convoy, hadn't protested or argued or demanded to come with him. She had sat in the passenger seat with the Remington across her lap, and her eyes on the road, and the absolute unwavering focus of a woman who trusted the person driving to know what they were doing, and had decided that the best thing she could do was be ready for whatever came next. "Thanks for not arguing," Daniel said. "I was going to argue. Then I realized you were already moving, and arguing with a moving target is a waste of energy. And you came back. So the argument is moot. Is that how arguments work? In the apocalypse?" "Yes." The Greenbrier appeared at 12:33 p.m. First the floodlights, visible even in daylight as a brightening of the sky above the trees. Then the generator hum, felt before heard, a vibration in the road surface and the air. Then the perimeter, the concrete barriers, the razor wire, the jersey walls in their zigzag pattern. And behind them, improbable and persistent, the white columns and Georgian architecture of the resort. The checkpoint was manned by different soldiers than the ones who had processed them 4 days ago. But the procedure was the same. Questions, medical screening, the clipboard. The difference was the reaction when the soldiers saw the bus. A sergeant, young, maybe 25, with the particular exhaustion of a person who has been doing a difficult job for too long without relief, looked at the school bus and then at Daniel and said, "How many?" 38. 31 children, ages 11 to 14, 7 adults. The sergeant stared at him. Then he called on his radio. Then he called again. Within 3 minutes, Colonel Haddix was at the checkpoint. A woman in her 50s with close-cropped gray hair and a face that combined military authority with a fatigue so deep it had become a permanent feature, like a scar. "You brought me a school bus full of children," she said. It was not a question. "Yes, ma'am." "From Natural Bridge?" "Yes, ma'am." She looked at the bus. Through its windows, the faces of 31 children looked back. Some curious, some frightened, some simply exhausted. They had been on the bus for 6 hours. They had crossed mountains and evaded an armed militia and passed through an intersection of the dead and ridden a logging road that their grandchildren, if they survived to have grandchildren, would not believe. "Get them inside," Colonel Haddix said. Her voice cracked, just slightly, just at the edges. She cleared her throat and the crack was gone and the authority was back. Medical screening for all of them. Hot food, beds, and someone find me 31 blankets that don't smell like plastic. The bus pulled through the checkpoint. The children disembarked into the floodlit interior of the Greenbrier's receiving area, where soldiers and volunteers guided them through the screening process, with a gentleness that Daniel had not expected from a military installation, and that brought him, for the second time in this place, to the edge of tears. Lily walked beside him. She had not let go of his hand since the bus stopped, her fingers gripping his with a pressure that was communication and comfort, and anchor all at once. She looked at the resort, the white columns, the grand entrance, the improbable elegance, and said, "This is where we're staying? For now. It's fancy." "It is." "Mom would have liked it." She said it quietly, almost to herself, and Daniel's hand tightened around hers, and he said nothing because there was nothing to say that was bigger than the truth of that sentence. NK was waiting in the main hall. She saw Daniel first, then the children streaming past, then the bus through the glass doors. and her face went through a series of expressions that her engineering precision could not control. Surprise, disbelief, a joy that was too complicated for a single emotion, and came out as a kind of trembling stillness. "You brought them," she said, "all of them. 31 children. And 7 adults, including one insurance adjuster who has documented every mile." Garrett appeared behind Daniel, his notebook in his hand, his flannel shirt now streaked with mud from the logging road, and sweat from the fear and the indescribable satisfaction of having survived something that his actuarial tables said he shouldn't have. He held up the notebook. "It's all in here," he said. "Every mile, every decision, every—" NK hugged him. This was so unexpected. NK had not, in Daniel's observation, physically touched another human being since they'd met, that Garrett stood rigid for a moment before his arms came up and he hugged her back, and they stood in the grand hall of the Greenbrier, while 31 children filed past them and the world outside the walls continued its slow collapse, and 2 people who had been strangers 6 days ago held on to each other because holding on was the only thing that made sense. That night, the Greenbrier's population stood at 442. Daniel sat on the floor of the room they'd been assigned, a former suite, now housing Daniel, Lily, Josie, and 2 of the students whose room assignment had overflowed from the conference center dormitory. Lily was asleep on the bed. The 2 students, Cammie and Petra, were asleep on the pull-out sofa. Josie was in the armchair, her eyes closed, the Remington propped against the wall beside her, and Daniel couldn't tell if she was asleep or simply resting with a vigilance that didn't require open eyes. He sat on the floor with his back against the wall and his phone in his hand, and the knowledge that his daughter was 10 feet away, breathing, alive, safe as any 12-year-old could be, in a world where the word safe had become provisional, and he felt the weight of the last 6 days settle on him like a physical thing, a blanket made of exhaustion and grief, and the specific, fragile relief of a promise kept. He had come to get her. He had come. Rebecca had asked him to, and he had done it. 500 miles, 6 days, 2 states, a Peterbilt, a Ford, a Jeep, and a school bus. A teacher, a vet tech, a truck driver, an engineer, an insurance adjuster, a cook, an art student, and a 12-year-old girl with her mother's eyes and her mother's strength, and the right to grow up in a world that might not let her. He had done it, but it wasn't over. The math, Garrett's math, the actuarial probability of survival in a collapsed world, said the Greenbrier had 41 days of operational capacity, minus the 4 they'd already used, minus the adjustment for 42 new mouths. Call it 30 days, a month. After that, the food ran out, or the fuel ran out, or the perimeter failed, and the dead came in, and the math resolved itself the way all survival math eventually resolves, in subtraction. 30 days to find a longer-term solution. 30 days to figure out where to go and how to get there and what kind of world they were going to build in the ruins of the one they'd lost. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight's reality was simpler and better. Lily was asleep. His friends were alive. The walls were holding. For now, that was enough. He closed his eyes and listened to his daughter breathing and the distant hum of generators and the silence that wrapped around the Greenbrier like a blanket, holding back the dark, holding back the dead, holding back the future for one more night. In the morning, there would be decisions. In the morning, there would be plans. In the morning, the world would demand what it always demanded, that they keep moving, keep fighting, keep choosing to survive in a place that was designed by virus or by nature or by whatever had set this in motion, to make survival the hardest thing a person could do. But tonight, his daughter was breathing. Tonight, that was enough. He woke once in the night, not to a sound, to a silence. The generators had hiccuped. Just for a moment, just long enough for the constant hum to stutter and then resume. But that moment of silence was enough to bring him from sleep to full alertness in the space of a heartbeat. He sat up. The room was dark. Lily was breathing. Cammie was breathing. Petra was breathing. Josie was Josie was awake. He could see her eyes in the faint light that leaked under the door. Open, alert, fixed on the same silence he'd woken to. Their eyes met across the dark room and they shared a look that was a conversation. Did you hear that? Yes. Are we okay? For now. Then, the generator steadied and the hum returned and the moment passed and Josie closed her eyes and Daniel sat with his back against the wall and waited to see if the silence came back. It didn't. But he stayed awake anyway, sitting there in the dark, watching over the sleeping shapes of the people in his care. And he thought about what Deputy Holt had said in Clifton Forge. The world doesn't need fewer parents. He thought about what Ray had said about his daughter in Nashville, about the 3 canceled visits, about the paper towels that had seemed more important than a trip to the Bluebird Cafe. He thought about Dee's husband, who had come home already dying and had told his wife what needed to be done. He thought about Tommy's mother in Wheeling, unreachable, unknown, a question mark in the geography of survival. He thought about NK, who had no family in this hemisphere and who had chosen to stay at the Greenbrier because someone needed to maintain the base, the communications, the thread of connection that kept them tethered to each other across the distances. He thought about the children on the bus, 31 of them, 31 sets of parents, somewhere, alive or dead or something in between, who had sent their children on a school trip to Natural Bridge, Virginia, and whose children were now in a Cold War bunker in the Allegheny Mountains, eating MREs off Hotel China, drawing pictures of their houses with a 19-year-old art student, sleeping under blankets that smelled like plastic. 31 children whose parents might come looking for them the way Daniel had come looking for Lily. 31 potential promises being driven across the country by people who loved someone enough to drive through the end of the world. Or 31 children whose parents were gone, whose homes were gone, whose lives before were as distant and unreachable as a country on the other side of an ocean, and who needed someone, needed adults, needed structure, needed the persistent, stubborn insistence that life would continue, and that continuing was worth the effort. He looked at Lily, at Cammie, at Petra, at the shapes of their sleeping bodies in the dark, the rise and fall of their breathing, the small sounds they made, a sigh, a shift, a mumble of dream language that had no meaning and all the meaning in the world. He was a teacher. That was what he was. Not a soldier, not a survivalist, not a leader of men. A teacher, a man who had spent 14 years in a classroom helping teenagers understand the past so they could navigate the future. The past he'd taught was full of catastrophes, wars, plagues, collapses, the long, slow failures of civilizations that had seemed to the people living in them as permanent as mountains. And the lesson that every catastrophe taught, the lesson that he had written on whiteboards and printed on study guides and spoken aloud to thousands of students over 14 years, was the same. People survive. Not all of them, not easily, not without cost. But people survive because they choose to, because they band together, because they find in the worst circumstances the best of what they are, the cooperation, the sacrifice, the stubborn, irrational insistence on hope, in the face of evidence that hope is foolish. History was not math. History was the story of people who beat the math. He was going to beat the math. For Lily. For the 31 children who needed a school bus and a teacher and a plan. For the people who had driven with him through the mountains and the dark and the dead. For the future that existed somewhere beyond the generator's hum and the perimeter's razor wire, and the 30 days of supplies that Garrett's calculations gave them. 30 days. He could do a lot in 30 days. He'd built a life in less. The generators hummed, the night held, and Daniel Rowe, history teacher, father, survivor, sat in the dark and watched his daughter breathe and began, in the silence of a room in a bunker in the mountains of West Virginia, to plan. The council met on day 9 in the ballroom. Not because the ballroom was practical, it was enormous, designed for galas and fundraisers and the kind of events where people wore things they couldn't afford and drank things they couldn't pronounce. But because it was the only room in the Greenbrier large enough to hold 47 people and still allow them to pretend they weren't shouting at each other. Colonel Haddix stood at the front, behind a table that had been dragged from a conference room and positioned like a judge's bench. She was flanked by two officers, a captain named Briggs, whose face suggested he had been born during a weather event and never recovered, and a lieutenant named Osei, whose composure was so total that Daniel suspected she had been composure in a previous life and had reincarnated as a person only reluctantly. The 47 attendees were a cross-section of the Greenbriers population: community leaders, self-appointed and otherwise, medical staff, the heads of the various work teams that had formed in the week since Daniel's group had arrived, and a handful of individuals who had simply shown up because no one had told them not to. Ray was there. NK was there. Josie sat in the back with the Remington propped against her chair in a way that was either a statement or an oversight, depending on which of the 47 you asked. Daniel sat in the fourth row with a notebook he'd borrowed from Garrett, his own contribution to the insurance adjuster's religion of documentation, and a growing sensation in his stomach that the meeting was about to go badly. "Here's where we stand," Haddix said. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The woman had a quality of authority that was less about volume and more about density. When she spoke, the words had weight, and the room felt the gravity. Supplies. Captain Briggs. Briggs stood with a clipboard. He was the kind of man who would bring a clipboard to his own funeral. Food stores. 26 days at current consumption. Water. 31 days, assuming the internal well holds. Generator fuel. 19 days. Medical supplies, 14 days for routine care, significantly less if we experience a mass casualty event. He sat down. The numbers hung in the air like a diagnosis. 19 days of generator fuel, someone said from the middle of the room. A man Daniel didn't know, older, with the sun-damaged skin of someone who'd worked outdoors his whole life. What happens on day 20? The generators stop, Haddix said. The floodlights go dark. The perimeter loses its primary deterrent. The water pump stops. The communications equipment goes silent. So we die. So we need more fuel. Haddix's voice didn't waver. Which is why we're having this meeting. I've identified 3 options. Option 1, we send scavenging parties to retrieve fuel from the surrounding area. Gas stations, farms, commercial facilities, anything with diesel. This is the fastest solution and the most dangerous. Option 2, NK asked from the 7th row, we reduce consumption, cut the generator runtime, prioritize essential systems, water pump, medical equipment, communications, shut down everything else, no floodlights, no heating, no hot food. The room absorbed this. The floodlights were not just illumination, they were psychology, a visible assertion that the living still controlled this space, that the darkness and the things in it were held at bay by human technology. Losing them would be like losing a wall. Option 3, we leave. The silence that followed was the specific silence of a room full of people who have been told the thing they feared most and are deciding whether to believe it. Leave and go where? The outdoor man asked. That's the question. I've been in contact with military command. What remains of it? There are functioning installations along the eastern seaboard. Fort Detrick in Maryland, Camp Lejeune in North Carolina, several National Guard armories in Virginia and West Virginia that are holding. The issue is transport. We have 442 people. We have 7 vehicles capable of carrying passengers. The math doesn't work. Not all 7 vehicles, Daniel said. He hadn't planned to speak. The words came out of him the way water comes out of a crack. Not by choice, but by pressure. We also have a school bus. The school bus carries 62, Haddix said. That's 62 of 442. What about the other 380? Multiple trips. Multiple trips through 100 miles of infected territory with a bright yellow school bus that announces its presence to everything within a mile. Each round trip is 12 hours minimum. We'd need 6 trips. That's 72 hours of road time, assuming no breakdowns, no encounters, no losses. What's the alternative? Stay here and count down to 19? The room shifted. Not physically, the chairs didn't move, the people didn't stand, but the energy in the space changed, the collective temperature rising by a degree that Daniel could feel on his skin. This was the moment in every emergency where planning gives way to fear, and fear gives way to anger, and anger looks for a target. The alternative, said a voice from the back of the room, is to take what we need. Everyone turned. The voice belonged to a man Daniel had seen, but not met. A compact, dense-bodied man with a shaved head and hands that hung at his sides, like tools waiting to be used. He stood against the back wall with his arms crossed, and his posture radiating a calm that was not peaceful but coiled. The calm of a thing that is still, because it is choosing to be still. "Name's Lyle Fenn," the man said. "Former Marine, 2 tours in Afghanistan, 1 in Iraq. I've been here since day 2, and I've been listening to a lot of meetings, and the meetings always end the same way, with numbers that don't work and plans that assume the world is going to cooperate." He pushed off the wall. The world isn't going to cooperate. The world is full of dead things trying to eat us and live things trying to take what we have. So we stop asking the world for permission, and we start taking what we need. "Taking from whom?" Daniel asked. Fenn looked at him. The look was an assessment. Quick, thorough, dismissive. The look of a man who had spent his life in environments where capability was measured in concrete terms, and a history teacher with a borrowed Glock didn't register. From the facilities and communities that have more than they need, from the stores and warehouses and depots that nobody's using, from the people who are hoarding what should be shared. And if those people disagree, then they disagree. And we have 60 soldiers and a perimeter full of weapons and the knowledge that our 442 people will die if we don't act. He looked at Haddix. "Colonel, you've got a military force. Use it." Haddix's face was stone. "Corporal Fenn, we are a military force that protects civilians. We don't raid them. With respect, Colonel, you're a military force that's running out of fuel. In 19 days, those civilians you're protecting are going to be sitting in the dark, wondering why you didn't do what needed to be done when you had the chance." The room was a fault line, and Daniel could feel the tectonic plates on either side of it. Haddix and the institutional military on one side. Rules, protocol, the chain of command that had survived the collapse because it was designed to survive the collapse. Fenn and the people who agreed with him on the other. Pragmatists, survivors, people for whom the rules had expired along with the civilization that created them. "We're not raiders," Daniel said. He said it quietly, but the room heard him because quiet conviction carries in a space full of noise. The minute we start taking from others by force, we become the thing we're running from. We become Kurt Neville and his toll road. We become Commander Wade and his New Dominion. Fenn's eyes narrowed. "You know about New Dominion?" "I just drove through their territory to rescue 31 children. I've seen what happens when armed groups decide they have the right to take what they want. It doesn't end with fuel and food. It ends with people in cages and a man calling himself commander. I'm not talking about building a kingdom. I'm talking about a supply run. Every kingdom started as a supply run." The line hit the room like a stone hitting water. Ripples spreading outward, concentric rings of reaction. Some faces hardened. Some softened. Haddix's face remained stone, but behind the stone, Daniel thought he saw something move. A flicker, a recalculation, the brief visibility of a mind-changing direction. "Here's what I propose," Haddix said, and the room went quiet. Because when Haddix proposed things, people listened, not because she demanded it, but because she'd earned it. Scavenging parties, voluntary, focused on unoccupied facilities, gas stations, commercial properties, abandoned vehicles, no contact with occupied communities unless they initiate trade. We take what's been left behind. We don't take from the living. "And if that's not enough?" Fenn asked. "If it's not enough, we revisit. But we start with who we want to be, not with who we're afraid we'll have to become." The meeting ended not with consensus, but with the exhausted approximation of it. The agreement to try Haddix's plan. Not because everyone believed in it, but because no one had the energy to argue further, and because Haddix was Haddix, and her authority, frayed as it was, still held. Daniel found Fenn in the hallway afterward. The former Marine was leaning against the wall with a paper cup of water, and the expression of a man who had said what he came to say, and was waiting for the world to prove him right. "You think I'm wrong," Fen said. I think you're early. Fen looked at him. The dismissal was gone from his eyes, replaced by something harder to read. Not respect exactly, but recognition. The recognition of one stubborn person by another. Early, he repeated. Yeah, maybe. But early's better than late. Late's what kills people. So does early, if it means becoming the wrong thing before you have to. There's a window between too early and too late that's about the width of a hair, teacher. You think you can thread it? I think we have to try. Fen finished his water, crushed the cup, and dropped it in a trash can that no one was going to empty. Good luck with that, he said, and walked away. The scavenging parties went out on day 10. 3 teams of 8, a mix of soldiers and civilian volunteers, each team with a designated vehicle, a list of target locations, and a set of rules that Haddix had written personally and distributed on laminated cards. 1. Do not engage the infected unless cornered. 2. Do not engage living persons unless threatened. 3. Do not enter occupied structures. 4. Take only what is needed. Leave what can be spared. 5. Document everything taken, including location and estimated remaining supply. Daniel was on Team 2. He had volunteered over Josie's objection and Lily's silent, radiating disapproval. The specific silence of a 12-year-old who has learned that arguing with her father is futile and has chosen instead to communicate her displeasure through the strategic deployment of eye contact and posture. You just got here, Lily said the night before, sitting on the bed in their room, with her legs crossed and her arms folded, and her jaw set in the exact configuration of Rebecca's jaw. When Rebecca was about to lose an argument she knew she was right about. You drove 500 miles to find me, and now you're leaving. I'm coming back. That's what people say before they don't come back. Lily, I'm not stupid, Dad. I know what's out there. I was out there for 5 days before you showed up. I heard them every night. I heard them trying to get into the hotel. Her voice cracked, not with tears, but with the pressure of emotions being held in a container that was too small for them. I just got you back. I know. He sat beside her. She didn't lean into him the way she had at the hotel. She held her posture, maintained her position, because she was 12 and she was angry. And angry 12-year-olds don't give ground, even to parents they love. But the people here, all of us, including you, we need fuel and food and supplies to keep going, and I can't ask other people to go get them while I stay safe inside. Yes, you can. That's what normal parents do. Normal parents in normal times, this isn't... I know what this isn't. You don't have to keep telling me what this isn't. I know. She looked at him. Rebecca's eyes. Rebecca's directness. Rebecca's refusal to be managed or deflected or soothed. Promise me you'll come back. I promise. Like you promised, Mom. The sentence was a blade. She hadn't meant it as one. Or maybe she had, because she was 12, and Rebecca's daughter, and capable of precision even in pain. But it cut through every defense Daniel had built and found the thing underneath, the raw and pulsing truth that every promise he made now carried the ghost of a promise he'd kept at the cost of the person who'd asked for it. Like I promised, Mom, he said. Lily unfolded her arms. She leaned against him. She didn't say anything else. Team 2's territory was the Route 60 corridor east of the Greenbrier, a 15-mile stretch of highway and its adjacent communities. The team leader was Sergeant Ramirez, a woman in her 30s whose face had the permanent, slightly squinting expression of someone who had been looking at bright things in hostile environments for her entire adult career. The team included Daniel, 2 other soldiers, and 3 civilians, a former electrician named Paula, who could hotwire anything with a battery, a retired school teacher named Frank, who had volunteered because, he said, I'm 72 and I've had a good run, and someone younger shouldn't have to do this, and a young woman named Avery, who had arrived at the Greenbrier 2 days after Daniel, and hadn't spoken to anyone until she'd seen the volunteer sign-up sheet and written her name in letters so small they were almost invisible. They drove east in a military surplus Humvee that smelled like canvas and machine oil, and the particular brand of institutional dust that accumulates in vehicles designed to survive things that destroy other vehicles. The morning was cold. the first real cold of October giving way to the deeper cold that preceded November. The kind of cold that sank into the bones and stayed there, reminding the body that warmth was a gift and not a guarantee. The first stop was a gas station 4 miles east, a BP that sat at an intersection with a county road, its canopy intact, its pumps silent, its convenience store dark behind glass doors that were closed but unlocked. Ramirez cleared the building while the team waited outside, their breath visible in the cold air, their eyes scanning the tree line and the road and the spaces between the things where other things might hide. "Clear," Ramirez called. "And we've got fuel." The underground tanks were accessible through the ground-level access panels that every gas station has for delivery trucks. Paula rigged a hand pump, a device she'd built from PVC pipe and rubber fittings that she carried in a canvas bag and deployed with the practiced ease of someone who had been solving mechanical problems since before many of the soldiers were born. The pump worked. Diesel flowed into the portable tanks they'd brought. 5-gallon containers, 20 of them, carried in the Humvee's bed. 100 gallons. At the Greenbrier's consumption rate, that was approximately 1 additional day of generator time, 1 day earned from 1 stop. They needed 19 more stops to buy 19 more days, and that was just to maintain the status quo, not to improve it. "The math is discouraging," Garrett said over the walkie-talkie. He was at the Greenbrier, monitoring communications and coordinating the 3 teams. "But the math is always discouraging. The point is movement, not arithmetic." "Since when are you optimistic?" Daniel asked. "Since I realized that pessimism is just laziness in a better outfit. It takes no effort to predict failure. Predicting success and then working toward it, that requires actual courage. Is that in your notebook?" "It's going in the notebook right now." They moved east. The second stop was a farm equipment dealership off Route 60. A lot full of tractors and combines and skid steers, all of them diesel, all of them with fuel in their tanks. Paula climbed into a John Deere combine and crouched beside its engine and emerged with a section of fuel line and a grin that split her weathered face. "These big machines carry 100 gallons each," she said. "There are 12 machines on this lot. That's 1,200 gallons if the tanks are full." They weren't full, but they were half full and quarter full, and the accumulated fuel from 12 machines filled every container they had and overflowed into additional containers that Frank found in the dealership's shop. Oil drums, gas cans, a 55-gallon barrel that they rolled to the Humvee and heaved into the bed with the collective effort of 6 people and 1 retired schoolteacher who cursed more fluently than Daniel had expected from a man who wore suspenders. 400 gallons, Ramirez tallied, plus the 100 from the BP. That's 500 gallons total. 500 gallons. Approximately 5 additional days of generator time. Not a solution, but a reprieve. Breathing room, time bought. The margin between dying now and dying later widened by a fraction that felt, in the moment, like a victory. They were loading the last of the containers when Avery, the quiet young woman who had been standing watch at the lot's eastern edge, said the word that stopped them all. Movement. Daniel looked east. The road stretched into the distance, 2 lanes, center line, the familiar geography of American asphalt. And on that road, maybe a quarter mile away, shapes were moving. Not infected. Vehicles. 2 of them, approaching from the east at a speed that was deliberate and controlled, and not the speed of someone fleeing, but the speed of someone arriving. Ramirez raised her binoculars, lowered them. Her face did a thing that Daniel had learned to associate with bad news. A tightening around the eyes, a flattening of the mouth, the muscular preparation for words that the speaker doesn't want to say. "Pickup trucks," she said. 2, 4 people in each, armed, and they're flying a flag. What flag? Red background, white text. I can't read it at this distance, but I'd bet my rank it says New Dominion. The trucks were closing. A quarter mile was a 30-second drive at that speed. Daniel looked at the Humvee, loaded, heavy, parked in the dealership lot with its doors open and its engine off. He looked at his team, 6 civilians and 1 soldier, standing in an open lot with a borrowed Glock and a military rifle, and the specific vulnerability of people who had come here to scavenge, not to fight. "In the Humvee," Ramirez said. "Now, we don't engage. We leave." They scrambled. Containers were abandoned. Doors were pulled shut. Paula hit the ignition, and the Humvee's engine caught with the reluctant growl of a machine that preferred not to be rushed. Ramirez was in the passenger seat before Daniel's door was closed, and the Humvee lurched forward out of the dealership lot onto Route 60 westbound, back toward the Greenbrier. The pickup trucks did not follow. Daniel watched through the rear window as they pulled into the dealership lot, the lot where 3 minutes ago his team had been standing, and stopped. Figures got out. They looked at the lot. They looked west, down the road, at the retreating Humvee. They didn't pursue, but they had seen. They had seen the Humvee, the military markings, the direction of travel. They knew that someone from the west was operating in this area, and they would report that knowledge to whoever ran New Dominion, and whoever ran New Dominion would add it to their map of the world and adjust their calculations accordingly. "That's a problem," Ramirez said. "Yeah," Daniel agreed. "That's a problem." The problem grew teeth on day 12. The 3 scavenging teams had brought in a combined total of 1,800 gallons of diesel, 200 gallons of gasoline, 40 cases of canned food, a pallet of bottled water discovered in the stockroom of a closed resort 3 miles south of the Greenbrier, and enough medical supplies from a veterinary clinic. Josie's contribution, her knowledge of veterinary pharmaceutical equivalencies, proving once again invaluable to extend the medical supply timeline by another week. But Team 3 had also brought back information. They had encountered a group of survivors fleeing west along Route 60, a family of 5, exhausted, terrified, carrying nothing but the clothes they wore, and a story that made Daniel's blood go cold. The family was from Covington, a small city 20 miles east of the Greenbrier. They had been living in an organized community there, a group of about 200, sheltering in the high school, maintaining order, managing resources. 3 days ago, New Dominion had arrived. The father, a man named Greg Talbot, whose hands shook when he held the cup of water they gave him, told the story in the flat, emptied voice of a person who has been stripped of the capacity for emphasis. They came in trucks, maybe 30 of them. They had a man with them, young guy, clean, like he'd been keeping himself together while the rest of us were falling apart. He said his name was Marshall Wade, and he was offering protection. He said the world was reorganizing, and Natural Bridge was the center of it, and everyone who joined would be safe and fed and organized, and everyone who didn't was on their own. And most people said yes. What else were they going to say? The man had 30 guns and a speech about civilization, and half the people in our group hadn't eaten in 2 days. They said yes, and they got loaded onto trucks, and they went east toward Natural Bridge. Greg's hands shook harder. We said no. Me and my wife and our kids. We said no because the man's eyes were... He stopped. Tried again. Have you ever met someone who believes what they're saying so completely that it doesn't matter whether it's true? That kind of belief? It's not faith. It's something else. Something that uses faith as a fuel, but burns hotter. What happened to the people who said no? He let us leave. Said we were free to go, that New Dominion doesn't force anyone. But he took our supplies, all of them. Food, water, medicine, weapons. He said those belonged to the community, and since we were leaving the community, we didn't get to take community property. He stripped you. He stripped us. And then his people watched us walk west with nothing into territory they'd already scavenged clean. And one of them, the one guarding the gate, said, "Good luck out there," the way you'd say it to someone you knew was going to die. Daniel sat with this information in the communications center, where he'd been spending increasing amounts of his time coordinating with NK's intelligence efforts. NK had built a map, not just the physical map on the wall, but a digital one, maintained on a laptop powered by the generators, tracking every scrap of information they collected about the world beyond the perimeter. The map told a story of contraction and expansion, the dead expanding into every space the living vacated, and the living contracting into smaller and smaller pockets of defended territory. New Dominion was not contracting. New Dominion was growing. They've taken Covington, NK said, updating the map with a red marker. That gives them control of the Route 60 corridor, from Natural Bridge to within 20 miles of us. They're collecting people and resources as they go. At their current rate of expansion, how long? A week, maybe less. They'll reach our perimeter within a week. With how many? The family said 30 came to Covington, but that's the expeditionary force. If they've absorbed Covington's 200, plus whatever they had at Natural Bridge, plus whatever they've picked up along the way, she ran numbers on the laptop. Conservative estimate, 300, maybe 400, against our 60 soldiers. Against our 60 soldiers and 382 civilians, yes. Daniel stared at the map. The red markers of New Dominion's territory crept westward along Route 60, like an infection spreading through a bloodstream. Each new marker, a community absorbed, a population collected, a resource stockpile claimed. Marshall Wade was building something, not just a militia but a state, an organism with an appetite and a direction, and a logic that was, in its own terms, perfectly rational. Consolidate people, consolidate resources, consolidate territory, survive. The logic was identical to the Greenbriers. The difference was the method. We need to talk to Haddix, Daniel said. Haddix knows. She's been watching the same map. Then we need to talk about what we do when they get here. Fight or fold. Those are the options. Or talk. NK looked at him with the expression she wore when someone proposed a solution that her engineering brain classified as suboptimal, but her human brain couldn't dismiss. Talk to the man who strips refugees and calls it community resource management? Talk to the man before we have to fight him. Every day we don't fight is a day we keep our 60 soldiers and our 400 civilians alive. And every day we talk is a day he gets closer and stronger. Then we talk fast. Daniel found Haddix in the bunker. Not the resort above, the actual bunker, the Cold War relic beneath the hotel that had been built in the 1950s to house the United States Congress in the event of nuclear war. It was vast, subterranean, a labyrinth of concrete corridors and blast-resistant doors and rooms that had been designed to withstand a direct nuclear strike and were now being used to store canned goods and ammunition and the communications equipment that kept the Greenbrier connected to whatever remained of the American military command structure. Haddix was in the communications room, standing before a bank of radios and satellite equipment that hummed and clicked with the mechanical patience of machines doing their job regardless of whether anyone was listening. She was alone. She was looking at a screen that showed a map of the eastern United States, overlaid with markers that told the same story NK's map told. A story of contraction and loss, and the slow narrowing of the space in which organized human life was still possible. Colonel, Mr. Rowe. She didn't turn from the screen. You've heard about Covington. I've heard, and I've been doing math. Everyone's doing math these days. What does your math say? My math says New Dominion reaches our perimeter in 5 to 7 days. My math says they'll have 300 to 400 people, many of them armed. My math says our 60 soldiers can hold the perimeter against infected but not against an organized military-style assault by a force that outnumbers us 5 to 1. Your math is the same as my math. She turned from the screen. In the bunker's fluorescent light, her face looked older than it had 10 days ago. Not aged by time, but by weight. The accumulation of decisions and responsibilities, and the knowledge that every choice she made affected 442 lives. So, what do you propose? I propose we send someone to talk to Marshall Wade before he shows up at our gate. Talk about what? Terms, boundaries, coexistence. Anything that delays a conflict we're not equipped to win. Haddix studied him. The study was not the dismissive assessment Fenn had given him. It was the thorough, calibrated evaluation of a commander who has learned to recognize assets in unexpected forms. A history teacher. A man who had driven 500 miles through the outbreak to rescue his daughter. A man who had loaded 31 children onto a school bus and driven them to safety through hostile territory. A man who was, in the colonel's calculus, either remarkably brave or remarkably stupid, and either quality was useful. Negotiation requires leverage, she said. What leverage do we have? The bunker. This facility was built to survive a nuclear war. New Dominion can't take it by force. The blast doors alone would stop anything short of military-grade explosives. If Wade wants what's in this bunker, the communications equipment, the generators, the stored supplies, he has to deal with us. And if he decides to simply lay siege, surround us, cut us off, wait until we run out of supplies and come crawling out, then we're in the same position we'd be in anyway, running out of supplies, counting down to zero. At least this way we've tried. At least this way the record shows. He caught himself using Garrett's language and almost smiled. The record shows that we attempted a peaceful resolution. Haddix was quiet for a long time. The machines hummed. The bunker's air recycling system whispered through vents in the ceiling, circulating air that had been underground for decades and smelled like concrete and the memory of nuclear terror. If I send someone to negotiate, she said, I'm acknowledging New Dominion as a legitimate entity. I'm treating a warlord like a head of state. You're treating a dangerous situation with the only tool that doesn't cost lives. And if it fails, then Fenn gets his war, and we all get to find out whether 60 soldiers can hold a resort against 400 true believers. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. It's meant to be honest. Haddix turned back to the screen. The map glowed with its markers, green and red and yellow and black. The cartography of collapse. She stared at it for a long time. Then she said, I'll send you. You and a small team. A diplomatic party, not a military one. I don't want uniforms near his people. It'll read as escalation. You go, you talk, you establish communication. You don't commit us to anything. You find out what he wants and what he'll accept, and you come back and we decide together. When? Tomorrow, before he decides to come to us. I'll need people. Choose them. But choose carefully. The wrong person at that table could start a war. Daniel nodded. He turned to leave the bunker. Mr. Rowe. He stopped. The children. The 31 you brought here. She paused. If this doesn't work, if we can't negotiate and we can't fight, I need you to understand that getting those children out will be my first priority and your first responsibility. Whatever happens to the rest of us. Understood. Good. Go choose your team. He chose 4. NK, because she thought in systems and strategies and could map a negotiation the way she mapped a network. Inputs, outputs, failure points, contingencies. She had spent the last 10 days building an intelligence picture of New Dominion that was the most comprehensive in the facility, and knowledge was the closest thing to leverage they had. Ray, because Ray was the size of a defensive lineman and had the voice to match, and in a negotiation where the other side had guns, physical presence was a language that didn't need translation. Also because Ray had the trucking industry's gift for reading people. Decades of navigating way stations, shippers, receivers, dock workers, and the particular breed of American liar who promises a load will be ready at 6 a.m. and means 10. Josie, because Josie saw through things. She read body language the way she read animals, posture, eye movement, the micro-expressions that people couldn't control. And she would see what Wade was really saying underneath whatever words he chose to deploy. Also because she would not be impressed, intimidated, or charmed. 3 qualities that Daniel suspected Wade relied on. And D, because D had met men like Wade before, men who built kingdoms from other people's fear, men who offered protection as a transaction and charged interest in obedience. And she had left Mexico because of men like that. And she had built a restaurant in West Virginia because she refused to live under men like that. And she would sit at Wade's table with the specific unyielding calm of a woman who had already beaten this kind of man once and could do it again. 5 of us, NK said, when Daniel had assembled them in the conference room that evening, against however many he brings. We're not fighting, we're talking. Talking is a form of fighting. The weapons are different, but the dynamics are the same. Position, leverage, information asymmetry. We need to know what we're walking into. She spread her intelligence on the table. Maps, notes, transcriptions of radio intercepts. The testimony of the Talbot family and other refugees who had passed through the Greenbrier in recent days. The picture that emerged was detailed and disturbing. Marshall Wade. Real name, apparently. Not a title, not a self-appointed rank, but the name his parents gave him, which was either a coincidence or a sign that destiny has a sense of humor. 34 years old. Former Army, discharged 3 years before the outbreak. The circumstances of the discharge unclear, but the refugees' descriptions suggested a man who had maintained his military bearing and organizational skills while shedding the military's institutional constraints. He had been in Charlottesville when the outbreak hit. Within 48 hours, he had organized a convoy of survivors and moved south to Natural Bridge, where the geography, a valley with limited access points, defensible high ground, and a tourist infrastructure that included lodging, food storage, and commercial facilities, suited his purposes. He had established New Dominion with a philosophy that was, on its surface, reasonable: unity, organization, mutual support. The details beneath the surface were less reasonable: mandatory registration, weapons confiscation, labor allocation, and a hierarchy that placed Wade at the top with the unchallengeable authority of a man who had positioned himself as the only person capable of keeping everyone alive. Classic strongman pattern, NK said. Create a crisis, offer a solution, consolidate power as the price of the solution. The fact that the crisis is real doesn't change the pattern. It just makes the pattern harder to resist. What does he want? Dee asked. What they all want? More. More people, more territory, more resources, more control. The question isn't what he wants. It's what he'll accept in lieu of what he wants. And what's that? NK looked at the map, at the red markers creeping westward, at the green marker of the Greenbrier, sitting in the mountains like a target. I don't know, she said. That's what we're going to find out. They left at dawn on day 13, 2 vehicles, the Jeep and the Ford, carrying 5 people and no weapons heavier than Daniel's Glock, which he wore under his jacket because showing up unarmed to a meeting with an armed warlord was naivete, and showing up armed was provocation, but showing up with a concealed sidearm was caution. The morning was cold. Not October cold anymore. November was coming, and the mountains could feel it, the air carrying a sharpness that cut through jackets and settled in the chest. The trees had lost most of their color, the reds and oranges giving way to browns and grays, the landscape undressing itself for winter, with the slow, inevitable modesty of a world preparing for something harder. They drove east on Route 60. The road was familiar now. Daniel had driven it 3 times in 13 days, and the landmarks had become personal. The gas station where they'd found diesel, the intersection where he'd drawn off the infected, the ridge where the Shenandoah Valley opened up below. The road was a story he'd been writing with tires and distance, and each pass added a chapter. At the junction with Route 11, they turned south, toward Natural Bridge, toward the billboards and the checkpoint and the red banners of New Dominion, toward Marshall Wade. The checkpoint was better established than it had been 6 days ago. The barrier vehicles had been replaced with concrete jersey walls. A guard tower, improvised, built from lumber and scaffolding, rose 15 feet above the road, manned by 2 sentries with rifles. A banner spanned the road between 2 poles. Welcome to New Dominion, registration required. Weapons surrender mandatory. The commander welcomes all who seek order. Daniel stopped the Jeep at the barrier. Ray pulled the Ford alongside. A guard approached. A man in his 20s, clean-shaven, wearing civilian clothes but carrying himself with military posture, and carrying an AR-15 with the familiar ease of someone who'd spent time with one. State your business. We're from the civilian installation at the Greenbrier. We're here to speak with Commander Wade. The guard's expression changed. The military blankness gave way to something more complex: surprise, calculation, and underneath both, a wariness that suggested the concept of a diplomatic visit was not something the New Dominion checkpoint protocol had prepared him for. "Wait here," he said, and spoke into a radio. They waited. 5 minutes. 10. The guard tower sentries watched them with the focused, unblinking attention of people who had been told that attention was their primary function and intended to perform it thoroughly. Then a vehicle approached from the south. A black SUV, clean, polished to a shine that seemed impossible 2 weeks into the apocalypse, its chrome gleaming in the morning light. It stopped on the other side of the barrier, and a man got out. Marshal Wade was not what Daniel had expected. He had expected a warlord, a man built like a weapon, scarred, fierce, radiating the kind of physical menace that made rooms smaller. He had expected the villain of a story that had until now been a survival narrative and was about to become something with a human antagonist. What he got was a man of medium height, medium build, with brown hair cut short and a face that was notable primarily for its pleasantness. Marshal Wade was good-looking in the way that news anchors are good-looking. Symmetrical, groomed, approachable. He wore clean khakis and a blue button-down shirt and a fleece vest, and he could have been a real estate agent or a youth pastor or the manager of a mid-range restaurant. And the ordinariness of him was, Daniel realized, the point. This was a man who had understood that in a world of monsters and ruins, the most powerful thing you could be was normal. "Welcome," Wade said. His voice confirmed the impression, warm, modulated, the voice of a man who had practiced sincerity until it was indistinguishable from the real thing. He extended his hand. "Marshal Wade, I've been hoping someone from the Greenbrier would reach out." Daniel took the hand. The grip was firm, but not crushing. Another calibration, another signal of reasonableness. "Daniel Rowe." "Daniel." Wade said his name, the way a host says a guest's name, with familiarity, with welcome, as though the connection were already established and the formalities were just furniture. "Please come in, all of you. We have coffee." He said coffee, the way a man says a magic word, and Daniel understood immediately that this was a weapon too. Not the guns or the barriers or the guard tower, but the coffee, the normalcy, the signal that New Dominion had what others had lost, the trappings of a functioning world, the small luxuries that made survival feel like living. They followed Wade through the checkpoint, past the barriers, into the territory of New Dominion. The Natural Bridge Visitor Center had been transformed. The tourist complex, the gift shops, the restaurants, the ticket booths, the paths that led to the famous natural limestone arch that had given the town its name, had been converted into the administrative and residential center of Wade's operation. Buildings that had sold postcards and t-shirts now housed families. The restaurant was a communal dining hall. The gift shop was a supply depot. And the visitor center itself, a large stone and timber building that had once welcomed tourists to one of Virginia's natural wonders, was now the seat of government for a community that had grown, in 2 weeks, from 60 people to what Daniel estimated, looking at the activity around him, as at least 400. 400 people, organized and fed and housed and busy. That was the first thing that struck him. The activity. People were working, constructing barricades, sorting supplies, tending a garden that someone had started in the parking lot. Children were in a makeshift school in what had been the amphitheater. A medical clinic operated from the first aid station. The community had the busy, purpose-driven energy of a place that functioned, and the functioning was, Daniel had to admit, impressive. The second thing that struck him was the order. Everyone moved with purpose. No one loitered. No one argued in the open. No one showed the signs of desperation or despair that characterized the refugees Daniel had encountered on the road. These people looked fed, rested, and directed. A population that had found, in Wade's organization, something they desperately needed: structure. The third thing that struck him was the guns. They were everywhere. Every fifth person carried one: rifles, shotguns, handguns. And they carried them not with the nervous energy of frightened civilians, but with the relaxed readiness of people who had been trained and were confident. This was not a community of survivors who happened to be armed. This was an armed community that happened to include survivors. Wade led them to the visitor center's main room, where a conference table had been set up. Not a folding table, but an actual conference table. Polished wood, with chairs and water glasses and a coffee carafe that sat in the center like a religious object. He sat at the head. Daniel sat at the opposite end. NK, Ray, Josie, and Dee distributed themselves along the sides. Wade poured coffee. He poured it for each of them, personally, with the attentive hospitality of a man serving guests in his home. The coffee was hot and strong and real, not instant, not powdered, but actual brewed coffee. And the taste of it, after 2 weeks of deprivation, was so overwhelming that Daniel had to set the cup down and breathe through the sensory overload. Good, isn't it? Wade smiled. The smile was warm and authentic looking, and Daniel distrusted it completely. We found a warehouse in Lynchburg with 40 pallets of coffee, among other things. One of the advantages of moving quickly after the collapse. The supply chains are broken, but the supplies are still there. You just have to know where to look. Commander Wade, Marshal, just Marshal. Commander is what my people call me. Between us, I'm just a man trying to keep people alive. Marshal, Daniel set down the coffee. We're here because our two communities are on a collision course. Your territory is expanding west. Our installation is at the Greenbrier. At your current rate of expansion, you'll reach our perimeter within days. I'm aware. Wade's smile didn't change. I've had scouts in your area for a week. I know the size of your population, the strength of your military presence, and the approximate state of your supply situation. He said this without menace, conversationally, the way you'd share market research. Which is why I've been hoping you'd come to talk. NK leaned forward. You've been scouting us. I've been gathering information. In this world, information is the difference between survival and extinction. I'm sure you've been doing the same. We have, NK admitted, which is how we know about Covington. About the people you've absorbed and the people you've stripped and sent walking. The first flicker. Wade's expression shifted, not by much, not enough to call it a crack, but a tightening around the eyes, a recalibration. He had expected the intelligence. He hadn't expected it to be presented so directly. Covington was a community in crisis, he said. They were out of food, out of organization, out of hope. I offered them a choice. Join us and share in what we've built, or go their own way. Most chose to join. Those who didn't were free to leave, without supplies. The supplies belonged to the community. When you leave a community, you leave the community's resources. That's not cruelty, it's logic. If everyone who left took a share of the supplies, there'd be nothing left for the people who stayed. And the weapons? Personal weapons are a community security matter. We can't have individuals with private arsenals inside our borders. It's a safety issue. Ray spoke for the first time. His voice filled the room the way a bass note fills a concert hall. Not loud, but present everywhere. My granddaddy had a saying about people who take your gun and call it safety. Wade looked at Ray. The assessment was brief and thorough. The size, the posture, the voice, the calm certainty of a man who had driven through hells that most people couldn't imagine, and was not impressed by a man at the head of a conference table with a carafe of coffee and 400 followers. Your granddaddy lived in a different world, Wade said. In this world, the rules are different. Rules change, Ray said. People don't. A silence, not hostile, evaluative. Two men measuring each other across a table, calibrating, adjusting, determining the terms of a relationship that was being formed in real time. Here's what I propose, Wade said, and his tone shifted from host to negotiator, the warmth cooling to something more precise. The Greenbrier has something I want. The bunker, the communications equipment, the military infrastructure. I have something you want. People, resources, the manpower to maintain and expand your defensive perimeter. You want the bunker. I want a partnership. New Dominion and the Greenbrier, cooperating. Your military expertise and my organizational capacity. Your bunker and my workforce. Together, we'd be the strongest community in the region, maybe the strongest on the eastern seaboard. And the terms of this partnership? Integration. Your people join New Dominion. Your military operates under a unified command structure. Your resources become community resources, under your command, under a shared leadership. The smile again. With me as the executive authority, yes. Someone has to make decisions. In a democracy, that someone is elected. In a crisis, that someone is the person best equipped to lead. And you believe that person is you. I believe I've built a functioning community of 400 people in 2 weeks, starting from nothing. I believe I've fed them, housed them, organized them, and kept them alive while the rest of the world burns. Yes, I believe that person is me. Dee spoke. She had been silent since they arrived, eating nothing, drinking nothing, sitting with her hands flat on the table, and her eyes on Wade with the focused, unwavering attention of a woman who was seeing something the others weren't. Her voice, when it came, was quiet and precise, and carried an accent that placed her somewhere between two countries and belonged fully to neither. You built a community of 400 people in 2 weeks, she said. My husband built a life in 30 years. He built it with work and honesty, and without taking from anyone who didn't offer. And when the end came, he died with more dignity than you'll ever have, because he knew the difference between leading and owning. The room went still. Wade looked at Dee. His expression performed a rapid series of adjustments. Surprise, reassessment, the flicker of something that might have been anger, quickly suppressed, and settled into a neutrality that was more frightening than any emotion, because it was the face of a man who had decided that this person was not a threat and therefore not worth the effort of a response. I'm sorry for your loss, he said. You're not. But that's beside the point. Dee's hands were still flat on the table. She didn't lean forward, didn't raise her voice, didn't do anything that might be interpreted as aggression. She simply sat and spoke with the authority of a woman who had run a kitchen and a business and a household, and had learned in all three that authority is not something you claim but something you demonstrate. The point is that you're offering us a deal where we give up everything and you give up nothing. That's not a partnership. That's an acquisition. The terms are negotiable. The terms are irrelevant. The structure is the problem. Any arrangement where one person holds all the authority and everyone else holds none is not a community. It's a kingdom. And kingdoms, Marshall, are not known for their restraint. Wade's neutrality held, but behind it, Daniel could see the gears turning, the rapid calculation of a man who had expected this meeting to be a sales pitch and was discovering that his customers had done their homework. What would you propose? Wade asked, addressing Daniel now, redirecting away from Dee and toward the person he'd identified as the leader. A classic power move. Engage the hierarchy you prefer and ignore the one that challenges you. Daniel looked at his team. NK's face was composed, but her eyes were active, processing, mapping the conversation the way she mapped everything. Ray sat like a mountain, immovable, watchful. Josie hadn't blinked in 30 seconds, and Daniel knew she was reading Wade the way she'd read 1,000 animals. The micro-expressions, the posture shifts, the tells that no amount of charisma could suppress. We propose borders, Daniel said. The Greenbriers territory extends to a defined perimeter. Call it 20 miles in each direction. New Dominion's territory is everything else to the east. We don't encroach on your territory. You don't encroach on ours. Trade is possible and voluntary. Movement between territories is free and unrestricted. No forced registration. No weapons confiscation. And the bunker? The bunker stays under Greenbrier authority. That's not a partnership. That's a standoff. A standoff where nobody dies. I'd call that a win. Wade leaned back in his chair. He laced his fingers behind his head, a posture of casual confidence, of a man so comfortable in his position that he could afford to display vulnerability. It was performance. Everything about Wade was performance, Daniel was realizing. Every gesture calibrated, every word selected, every expression designed to produce a specific effect in a specific audience. I'll consider it, Wade said. A border arrangement, territory definitions, trade protocols. I'll need to discuss it with my council. You have a council? I have people I trust. The smile. Democracy, Mr. Rowe. in its own form. They stood. They shook hands again. Wade walked them to their vehicles, past the organized activity of New Dominion, past the armed citizens and the working gardens and the children in the amphitheater school. And at the checkpoint, he said, "I'll be in touch. Radio frequency 156.8. Give me 3 days." 3 days, Daniel agreed. They drove west. The checkpoint receded in the mirror. The banners and the barriers and the guard tower shrank and disappeared, and the open road returned. The mountains pressing in from either side, the sky low and gray above. Nobody spoke until they were 10 miles out. Then Josie said, "He's lying." "About what specifically?" NK asked. "About considering the proposal. He already knows what he's going to do. He decided before we sat down. The meeting wasn't a negotiation, it was an assessment. He wanted to see what we'd bring to the table so he could plan around it. What's he going to do? What he's been doing, expand, absorb. He'll push to our perimeter, test it, find the weak points. The 3 days he asked for isn't deliberation time, it's preparation time." Ray nodded slowly. "She's right, I watched his hands. When he talked about partnership, his hands were open. When Daniel proposed borders, his hands closed. Not fists, just closed. A man who's considering a deal keeps his hands open. A man who's already decided keeps them closed. So we're going to war," Dee said. "We're going to prepare for one," Daniel said, "and hope we're wrong." They were not wrong, but that was 3 days away. Today they drove west through the mountains with the knowledge that they had sat across a table from the man who intended to take everything they had built and had looked him in the eye and said no. It wasn't much, but in a world where every day was borrowed and every decision was a bet against extinction, no was a powerful word. It was the word that civilizations were built on. It was the word that kept them standing. They returned to the Greenbrier at 2:17 p.m. The perimeter guards waved them through. The generators hummed. The floodlights burned. The 442 people inside the walls went about their business, eating, working, sleeping, surviving, unaware that the clock had started on a confrontation that would determine whether this place remained a refuge or became a prize. Daniel found Lily in the conference center dormitory. She was sitting on her cot with Cammie and Petra, and Tommy was beside them, sketching something while the girls watched. The drawing was of the Greenbrier, not the resort as it was, barricaded and militarized and full of refugees, but as it might have been, as it might someday be again. White columns, green lawn, a sky full of clouds that looked like something other than an omen. "Hey," Lily said, "Oi, hey." "Did it go okay?" Daniel looked at his daughter. 12 years old. Rebecca's eyes, Rebecca's directness. The right to know the truth and the need to be protected from it. Both rights real, both needs valid, and the space between them the space in which parenting happened. The constant, imperfect negotiation between honesty and shelter. "It went," he said. "We talked. We'll see what happens." Lily studied him. She was getting better at reading him. Or maybe she'd always been good at it, and he was just now noticing, now that the world had stripped away the layers of distraction and routine that had insulated them from each other in the before times. She saw something in his face that told her more than his words did, and she nodded slowly, processing, filing, waiting. "I'm glad you came back," she said. "Me too." He sat on the cot beside her and watched Tommy draw a building that didn't exist yet. A Greenbrier, without walls, without soldiers, without the constant hum of generators fighting off the dark. And he thought about borders and kingdoms and the word no, and the 3 days that Marshall Wade had asked for, and the preparations that needed to happen in those 3 days. 3 days. The world kept giving him countdowns. 19 days of fuel, 30 days of supplies, 3 days of peace. Each countdown a narrowing, a compression, the future squeezing down to a point that was either salvation or oblivion, and there was no way to know which until you arrived. But he had arrived before. He had arrived at Lily. He had arrived at the hotel, at the bus, at the Greenbrier. He had arrived every time the countdown said he shouldn't, every time the math said he couldn't, every time the actuarial tables predicted failure, and the history books predicted something else. History was not math. History was the story of people who beat the math. He was going to beat it again. He didn't know how. Not yet. The how would come. In meetings and plans and arguments and the slow, grinding work of people deciding together what they were willing to do and what they refused to become. The how was tomorrow's problem. Today's reality was simpler. Lily was beside him. His friends were alive. The walls were holding. And 3 days from now, the man who wanted to tear them down would learn what happened when he tried. Day 14 was preparation. Haddix called a restricted meeting, not the ballroom assembly, but a tight circle of 12 in the bunker's war room. Daniel, NK, Ray, Josie, Dee, Fenn, Ramirez, Briggs, Osei. 2 civilian leaders Daniel had come to know by name and temperament, and Haddix herself, standing at the head of the table with the bunker map behind her and the weight of the world on her shoulders. The diplomatic option is in play, she said. We gave Wade 3 days to respond. I don't expect a favorable response. I expect, she looked at Josie. Ms. Watts, you read the room. What should I expect? Josie sat with her hands folded, the Remington leaning against her chair as always, her green eyes steady. He'll make a counteroffer. Something that sounds like compromise but moves the boundary in his favor. He'll ask for access to the bunker in exchange for something we don't need. Protection, maybe, or labor. He'll frame it as generosity. The underlying message will be, accept my terms or face the consequences. And when we refuse the counteroffer, he'll escalate. Not immediately. He's patient, disciplined, and he understands that a siege of a military installation looks bad, even in the apocalypse. He'll send scouts. He'll test the perimeter. He'll try to recruit our people, pick off the dissatisfied, the frightened, the ones who think his offer sounds better than our reality. He'll wage a war of erosion before he wages a war of force. Timeline? A week after the counteroffer, maybe 2. He's building capacity. Every day he waits, he adds people and resources. Every day we wait, we burn fuel and food. Haddix nodded. Recommendations. Fenn spoke. He had been waiting for this moment. Daniel could see it in his posture, the coiled stillness of a man whose expertise was about to become relevant. We fortify. The perimeter is designed for infected. They're slow, they're dumb, they come at you in straight lines. A human assault is different. We need overlapping fields of fire, fallback positions, communication between sectors, and a QRF, quick reaction force, that can respond to breaches. How many soldiers for that? All 60, and some of the civilians. I can train volunteers in basic defensive positions in 48 hours. Not fighters, holders. People who can stay behind cover and not run. You want to arm civilians, Haddix said. I want to give civilians the option of defending themselves and their families. Arming them is a prerequisite. Daniel watched the exchange. Fenn and Haddix, the pragmatist and the institutionalist, the man who wanted to act and the woman who wanted to act correctly. They needed each other. Fenn's urgency without Haddix's restraint was brutality. Haddix's restraint without Fenn's urgency was paralysis. Do it, Haddix said. Train volunteers, reinforce the perimeter, but the weapons stay under military control. Checked out for shifts, returned after. I'm not creating a militia. With respect, Colonel, you already have one. It's called New Dominion. I'm just proposing we have one too. Noted. And overruled. Her voice was steel wrapped in procedure. Military chain of command. Non-negotiable. Fenn's jaw worked. He swallowed whatever he wanted to say and nodded. Mr. Rowe, Haddix continued, your team. What else can you do? NK's been mapping New Dominion's movements. We know their patrol routes, their expansion pattern, the locations they've absorbed. If we can get ahead of them, reach the communities they're approaching before they do, we might be able to offer an alternative. An alternative. We can't outfight them, but we can out-recruit them. If the people in their path choose us instead of them, Wade's expansion stalls. His power comes from numbers. Slow the numbers, slow the power. That requires going out there, into contested territory. With what? With the truth. We tell people what we are, a civilian community with military protection, operating under democratic principles, no forced registration, no weapons confiscation. We tell them what Wade is, and we let them choose. Missionary work, Fenn said. The tone was not quite contemptuous. It lived in the neighborhood of contempt, on the street adjacent. Diplomacy, Daniel corrected. The thing that keeps you from having to use all those defensive positions. Fenn looked at him. The assessment was different now than it had been in the first meeting. Not dismissive, but calculating. The look of a man re-evaluating an asset he'd undervalued. And when diplomacy fails, then your defensive positions are ready and your volunteers are trained, and we haven't wasted the time between now and then. We've used it. Haddix looked between them, Daniel and Fenn, the teacher and the Marine. The two men who represented the two paths available to her community and who were, against all expectation, starting to converge. Do both, she said. Fenn trains defenders. Roe reaches out to communities. We walk both paths until one of them closes. The training started that afternoon. Fenn set up in the resort's tennis courts, which had been converted into a training ground with the ruthless efficiency of a man who had been converting things into training grounds since boot camp. Sandbags replaced nets. Plywood targets replaced ball machines. A table of checked-out weapons, rifles, handguns, the shotguns that had been collected from various sources, lined the court's edge. 43 civilians volunteered. Daniel watched them gather, men and women, ages ranging from 19 to Frank, who was 72 and refused to be excluded. They were teachers, accountants, cashiers, construction workers, retirees, students. None of them had held a weapon in the context of defending their lives. All of them were about to learn. Fenn taught them the way a surgeon teaches anatomy, stripped of emotion, focused on function. This is how you hold a rifle. This is how you sight. This is how you brace against recoil. This is how you breathe, slow, steady, squeeze the trigger between heartbeats. This is how you reload. This is how you clear a jam. This is what you do when the person next to you goes down. You stay in position, you keep your sector covered, you do not break. The infected are easy, he told them, pacing the line, his voice carrying the flat authority of a man who had given this speech in another life, on another continent. Headshots at close range. They come at you straight. They don't flank, they don't take cover, they don't suppress. A child could hold a position against infected with a bat and a strong arm. He paused. People are different. People think. People shoot back. People use cover and concealment and fire and movement and everything you've seen in every war movie you've ever watched, except it's louder and faster and you can't pause it. If New Dominion comes at us, they will come with tactics and training and the willingness to kill you. Your job is to make killing you as expensive as possible. The volunteers absorbed this. Some of them went pale, some of them set their jaws. Frank, the 72-year-old retired teacher, raised his hand. Question. Ask. You said our job is to make killing us expensive. How expensive are we talking? Expensive enough that they decide the price isn't worth paying. And if they decide it is? Fenn looked at Frank. The old man stood at his position, with a rifle that was as long as his torso, and a posture that suggested he had been standing at attention in some form or another for his entire life. Not military attention, but the attention of a person who faced things squarely and did not look away. Then we make them pay it, Fenn said, and every inch, every doorway, every room. We make this place a nightmare to take and a graveyard to hold, and we do not stop until they stop or we stop. That's the deal. Frank nodded. He shouldered the rifle. He sighted down the barrel at the plywood target with the focused intensity of a man who had found, at 72, a reason to be useful that outweighed any reason to be comfortable. Daniel watched from the sideline, and despite everything, the fear, the math, the countdown, he felt something that was neither hope nor confidence, but their ancestor: determination. The decision, collective and individual, to stand. Lily found him that evening in the communications center. She had been spending her days with Mrs. Patterson's improvised school. Classes had resumed of a sort, the teacher's instinct for structure prevailing even in the apocalypse. Math, reading, science, and a new subject that had no official name, but that everyone called survival skills, taught by Josie, who demonstrated knot tying and wound treatment and plant identification with the calm authority of a woman who had found her calling in the space between veterinary medicine and the end of the world. But the evenings were Lily's. She spent them with Daniel when he was available, and with Cammy and Petra and Tommy when he wasn't. And she had developed, in the 2 weeks since the outbreak, a maturity that was both impressive and heartbreaking. The premature competence of a child who has been forced to grow up by circumstances that should never have been hers to face. "Can I ask you something?" she said, sitting on the desk beside the satellite phone. "Always. Are we going to have to fight?" Daniel looked at his daughter. She was sitting cross-legged on the desk, with her hair in the perpetual state of disarray that had replaced her pre-outbreak ponytails, and she was looking at him with Rebecca's eyes. Not the fearful eyes of a child seeking reassurance, but the direct, steady eyes of a person who wanted information. "Maybe," he said. "We're trying not to. Tommy said there's a man who wants to take this place. There's a man who wants to control this region. We're in his way." "What kind of man?" "The kind who thinks he knows what's best for everyone and doesn't ask their opinion." "Like a dictator?" "Like a person who's convinced himself that being a dictator is the same as being a leader." Lily was quiet for a moment. Her hands were in her lap, and she was doing the thing she did when she was processing, turning her fingers over each other, a fidget that was also a focus technique, her body occupying itself while her mind worked. In Mrs. Patterson's class today, she said, she was teaching about the Constitutional Convention, how they argued about how much power the president should have, and one of the delegates, I forget which one, said that the biggest danger wasn't giving the president too much power. The biggest danger was a president who convinced people he deserved it. That sounds about right. "Dad, yeah, if we have to fight, I want to help." "Lily, I'm not asking to hold a gun. I know I can't. I'm 12 and I'd probably drop it. But I can help with other things. I can carry supplies. I can watch for things. I can..." She straightened her spine, a deliberate act of physical resolve. "I can't just sit in a room and wait. I did that for 5 days at the hotel, and it was the worst part. Worse than being scared. The waiting." Daniel understood. He understood because he'd felt the same thing. The corrosive helplessness of waiting. The specific torture of inaction when the world demanded action. And he understood because she was Rebecca's daughter, and Rebecca had never waited for anything in her life. Rebecca had driven through an infected city with a bite on her arm because waiting was not in her vocabulary. "If it comes to that," he said, "I'll find something for you to do. Something useful, something that keeps you away from the worst of it, but something, okay?" "Okay, but Lily?" "Yeah? If I tell you to run, if I say run and don't look back, you run. You take Cammy and Petra and Tommy, and you get on that school bus, and you go. You don't wait for me. You don't argue. You run." She looked at him for a long time, long enough that the silence became a conversation of its own, a dialogue conducted entirely in eye contact, and the shared knowledge that this request, run, don't wait, don't look back, was the same request Rebecca had made, in her own way, on the staircase in the house on Potomac Avenue. The request of a parent who loves their child more than they love their own survival. "Okay," Lily said, "promise. I promise." She paused. "But you have to promise to try to come with us." "I promise to try." "That's not the same." "No, it's not." She unfolded her legs and slid off the desk and hugged him. Not the desperate, collapsing hug of the hotel reunion, but something different, something steadier. The embrace of a person who was beginning to understand that love and fear could coexist, that holding on and letting go were not opposites, but two halves of the same impossible act. He held her back. He breathed the smell of hotel shampoo and the particular scent that was just Lily. And he made the promise he couldn't say aloud, the promise that he would stand between her and whatever came through those walls, that he would spend every resource and every breath and every ounce of the stubbornness that had carried him 500 miles to keep her safe, and that if the math said he couldn't, he would beat the math, because that was what history was, and that was who he was, and that was the only thing left that mattered. Day 15. Wade's response came at noon. The radio crackled on frequency 156.8, and Wade's voice filled the communications center with its practiced warmth and its calibrated sincerity. Mr. Rowe, Daniel, I've discussed your proposal with my counsel. We appreciate the spirit of cooperation. We'd like to propose a modification. Daniel sat with the microphone in his hand, NK beside him with her laptop and her notes, Haddix standing behind them with her arms crossed and her face stone. Go ahead, Daniel said. The border arrangement is acceptable in principle, but we'd like to discuss the specifics in person, a summit, if you will. 2 leaders, a shared table, a mutually agreed neutral location. I think we can find terms that work for both of us. Where? The old highway rest stop on I-64, mile marker 168, equidistant between our territories. We'll each bring 5 people, no heavy weapons, a conversation between neighbors. NK was already shaking her head, writing on her notepad. Trap. He picks the location, he controls the environment. I'll need to discuss it, Daniel said. Of course. Take 24 hours, same frequency. The radio went silent. Haddix spoke first. It's a trap. Probably, Daniel agreed. But it's also an opportunity. If we refuse, we signal fear. If we accept, we get close enough to learn something. You could also get close enough to die. I've been that close for 15 days. The distance hasn't killed me yet. Haddix's stone face cracked just slightly, just at the corner of her mouth, a micro-expression that on anyone else would have been a full smile. You're either the bravest civilian I've ever met, or the most reckless. I've been told there isn't a difference. There is. The difference is whether you come back. He went. Day 16. The rest stop on I-64 was a concrete and brick structure that had served coffee and gas station sandwiches to travelers before the interstate became a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. It sat in a clearing beside the highway, its parking lot empty, its doors open, its interior dark and smelling of the specific mildew that colonizes unventilated public buildings within days of human departure. Daniel brought his team, NK, Ray, Josie, D. 5, as agreed. They arrived early, 30 minutes before the scheduled time, and Josie cleared the building while Ray positioned the Ford at the lot's exit, engine running, pointed west. Wade arrived precisely on time. His black SUV led a convoy of 2 trucks that parked in formation, tight, practiced, military. 5 people got out. Wade, 2 men with rifles, a woman with a clipboard, and a figure Daniel didn't recognize. Tall, lean, moving, with the predatory economy of a person for whom violence was a first language. They met inside the rest stop. A table had been set up by Wade's advance team, Daniel realized. The man had sent people ahead, which meant the rest stop was Wade's ground, not neutral ground, exactly as NK had predicted. Thank you for coming, Wade said. He was wearing the same khakis and fleece vest. The consistency of his wardrobe was itself a message. I have enough. I am stable. I am civilization. Let's skip the pleasantries, Daniel said. You said you'd modify our proposal. Modify it. Wade's smile held for a moment, then relaxed into something more businesslike. The borders you proposed are too generous. 20 miles in each direction from the Greenbrier gives you a territory larger than most counties. I can't sustain my growth if I'm locked out of the resources in that radius. What radius would you propose? 5 miles. A 5-mile perimeter around the Greenbrier itself. Everything beyond that is shared territory, open to both communities for scavenging, recruiting, and development. Shared territory with your 400 armed citizens and our 60 soldiers. That's not sharing. That's displacement. It's competition. And competition is how communities grow. Wade leaned forward. Daniel, I'm going to be direct. The Greenbrier is a single installation with a finite supply window. You have, what, 30 days of supplies? 20? You're drawing down every hour. I'm growing every day. The math favors me. It will always favor me. The question isn't whether you'll join us, it's when, and whether the joining happens peacefully or not. That's not a negotiation. That's an ultimatum. It's reality. I'd rather you saw it clearly. The tall man beside Wade shifted, not a threatening movement, a repositioning, a readjustment of weight that was nonetheless legible as a reminder that physicality was present in this conversation, that the words had backing. Ray shifted too. His readjustment was considerably larger. Here's what I see clearly, Daniel said. I see a man who's built something impressive in 2 weeks. I see organization, discipline, capability. I also see a man who confiscates weapons from people who can't say no, who strips refugees of supplies and calls it policy, and who's sitting across this table telling me that surrender is inevitable, while his bodyguard adjusts his stance to remind me that he has options. I don't. The tall man went still. Wade's expression flickered, the first genuine crack, a flash of something behind the performance that was neither warm nor reasonable. I'm offering you survival, Wade said. His voice had lost a degree of its modulation. The alternative is decline, slow, inevitable, mathematical decline. Your fuel runs out, your food runs out, your soldiers get tired and your civilians get scared, and one night the perimeter fails and the infected get in and everyone dies. That's the alternative to what I'm offering. The alternative to what you're offering is what we build ourselves, without you. You can't build without resources, and I control the resources. Not all of them, not yet. A silence settled. 2 men, 2 visions, 2 futures competing across a table in an abandoned rest stop, while the world outside continued its slow, indifferent collapse. We're done here, Daniel said. He stood. His team stood with him. A coordinated motion that wasn't rehearsed, but felt like it. The collective response of 5 people who had been through enough together that their bodies communicated without consultation. Think about it, Wade said. He didn't stand. He stayed in his chair, hands folded, expression restored to its practiced neutrality. The offer stands, but it won't stand forever. Neither will we, Daniel said. That's the point. We choose to stand, and when we can't stand, we choose to fall forward. But we don't kneel. He walked out. His team followed. They got in their vehicles and drove west, and the rest stop shrank in the mirrors, and the mountains closed around them, and the road carried them home. Nobody spoke for 15 minutes. Then Ray said, quietly, to no one in particular, "That's a man who's going to come with everything he has." "Yes," Josie said, "he is." "When?" Daniel stared at the road ahead. The road that led back to the Greenbrier, to Lily, to 442 people who were counting on the walls to hold and the math to break and the history to be something other than what the numbers predicted. "Soon," he said, "but not today. Today, we got back. Today, we prepare. Today, we're still standing." The mountains rose around them. The road wound west. The generators of the Greenbrier hummed in the distance, and the floodlights burned and the walls held, and the countdown continued. And Daniel Rowe drove toward the place where his daughter waited and the future crouched, coiled, uncertain, alive with the terrible promise of what was coming. Wade came on day 19. Not at dawn, and that was the mistake everyone expected, the military cliché, the assault that arrives with the sunrise and catches the defenders blinking sleep from their eyes. Wade was not a man who dealt in clichés. He was a man who dealt in calculation, and his calculation told him that the best time to arrive was 2:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, when the afternoon shift change was in progress, and the morning patrols were debriefing, and the 442 people inside the Greenbrier's perimeter were at their daily low point of alertness. Fed warm, lulled by the rhythms of routine, that even the apocalypse could not prevent the human body from establishing. Daniel was in the communications center when the call came from the eastern perimeter. Contact, multiple vehicles. Eastern approach, Route 60. He was at the window before the second sentence finished. Through the resort's east-facing glass, the grand windows that had once framed views of the Allegheny Mountains for guests paying $400 a night, he could see the road descending from the ridge, and on that road, emerging from the tree line like a procession, the vehicles of New Dominion. Not 2 trucks, not 5. 17. Pickup trucks, SUVs, the military surplus vehicles he'd seen at the visitor center, and behind them, lumbering down the grade with the heavy patience of machinery designed for tasks larger than roads, a flatbed truck carrying something covered by a canvas tarp, 17 vehicles in a convoy that stretched back along Route 60 for a quarter mile, each one carrying armed figures, 4, 5, 6 per vehicle. And the math was immediate and devastating. 80 to 100 people, armed, organized, approaching the Greenbrier's eastern gate with the deliberate pace of a force that intends to be seen. All stations, this is command. Haddox's voice came over the facility-wide radio, and the voice was steel, was granite. Was the voice of a woman who had spent 30 years preparing for the moment when the thing you prepared for actually arrived. Condition read, all defensive positions manned. Civilian evacuation to the bunker. I repeat, civilian evacuation to the bunker. This is not a drill. The Greenbrier came alive. Not the slow, organized activity of daily routine, but the sudden, electric activation of a community that had rehearsed this moment for 6 days, and now performed it with the frantic precision of people who understood that the rehearsal was over, and the performance was their lives. Soldiers ran to positions. The perimeter, reinforced over the past week with additional barriers, sandbag emplacements, and the overlapping fields of fire that Fenn had designed, transformed from a passive boundary into an active defensive line. Fenn was at the eastern sector before Daniel reached the front door, his voice carrying across the grounds with the calm authority of a man who had done this before and intended to do it well. Sector 1, hold position. Sector 2, eyes on the flanks. Nobody fires until I give the word or Colonel Haddox gives the word. Nobody. The civilian evacuation moved with a speed that surprised Daniel. Mrs. Patterson had organized the children, all 31 of them, plus the other minors in the facility, into a single group that moved as a unit, the older students guiding the younger ones, the teachers at the edges like sheepdogs herding a flock. They filed into the bunker's entrance, the heavy blast doors that had been designed to withstand a nuclear strike and that now served to shelter 63 children from something that the Cold War planners had never imagined. Lily was with them. Daniel found her at the bunker door, in line, holding Cammie's hand with her right and Petra's with her left, and she looked at him with Rebecca's eyes, and the expression on her face was not fear. It was the expression of a child who had been told what to do and was doing it, the focused, determined compliance of a person who had promised to run and was keeping the promise. "I'll be right here," Daniel said. "I know. The bunker doors are 3 feet of reinforced concrete. Nothing gets through?" "I know, Dad. I love you. I love you too. Go do whatever you have to do." She said it with Rebecca's voice, the directness, the refusal to soften the moment with sentiment that would slow them both down. She squeezed his hand once, hard, and then she was through the door and the door was closing, and the 3 feet of reinforced concrete sealed between them with a sound like a vault locking, which is what it was. Daniel ran to the eastern perimeter. The convoy had stopped 300 yards from the gate. 300 yards was a distance that had been chosen with precision, far enough to be outside effective rifle range for most shooters, close enough to be visible, to be present, to exert the psychological pressure that came from 100 armed people sitting in your front yard. The vehicles were arranged in a crescent facing the gate, their headlights on despite the afternoon sun, creating a wall of light and metal that was as much theater as tactics. A white flag appeared from the lead vehicle, not a bedsheet or a towel, an actual white flag, the kind you'd find in a history book, attached to a pole and waved with the deliberate formality of a gesture that had been practiced. Wade's voice came over the facility's external speakers. He had a bullhorn, powerful, his words carrying across the 300 yards with the same practiced warmth they'd carried across the conference table. Colonel Haddix, Daniel, this doesn't have to be difficult. I'm here to talk. The flag means what it's always meant, a conversation before anything else. Give me 10 minutes. Haddix stood at the gate with Daniel, Fenn, and Briggs. She looked at the convoy, at the white flag, at the 100 armed figures visible in and around the vehicles. He's got 100 at the gate, Fenn said, but that's not all of them. He's got 400 total. Where are the rest? Flanking, Haddix said. He's showing us 100 to fix our attention, while the rest move into position on the north and south approaches. Pull forces to cover? Not yet. He wants me to spread thin. I stay concentrated at the gate and send scouts to the flanks. She keyed her radio. Ramirez, take a fire team north. Osei, fire team south. Report any movement. Then she picked up the external speaker microphone. Commander Wade, you have 5 minutes. Approach alone and unarmed. You'll be met at the barrier. A pause. Then Wade emerged from the lead vehicle. He was wearing the khakis, the fleece vest, the uniform of normalcy that was his most effective weapon. He walked toward the gate with his hands visible and his stride unhurried. The walk of a man approaching a neighbor's door to discuss a property line, not the walk of a man with 100 guns behind him. Haddix met him at the Jersey wall barrier. Daniel stood beside her. Fenn was 10 feet back, positioned where he could respond to anything and where his presence, compact, coiled, dangerous, served as a nonverbal counterpoint to Wade's performance of reasonableness. Colonel, Wade said, I wish this were happening differently. It's happening the way you chose it to happen. You brought 100 armed people to my gate. I brought a community looking for a home. The Greenbrier is the most defensible, most sustainable installation in the region. You know that. I know that. Sharing it is the rational choice. Sharing it under your authority. Under shared authority. I've modified my proposal. Your proposal arrived in 17 vehicles with rifles. That's not a proposal. That's a threat. Wade's expression shifted, the warmth cooled by a degree. Not to hostility, but to candor. The performance of friendliness replaced by the performance of honesty, which was equally calculated but at least had the virtue of being closer to what he actually meant. You're right, he said. I'll be honest. I don't think you can hold this place. Not with 60 soldiers and a diminishing supply window. I think that in 2 weeks, maybe 3, you'll be out of fuel and food and the perimeter will fail and the infected will come through and everyone inside will die. I'm offering an alternative to that outcome. Yes, it involves my leadership. Yes, it involves integration. But the alternative is extinction. And I'd rather you were alive under my authority than dead under your own. That's the second time you've told me my people will die without you. It wasn't true the first time either. What's changed? My people have changed. Haddix's voice was the voice Daniel had heard in the bunker. The voice of a commander who has made her assessment and reached her conclusion. 3 weeks ago, they were refugees. Frightened, disorganized, waiting for someone to tell them what to do. Now they're a community. They've organized themselves. They've trained. They've chosen to stay and fight if they have to. And they've chosen it voluntarily, which is a thing your people have never been offered. Wade was quiet for a moment. His eyes moved past Haddix to the perimeter behind her. The sandbags, the positions, the soldiers and civilian volunteers who stood at their posts with weapons ready and expressions that ranged from terrified to resolute to the specific blankness of people who had already decided and were waiting for the deciding to matter. You're going to resist, he said. Not a question. We're going to defend our home. There's a difference. The difference is semantic. The difference is everything. Wade looked at Daniel. The look was the look from the rest stop, the assessment, the calculation, the rapid determination of whether this particular obstacle was worth the cost of removing it. Daniel, you have a daughter in that bunker, a 12-year-old girl. Everything you've done for the last 19 days has been to keep her safe. I'm offering safety. Real safety. Not the diminishing kind that runs out with the diesel. Don't talk about my daughter. I'm talking about reality. Her reality. The reality of a child in a bunker, while adults argue about sovereignty. She's in that bunker because you brought 100 guns to her front door. Don't dress that up as concern. Wade's expression went through one final transition. The warmth was gone. The candor was gone. What remained was the thing underneath. Not cruelty, not rage, but a certainty so absolute that it had the same effect. The certainty of a man who has looked at the world and decided that he, and only he, understands it correctly. You have until dawn, he said. At dawn, we come through that gate. We'll come peacefully if you let us. We'll come the other way if you don't. But we're coming. This is not a negotiation anymore. This is a notification. He turned. He walked back to his convoy. The white flag came down. The vehicles did not move. 300 yards. 100 guns. And until dawn. The night that followed was the longest of Daniel's life. Not the most frightening. That had been the night in the house on Potomac Avenue, with Rebecca on the staircase and the bat in his hands. Not the most desperate. That had been the night drive through the infected in the river valley. The silent coast through the dead. But the longest, because time stretches when it carries weight, and this night carried the weight of 442 lives, and the decisions that would determine which of them survived to see the morning. Haddix held the War Council at 6 p.m. in the bunker. The group was small. Haddix, Briggs, Osei, Fenn, Ramirez, Daniel, N.K., Ray, Josie. 9 people in a concrete room designed to survive the unsurvivable, planning for a scenario that was, in its own diminished way, just as existential. Situation, Haddix said. She stood at the map. Wade has approximately 100 fighters at the eastern gate. Ramirez reports an additional 50 to 60 moving into position on the north approach through the forest. Osei reports 40 to 50 on the south approach along the river. Total estimated hostile force, 200 to 250. Against our 60 soldiers and 43 trained volunteers, Fenn said. Against our 103 defenders. Yes. We're outnumbered roughly 2 to 1. Haddix tapped the map. However, we have defensive positions, interior lines, and the bunker as a fallback. They have numbers and the initiative. In military terms, this is a defensible position against a superior force. Difficult, but not impossible. Clausewitz says the defender needs a 3-to-1 advantage, Fenn said. We have a 2-to-1 disadvantage. Clausewitz didn't have a nuclear bunker. Clausewitz didn't have zombies either. Things change. Despite everything, someone in the room almost laughed. The sound was suppressed, but the energy of it was there. A brief release of the pressure that had been building since the convoy appeared on Route 60. Options, Haddix said. Option 1. We hold the perimeter, Fenn said. All defensive positions manned. We absorb the assault, inflict casualties, make the cost of taking this place higher than Wade is willing to pay. Risk. If they breach the perimeter at any point, we don't have the reserves to plug the gap. Option 2. We abandon the surface, pull everyone into the bunker, seal the blast doors. Let them take the resort above us, while we hold the underground. We have the generators, the water, the communications. They get the buildings. We get the infrastructure. For how long? NK asked. The bunker was designed to sustain 200 people for 6 months. We have 442. Call it 6 weeks at reduced rations. 6 weeks in an underground bunker with 400 people. 63 of them children. It's not comfortable, but it's alive. Option 3, Daniel said. Everyone looked at him. We evacuate. Evacuate where? The school bus holds 62. We have 7 other vehicles. Total passenger capacity of roughly 120. We can't evacuate everyone, but we can evacuate the children, the medical staff, and enough adults to care for them. We send them west, away from New Dominion, toward one of the National Guard armories that NK's been tracking. The rest of us stay and defend or retreat to the bunker. You want to split the population. I want to save the people who can't fight, the children, the elderly, the injured. We get them out tonight. Before dawn, before Wade makes his move. The western approach is still clear. His forces are concentrated east, north, and south. We go west. Haddix looked at the map. The western approach, the road they'd arrived on. The road through the mountains, the road that led back into the Allegheny wilderness, was indeed unguarded. Wade had not extended his forces in that direction, because his objective was the Greenbrier itself, not the territory behind it. He'd see a convoy leaving, Fenn said, not if it leaves through the service road. Daniel pointed to a line on the map, a maintenance road that ran from the resort service area westward into the forest, before connecting with a county road 2 miles away. It's unpaved, narrow, and it exits north of Route 60. If we move at night with lights off, like the river valley, Josie said. Understanding crossed her face. The silent approach in reverse. Engines off, coast downhill on the service road. Start engines once we're clear. Exactly. The room was quiet while 9 people ran the calculation. The risks, the logistics, the timeline. The question of who goes and who stays. The weight of the word evacuation and everything it implied. Not just departure, but surrender. Not just retreat, but triage. The admission that not everyone could be saved and the terrible, necessary business of deciding who. Do it, Haddix said. Tonight, midnight. The children, the medical staff, and... She paused. Mrs. Patterson and the school group. Get them out. Ray, you drive the bus? Yes, ma'am. Daniel. I stay. The room went quiet again. A different quiet this time. Not calculation, but surprise. Or maybe not surprise. Maybe the quiet of people who had expected this answer and were hearing it confirmed. Your daughter is in the group we're evacuating, Haddix said. I know. You're choosing to stay and fight rather than go with your daughter. I'm choosing to stay and fight so my daughter has something to go to when she comes back. He heard the words come out of his mouth and recognized them as the truest thing he'd said since the fire alarm in the stairwell at Westinghouse Academy. Someone has to hold the line. If we all leave, there's nothing to come back to. If some of us stay, we keep the option open. We keep the bunker. We keep the communications. We keep the Greenbrier. And if you don't survive, then Lily survives. And that's enough. Josie's hand was on her shotgun, and her face had the expression it wore when she was preparing for a procedure, the controlled, focused intensity of a professional engaging with something difficult. I'm staying too. Josie, the medical tent has patients who can't be moved. 3 people with injuries that would kill them on a mountain road. I'm not leaving them. NK? Haddix asked. NK was at her laptop, already running logistics. Vehicle capacities, passenger counts, supply weights, the computational infrastructure of survival. I'll go with the evacuation. Someone needs to coordinate the convoy, navigate the route, and maintain communications with whoever stays here. That's what I'm built for. Dee? Dee stood against the wall with her arms crossed and her machete on her hip, and the expression of a woman who had weighed every option and arrived at her answer before the question was asked. I'm staying. Someone has to feed the people who stay, and that someone is me. Tommy? Tommy was at the back of the room. He had been drawing in his sketchbook. Daniel could see the quick, sure lines of a sketch taking shape. And when Haddix said his name, he looked up with eyes that were wide and frightened and absolutely certain. I'm going with the bus, he said. The kids need someone they know. Someone who's not a soldier or a parent. Someone who's just... He searched for the word. Someone who draws. Garrett. Garrett, who had been writing in his notebook throughout the entire meeting, looked up. His face performed the complicated arithmetic of a man calculating his own value in a situation that had no actuarial table. The weighing of courage against capability, of desire against duty, of the person he wanted to be against the person he was. The record goes where the story goes, he said quietly. The story's here. I'm staying. Haddix surveyed the room. The division was made. The evacuees and the defenders, the runners and the standers, the people who would carry the future west and the people who would buy them time by standing in the present. Midnight, she said. Bus and vehicles loaded by 23:45. Departure at 0001. Mr. Rowe, you have 6 hours to say goodbye to your daughter. He found Lily in the bunker, sitting on a cot in the children's section with Cammy and Petra, and a book she wasn't reading. The bunker was full. The entire civilian population of the Greenbrier crowded into the underground complex, the air warm with bodies and breath and the electric hum of systems designed to sustain life in conditions that were supposed to be temporary and were becoming permanent. Hey, he said, hey. She looked at him and she knew. Before he opened his mouth, before a word was spoken, she knew. The way she'd known about Rebecca, the way she'd known about the fighting, the way children know things by reading the geography of their parents' faces, the topography of worry and resolve and grief that no adult can fully conceal. You're not coming with us, she said. Lily, you're staying. I have to. No, you don't. Her voice cracked. The composure that had held for 19 days, through the hotel, the bus, the mountains, the arrival at the Greenbrier, the weeks of uncertainty, cracked like a dam that has held too long. And behind the crack was everything. The fear, the anger, the grief that had been processed but not dissolved, the specific fury of a 12-year-old who has lost one parent and is watching the other choose to stay behind. You don't have to stay. Other people can stay. The soldiers can stay. That man Fenn can stay. You're a teacher, Dad. You're not a soldier. You're not... She was crying now, and the crying was angry, the kind that comes with fists clenched and jaw tight, and the absolute refusal to accept the thing she was being told. Mom told you to come get me. She didn't tell you to leave me. The words hit him like the baseball bat he'd swung in the stairwell, a blow that connected with something fundamental and sent it reeling. She was right. Rebecca had said, come get her. Rebecca had not said protect a military installation in the Allegheny Mountains while your daughter drives into the wilderness with a truck driver and a school bus full of children. But Rebecca had also said something else, in the way she said it, in the act of driving through an infected city with a bite on her arm. Some things are more important than staying safe. Some things require you to stay behind so others can go forward. Some things demand the thing you least want to give. Lily, he said, and his voice was the voice of a man holding together by an act of will that would have been impressive if it hadn't been so obviously fragile. I need you to listen to me. I'm listening. If I go with you, if we all go, New Dominion takes the Greenbrier. They take the bunker, the communications, the generators. They take the only place in this region that isn't under Wade's control. And then there's nowhere to come back to. Nowhere safe. Just Wade and his New Dominion, and a world where the only option is to join him or die. Then we don't come back. We go somewhere else. Where? Where do we go, Lily? The world is... He stopped. He took a breath. He started again. The world is running out of places. Every community that falls, every installation that's taken, the space gets smaller. Someone has to hold the line somewhere. Someone has to say, this far and no further. And his voice broke. He pressed his hand against his mouth and breathed through it and forced the words out. I'm the someone. Because I'm the person who said no to Wade and meant it. And if I run now, the no means nothing. Lily stared at him through tears that she was no longer trying to control. Her hands were fists at her sides, and her jaw was set, and she was every inch her mother's daughter, fierce, direct, refusing to be managed. Promise me, she said. Lily, promise me you'll survive. Promise me on Mom's name. The request was impossible. He could not promise survival. Survival was not a thing you promised, but a thing you fought for, a thing that happened or didn't happen, based on factors that no amount of will could control. But she was 12, and she was asking. And the asking was not about the promise, but about the act of promising. The declaration, the commitment, the words spoken aloud that became a covenant between a father and a daughter in a bunker at the end of the world. I promise, he said, on your mother's name. I will do everything in my power to survive. Everything. Everything. She threw herself at him. The hug was not gentle, it was violent. The embrace of a person trying to hold on to something with enough force to prevent the universe from taking it away. He held her back with equal force, and they stood in the bunker among the cots and the frightened people and the hum of the air recyclers, and they held on. Ray will take care of you, he whispered into her hair. And NK, and Tommy, and Mrs. Patterson. You're going to be okay. I'm going to be so mad at you when this is over. I know. So mad. I know. I love you, Dad. I love you too. More than anything. More than everything. She pulled back. She wiped her face. She set her jaw. And she said with a composure that was neither performance nor resignation, but something harder and rarer. The composure of a child who has decided to be strong because the situation demands it, and strength is what she has. Go. Do what you have to do. I'll be waiting. He kissed the top of her head. He turned. He walked out of the bunker. He did not look back. Midnight. The service road was dark. The night was cold. And the school bus sat in the loading area with its engine off and its lights off, and its cargo of 63 children and 22 adults packed into its seats, with the compressed silence of people who understood that noise was death. Ray was in the driver's seat. His hands were on the wheel, and his face was barely visible in the darkness. A silhouette, a shape, the suggestion of a man who had driven through everything the last 19 days had offered, and was about to drive through one more thing. NK sat behind him with the radio and the atlas, and the laptop, and the accumulated intelligence of 3 weeks of careful, systematic information gathering. She had plotted the route: service road to county road to Route 39 West, Route 39 through the mountains to a National Guard armory in Summersville that was confirmed functioning as of 48 hours ago. 80 miles. 3 hours if the roads were clear. Tommy was in the middle of the bus, surrounded by children who had learned to trust him over the past 2 weeks. The art teacher, the gentle voice, the person who made the unbearable bearable by handing you a pencil and saying, "Draw what you feel." He sat with his sketchbook closed for once, his arms around the 2 youngest children, 11-year-olds, a boy and a girl, siblings whose parents had not been heard from since the outbreak, and whose world had narrowed to the dimensions of this bus and the people on it. Mrs. Patterson stood at the bus door. She was the last to board. She looked at Daniel, standing in the dark, in the cold, with the Glock on his hip and the hunting knife on his belt, and the expression of a man who has sent away the thing he loves most. And she said, "Room 314. That's where I found her the first day." She was sitting on the bed, not crying. She was making a list of things she needed to do to stay alive. She was 12 years old, and she was making a survival list. That's Lily. That's you. She got that from you. Mrs. Patterson's cracked glasses caught a fragment of starlight. "I'll keep her safe, Mr. Rowe. On my life." "I know you will." She boarded. The door closed. The bus sat in the darkness, a yellow shape that was invisible in the lightless night, a vessel full of the future waiting to depart. The Ford was behind the bus, driven by a soldier named Torres, carrying additional adults and supplies. The Jeep was behind the Ford, driven by Avery, the quiet young woman from the scavenging team who had, in the past week, revealed herself to be a remarkably capable driver, with an instinct for terrain that rivaled Ray's. Daniel walked to the bus. He put his hand on the metal flank, feeling the cold of it, the realness of it. Inside, through the dark windows, he could see the shapes of children, heads above seat backs, the suggestion of faces, the impossible vulnerability of young lives packed into a vehicle and pointed toward the unknown. He found Lily's window. She was there, her face pressed against the glass. He couldn't see her expression in the dark, just the shape of her, the outline, the ghost of the person who was the reason for everything he'd done and everything he was about to do. He pressed his hand against the glass. She pressed hers on the other side. The glass was cold between them, an inch of material, transparent and impenetrable, the barrier between a father who was staying and a daughter who was leaving. Then, the bus rolled forward. No engine, just gravity. Ray releasing the brake and letting the service road's gentle downhill gradient carry the bus into motion. The tires whispered on the gravel. The shapes inside the windows moved, shifted, grew smaller. The Ford followed, then the Jeep, a three-vehicle ghost convoy sliding down the mountain, in the silence and the dark. Daniel stood in the service area and watched them go. The bus reached the curve in the road, 100 yards down, and the darkness took it. Absorbed it completely, the yellow paint invisible, the shapes inside invisible, the future invisible, carried west on gravity and hope, and the trust that a 12-year-old girl and a 52-year-old truck driver and a bus designed to carry children would find their way to safety. The service area was empty. The night was cold. The stars were out, more stars than Daniel had ever seen. The Milky Way a river of light across the sky because the power was out everywhere for hundreds of miles, and the light pollution that had hidden the galaxy for a century was gone, and the universe was visible again, enormous and indifferent, and breathtakingly beautiful. He stood under those stars, and he breathed, and he did not cry, because crying was not what was needed now. What was needed was the thing that came after, the turning, the walking back, the entering of the building where the defenders waited, and the morning would bring whatever it would bring. He turned, he walked back, he entered the building. The defenders were waiting. The hours before dawn were spent in the specific activity of people preparing to be attacked. Fenn positioned his volunteers, the 43 civilians who had trained for 6 days on the tennis courts, and who now took their places at the sandbag positions, and the window emplacements, and the doorway choke points, with the rigid, over-focused concentration of people doing something they'd practiced, but never truly believed they'd have to perform. Their faces were a catalog of human response to mortal threat. Pale, flushed, stone blank, twitching, sweating, praying. Some of them held their weapons with the excessive care of people carrying loaded guns for the first time in a real situation. Some held them with the white-knuckled grip of people who were more frightened of the weapon in their hands than the enemy approaching. Frank, the 72-year-old retired teacher, took his position at a second-floor window overlooking the eastern approach with a bolt-action rifle and a thermos of coffee that Dee had prepared for him. He sat behind the sandbags and sipped his coffee and looked out the window at the darkness where the new Dominion vehicles sat, their headlights off now, their shapes barely visible. And he said to no one in particular, 47 years in a classroom, never missed a day. I suppose this counts as a field trip. Josie was in the medical tent, preparing for casualties, a word that, in the clinical terminology of military medicine, meant the thing it meant and nothing softer. She had organized her supplies with the same efficiency she brought to everything: bandages, sutures, the veterinary antibiotics that had served as their pharmaceutical backbone, the ketamine that could serve as an anesthetic in extremis, and the bone saw that she had never used on a human and hoped desperately she wouldn't have to. She stood in the tent and checked her supplies, and her face was the face of a woman who had spent her career trying to save things and was about to discover how many things she could save when the things were people. Dee was in the kitchen. She had decided that the defenders would eat before dawn, and she had prepared food with the focused intensity of a woman who understood that a meal before battle was not a luxury but a sacrament, the act of nourishment as an act of defiance, the statement that we are alive and we eat, and we do not stop being human because someone wants to take our humanity away. She made rice and beans, the staple she'd been cooking since Durban, and she made coffee from the dwindling supply, and she served it to every defender who came through the kitchen with a plate and a look that said, "Eat this and survive." Garrett sat in the communications center with his notebook and 3 pens and the radio, which was tuned to the military frequency and the new Dominion frequency simultaneously. He had been writing since the council meeting, pages and pages, the boring version, the true version, the one with dates and times and the exact number of sandbags and the caliber of ammunition and the names of every person who had volunteered to defend a luxury resort against a warlord in the mountains of West Virginia. Daniel ate Dee's food. He drank Dee's coffee. He checked his Glock. 15 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber, the 2 spare magazines in his jacket pocket. 30 rounds total. Sergeant Colvin had said it. You don't have enough ammunition. Nobody does. He stood at the eastern perimeter and looked at the darkness where Wade's convoy waited, and he thought about history. Not the grand sweep of it, not empires and revolutions and the rise and fall of civilizations, but the small history, the human history, the history of people standing in a place and saying, "This is mine and I will not leave." The Alamo, Thermopylae, Stalingrad. Every siege in every war, every defense of every place that mattered to the people inside it. The math was always wrong. The defenders were always outnumbered. The walls always seemed too thin, and the weapons always seemed too few, and the morning always came too fast. And sometimes the defenders held. Not always, not usually, not even often. But sometimes. And sometimes was enough to make the standing worthwhile. Because the standing was the thing. Not the outcome, but the act. Not the victory, but the refusal to accept defeat without contesting it. He stood at the wall. He waited for dawn. Dawn came at 6:47 a.m. on day 20. It came the way mountain dawns come, gradually, then suddenly the sky lightening by imperceptible degrees, until a moment arrived when the darkness was gone, and the light was there and the world was visible again. Every detail sharp, every shape defined, every illusion of safety that the night had provided stripped away. Wade's convoy was exactly where it had been. 17 vehicles in a crescent, 300 yards east, but the vehicles were empty now. The fighters had dismounted, dispersing into the trees and the terrain on either side of the road, invisible from the perimeter but present. Felt the weight of their numbers pressing against the morning air like humidity. The flatbed truck was still there. Its canvas tarp was gone. What was underneath was visible now, and when Daniel saw it, his stomach dropped. A vehicle-mounted loudspeaker system, military grade, the kind used for psychological operations, capable of projecting sound at deafening volume across a wide area. And beside it, a second item that was harder to identify at first, but that resolved, through the binoculars, into something that made Fenn curse. A spotlight array. 4 high-powered spotlights mounted on a rotating platform, each one capable of producing a beam visible for miles. "Son of a bitch," Fenn said. "He's going to light us up." "What?" "The spotlights. At night, our floodlights keep the infected away. They're attracted to sound and movement, and the lights make the perimeter visible enough that they avoid it. If Wade kills our generators and turns on those spotlights, he turns the infected into a weapon, points the lights at our perimeter, blasts sound through the speakers. Every infected in a 10-mile radius comes straight at us. He wouldn't. His own people? His people are mobile. They can pull back, let the infected hit our fixed positions, then push through the gaps." Fenn's face was the face of a man recognizing a strategy he'd seen before, in different terrain, with different enemies, but with the same brutal logic. It's a force multiplier. He uses the dead against us so he doesn't have to spend his own people. Daniel stared at the flatbed. The spotlights sat on their platform, inert, waiting. A weapon that wasn't a weapon. No bullets, no blades, just light and sound. The tools of attraction redirected into the tools of destruction. It was, he had to admit, brilliant. It was the strategy of a man who understood that in this new world, the most dangerous weapon wasn't a gun. It was the ability to control where the dead went. "Colonel," Daniel said into the radio, "we have a problem." The attack began at 7:23 a.m., and it began not with gunfire, but with sound. The loudspeaker erupted with a noise that was less a noise, and more an assault. A sustained, high-pitched tone that was designed not to communicate, but to disorient. A frequency that hit the inner ear and the chest simultaneously and made the world feel off-axis. The tone blasted across the valley, bouncing off the mountains, filling the air with a vibration that was physical, that you felt in your teeth and your ribs and the base of your skull. Then the spotlights came on. In daylight, the spotlights were less effective, but they weren't aimed at the defenders. They were aimed outward, 4 beams sweeping the surrounding mountains and valleys in slow arcs, combining with the sound to create a beacon, a signal, a summons. Come here. There is noise here. There is light here. There is prey here. He's calling them, Josie said over the radio. She was in the medical tent, watching through a window. He's calling every infected in range. How many could that be? Haddix asked. NK estimated several hundred in the surrounding valleys before she left. The sound would carry 5 miles in these mountains. Maybe more. 5 miles. At the infected's shuffling pace, the closest would arrive within an hour, the farthest within 3. By noon, every dead thing in the Allegheny Mountains within walking distance would be converging on the Greenbrier. Eastern sector, Fenn's voice came over the radio, sharp and controlled. Contact! Small arms fire. They're probing. The first shots came from the tree line east, scattered, individual, the pop, pop, pop of rifles testing the perimeter, searching for weak points, for positions that flinched or responded poorly. Fenn's volunteers returned fire, disciplined, restrained, the single shots of people who had been taught that ammunition was finite, and every round had to justify its expenditure. South sector, movement along the river. 2 squads, maybe 15 fighters. North sector, contact. They're trying to flank through the maintenance area. 3 axes, east, north, south. The west was clear, the direction the bus had gone, the escape route that Wade had deliberately left open, because a cornered enemy fights harder than one with a way out, and Wade wanted them to run, not fight. But running was over. Daniel was at the eastern sector, in a sandbagged position beside Fenn, and the tree line ahead was alive with muzzle flashes, brief orange, the firefly sparks of weapons firing from concealment. Rounds hit the sandbags with the flat, heavy thud of impacts absorbed by sand, and rounds hit the building behind him with the sharper crack of rounds hitting stone and wood, and the world had narrowed to the field of view ahead, and the weapon in his hands, and the specific, adrenaline-drenched focus of a man who had never fired a gun at another human being and was about to. A figure broke from the tree line, running low, zigzagging, not an infected's shamble, but a human's sprint, purposeful, directed, heading for a gap in the Jersey walls that Fenn had identified as a vulnerability and covered with 2 overlapping positions. Daniel tracked the figure with the Glock. The figure was a man, young, running, rifle in his hands, closing the distance at a speed that compressed time into heartbeats. Daniel fired. The Glock kicked in his hands, and the sound was enormous, and the round went somewhere, not where he'd aimed. The figure kept running. Daniel fired again, missed again. The figure was at the Jersey wall, vaulting over it, and then Fenn's rifle cracked once beside him, and the figure went down. Breathe, Fenn said. Sight. Squeeze. Don't jerk. Breathe, Daniel breathed. Another figure broke from the tree line. He sighted. He breathed. He squeezed. The figure stumbled, went to one knee, got up, kept running. Fenn's rifle cracked again. The figure went down and did not get up. You hit him, Fenn said. I finished him. That's teamwork. Keep breathing. The eastern assault intensified over the next 30 minutes. Wade's fighters advanced in rushes, fire and movement, the textbook infantry approach of suppressing the defensive position with volume, while squads moved forward under the cover of their own fire. They were trained. Not perfectly. Some of them broke too early. Some of them exposed too much. Some of them made the mistakes of people who had learned tactics recently, rather than deeply, but trained enough to be dangerous, trained enough to close the distance, trained enough that Fenn's volunteers were taking fire from positions they hadn't expected and responding with the barely controlled precision of people on the edge of panic. A volunteer was hit, a man named Torres, not the soldier, the civilian Torres, the one who had been a plumber before the outbreak and had volunteered because his wife and son were in the bunker, and he wanted to stand between them and whatever came. The round hit his shoulder and spun him around, and he fell behind his sandbags and screamed, and the scream was the worst sound Daniel had ever heard, because it was the sound of a world where plumbers got shot. "Medic!" someone called. "Keep firing," Fen commanded. "Do not leave your position. Medic will come to him." Josie came. She came low and fast, crouched below the sandbag line, the Remington on her back and the medical kit in her hands. And she reached Torres and she pressed a bandage against the wound, and she said something to him that Daniel couldn't hear, but that made Torres stop screaming and start nodding. And then she was working, hands moving with the speed and sureness of a woman who had done this 1,000 times on different patients of different species, and who could do it now, under fire, with the rounds still pinging off the sandbags above her head. "Through and through," she reported over the radio. "Subclavian. He'll live if I can stop the bleeding. I need to move him to the tent." "Cover!" Fen called, and the volunteers in the adjacent positions poured fire toward the tree line. Not aimed, not disciplined, just volume. The spray of noise and lead that would make anyone advancing keep their head down, long enough for Josie to drag Torres to the medical tent. She dragged him. He outweighed her by 80 pounds, and she dragged him across the grounds with the desperate, grunt-driven effort of a woman whose determination exceeded her physical capacity. And she got him into the tent. And the tent's canvas walls absorbed him, and Josie was back at the perimeter 3 minutes later with blood on her hands, and the Remington unslung and the expression of a woman who had just saved a life and was ready to take one. By 10 a.m., the dead began to arrive. They came from the east first, drawn by the sound and the lights and the gunfire, emerging from the forest in ones and twos, and then in clusters, shambling through the tree line where Wade's fighters had been firing from. And this was the thing that Wade had calculated, the thing that made his strategy brilliant and terrible in equal measure. The infected didn't distinguish between the defenders and the attackers. They went for the nearest living thing, and the nearest living things, in many cases, were Wade's own fighters. But Wade had prepared for this. His fighters knew the plan. When the infected arrived, they fell back, pulling away from the perimeter, retreating to their vehicles and their positions behind the flatbed, leaving the infected to fill the space they'd vacated. The dead flowed into the gap like water into a depression, a tide of decomposing bodies pressing toward the sound and the light and the living things behind the sandbags. "Eastern sector," Fen reported, his voice harder now, stripped of everything but information. "Approximately 40 infected approaching the perimeter. Wade's fighters have disengaged east. They're letting the dead do their work. South sector, 20+ infected along the river. North sector, same. They're coming from everywhere." The perimeter that had been designed to defend against a human assault was now facing a different kind of attack. The slow, relentless, mindless advance of the dead. And unlike Wade's fighters, the dead didn't take cover. They didn't retreat. They didn't care about casualties. They simply walked forward, absorbing rounds, absorbing damage, and walking forward. Daniel fired at the approaching infected. Headshots, the only thing that stopped them. At 20 yards, with the Glock, he could hit a head about half the time. The other half, the rounds hit shoulders or chests or nothing at all. And the infected kept coming, and the ammunition counter in his head ticked downward. 28 rounds, 25, 22, 18. "Conserve!" Fen shouted. "Only fire at close range. Let them come to the barriers." The barriers held, for now. The Jersey walls and sandbags were waist-high, enough to slow the infected, who didn't have the coordination to climb efficiently. They pressed against the barriers, reaching over, their hands grasping at air, at sandbags, at anything within reach, and the defenders shot them from point-blank range, heads appearing above the barrier line, receiving a round, disappearing. A grotesque shooting gallery, a carnival game at the end of the world. But the barriers were not infinite, and the infected were not stopping, and behind them, in the distance, Daniel could hear the sound of more, the murmur, the collective hum, the voice of the approaching dead. And behind the dead, through gaps in the horde, Wade's fighters reappeared, using the infected as cover, advancing behind them, firing over them, through them, the living hiding behind the dead doing the dying that the living preferred not to do. A round hit the sandbag beside Daniel's head, and he felt the impact through the canvas, the sand shifting, the wall that protected him absorbing a blow that would have killed him. He ducked. He breathed. He rose. He fired. An infected woman, 6 feet away, her face a ruin, her hands reaching over the barrier. He put the round through her eye, and she dropped, and another took her place, and he fired again, and the magazine clicked empty, and he ejected and slammed the second magazine home and kept firing. 15 rounds. His last magazine. The battle for the Greenbrier lasted 4 hours and 17 minutes. In that time, Daniel would later learn from Garrett's meticulous notes, the following occurred. Wade's forces sustained an estimated 30 to 40 casualties, including both killed and wounded. The Greenbrier's defenders sustained 11 wounded, 6 civilians and 5 soldiers, and 2 killed. The first killed was Frank. The 72-year-old retired teacher held his second-floor position for 3 hours and 8 minutes. He fired his bolt-action rifle with the careful, unhurried precision of a man who had been told that every round counted and who counted every round. He drank his coffee. He reported his observations over the radio with the calm, detailed clarity of a man who had spent 47 years describing things to people who needed to understand them. And at 10:31 a.m., a round from the tree line came through his window at a trajectory that Fenn would later determine was the work of a skilled shooter. A single round, aimed, intentional, and it found Frank behind his sandbags, and it killed him instantly. Daniel heard the report over the radio. "Second floor, position 4, we've lost Frank." And the words had the weight of a building collapsing, the simple, devastating finality of a name, followed by a past tense. The second killed was a soldier named Corporal Yoonji Park, 23, who had been at the Greenbrier since day one, and who died at the North Sector when a breach in the maintenance area allowed 3 of Wade's fighters through the perimeter. Park engaged all 3 at close range, killing 2 and wounding the third before a round found the gap between her vest and her helmet. She died doing her job. She died competently. She died because someone has to be the cost of holding a line. And on this morning in this place, Corporal Park was the cost. The turning point came at 11:40 a.m., and it came not from the defenders or the attackers, but from the dead. The infected had been accumulating. Drawn by the sound and the spotlights and the hours of gunfire, they had converged on the Greenbrier from every direction. Not 40 or 60, but hundreds, pouring down from the mountains and up from the valleys and along the roads and through the forests, a migration of the dead that was, in its scale and its mindlessness, something that neither Wade nor Haddix had fully anticipated. They hit Wade's rear. The fighters who had been advancing behind the infected screen suddenly found themselves surrounded, the dead behind them as well as in front, the tide reversing, the weapon they'd deployed now deployed against them. The disciplined advance became a desperate defense. The fire and movement of a trained assault became the frantic 360-degree scramble of people fighting in every direction at once. Over the radio, Daniel could hear New Dominion's communications, overlapping, panicked, the controlled discipline of Wade's organization dissolving into the chaos of a plan encountering a reality it hadn't modeled. "They're behind us. Fall back to the vehicles. We can't. They're between us. And, Commander, requesting immediate..." And then Wade's voice, still calm, still modulated, but with an edge that hadn't been there before. The edge of a man whose calculation had been correct in every particular, except the one that mattered. All units, fighting withdrawal. Disengage from the perimeter. Rally at the convoy. Leave the spotlights. The assault broke. Not gradually, not in an organized retreat, but in the sudden, decisive way that assaults break when the attacking force loses its coherence. Fighters breaking from their positions, running for the vehicles, firing at the infected that blocked their path. The organized military machine becoming a collection of individuals, each running their own calculation of how to survive the next 60 seconds. The flatbed with the spotlights was overrun. A mass of infected 50 or more converged on it from the south, drawn by the light and the sound, and they climbed the flatbed and they tore the equipment apart with the mindless, persistent destructiveness of things that do not understand what they're destroying but are drawn to it nonetheless. Wade's convoy moved. The vehicles that could move did, engines starting, tires spinning, the heavy SUVs and trucks pushing through infected that had surrounded them, the convoy that had arrived in formation departing in disorder. Vehicles scattering in different directions, some east on Route 60, some north, some simply driving into the field and through the forest, because the road was blocked by the dead. Wade's black SUV was the last to leave. It sat in the center of the crescent, engine running, and Daniel watched through the binoculars as Wade emerged from the passenger door, stood on the running board, and looked at the Greenbrier. 300 yards of infected-filled ground separated them, and through that ground, through the dead, Wade looked at the perimeter and the defenders behind it and the building that he had come to take and had not taken. Then he got back in the SUV, and it drove east, and the convoy, what remained of it, scattered, diminished, disappeared down Route 60, and the battle was over. The infected remained, hundreds of them, filling the ground between the perimeter and the tree line, milling and circling and shuffling in the aimless patterns of the dead when the stimulus that drew them has been removed. They would drift away eventually. The sound was gone, the spotlights were gone. And without the draw of active stimulus, the dead would follow gravity and geography back into the valleys and the forests. But for now, they were there, a moat of the dead, surrounding a castle of the living, and inside the castle, the defenders lowered their weapons and breathed. Dee found Daniel at the eastern perimeter at noon. He was sitting on the sandbags. His Glock was empty. All 3 magazines spent, 45 rounds fired, an unknown number of hits. His hands were shaking. Not the dramatic tremor of adrenaline, but the deep, bone-level vibration of a body that has been running on emergency reserves for 6 hours and is now presenting the bill. Dee sat beside him. She had a plate of food, rice and beans, the constant, the staple, the thing she made because making it was the one thing she could control in a world where control was an illusion. "Eat," she said. "I can't." "Eat!" She put the plate in his lap. He looked at it. Rice and beans. The food that had sustained them since Durban, since the empty town and the porch and the rocking chairs and the 20 minutes when the world was bearable. He picked up the spoon. He ate. The food was warm and it went into his body, and his body accepted it because the body is a machine. And machines require fuel regardless of what the mind is doing. "Frank is dead," he said. "I know." "Corporal Park is dead." "I know. I fired my gun at people, Dee. I shot at people." Dee was quiet for a moment. The mountains rose around them in their late October bareness. The trees stripped, the landscape honest. The beauty of it still present, but harder now. The kind of beauty that doesn't comfort, but accompanies. "When my husband turned," Dee said, "I used a kitchen knife. I used the knife I'd used to dice onions an hour before. I stood in my kitchen and I killed the man I loved with a knife that smelled like onions." She looked at her hands, the hands that cooked and fed and sustained, the hands that had held a knife and used it. The things we do to survive are not the things that define us. The things we do after we survive. Those define us. "What did you do after?" "I cooked. I cooked for anyone who needed feeding. I cooked because it was the thing I could do that was still good, still useful, still mine." She looked at him. "You taught. That's your thing. The good thing, the useful thing, the thing that's still yours. When this is over, and it will be over, one way or another, you'll teach again. And the teaching will be more important than the shooting. What if it's not over? Then I'll keep cooking and you'll keep shooting, and we'll both keep doing the thing we have to do until we can go back to doing the thing we want to do. That's the deal. That's been the deal since day one." Daniel ate his rice and beans. The food settled in his stomach, and the shaking in his hands subsided by a degree, and the world around him, the sandbags, the perimeter, The distant infected, the mountains, the sky, came back into focus, the adrenaline haze clearing to reveal a reality that was damaged but still present, still navigable, still asking to be lived in. Garrett appeared at the perimeter with his notebook. His face was drawn and his hands were ink-stained, and the notebook was open to a page that was dense with writing. The account, the record, the boring version. For the record, he said, Battle of the Greenbrier, Day 20, duration, 4 hours and 17 minutes. Defenders, 103. Attackers, estimated 200 to 250, plus an estimated 300 infected drawn by acoustic and visual attractants. Defender casualties, 2 killed, 11 wounded. Attacker casualties, estimated 30 to 40. Outcome, he paused. He looked at Daniel. What's the outcome? Daniel looked at the perimeter. At the sandbags, the positions, the spent casings on the ground, the blood that hadn't been cleaned up yet, the holes in the building's stone facade where rounds had hit. He looked at the defenders, exhausted, shaking, some of them sitting exactly as he was sitting, some of them standing in a daze, some of them holding each other. He looked at the mountains and the sky and the distant, drifting shapes of the dead that were beginning, slowly, to wander away. Outcome. Held, he said. Garrett wrote it down. He underlined it twice. That evening, the radio crackled. Not Wade's frequency, the military frequency, the one they'd been using to communicate with other installations. A voice female, clipped and professional, cutting through the static with the practiced clarity of someone accustomed to being heard. Greenbrier Actual. This is Firebase Raleigh. We've received your situation report. A relief column is en route to your position. ETA 24 hours. Repeat. Relief column 24 hours. Hold your position. Haddock stood in the communications center and closed her eyes. Just for a moment. Just long enough for the information to settle. Relief, a column, 24 hours, hold, and then her eyes opened and she was the colonel again, the stone-faced commander, the woman who had held this place for 20 days and would hold it for 20 more if that's what the situation required. Copy, Firebase Raleigh, she said. Greenbrier will hold. Daniel heard it from the hallway. He heard the words, relief column and 24 hours, and the information entered his body, not through his ears, but through his chest, where it landed like a weight being removed, a compression releasing, the specific physical sensation of learning that the thing you'd been carrying was about to be shared. 24 hours. He could hold for 24 hours. They all could. They'd held for 20 days. One more was arithmetic. He found the satellite phone. He dialed the number that NK had given him before the bus departed, the frequency for the convoy's radio, routed through the military's relay system. The connection clicked, hissed. Then, Dad? Lily's voice. Thin, distant, broken by static, but unmistakably Lily. The specific frequency of his daughter's voice, as identifiable to him as his own heartbeat. Hey, baby. Are you okay? Are you alive? We heard there was fighting. NK picked up the radio traffic. I'm alive. I'm okay. We held. A sound on the other end, half gasp, half sob, the release of a pressure that had been building since midnight. You held? We held. And there's a relief column coming. 24 hours. The army is sending help. So we can come back? Soon. Not yet, but soon. Dad. Her voice steadied. Rebecca's steadiness. The composure that came from somewhere deeper than training, somewhere more fundamental than practice. I'm proud of you. The words hit him the way the first sight of the hotel had hit him in Natural Bridge. Not as information, but as an event. A physical thing that happened in his chest. The feeling of a fracture setting, of something that had been wrong becoming right. I'm proud of you too, Lily. Come get us when it's safe. I will, I promise. I know. The connection crackled and held and crackled again. And then she said, I love you. And he said, I love you too. And the connection broke and the satellite phone went silent. And Daniel stood in the communications center with the dead phone in his hand and the living world around him, and the knowledge that tomorrow help was coming, and the day after that, his daughter would be back, and the day after that, the work of rebuilding would begin. not the old world. That was gone. But a new one. A better one, maybe, or at least a different one. Built by people who had stood at the wall and said no and meant it, and survived to build something on the foundation of that refusal. The generators hummed, the floodlights burned, the perimeter held, and Daniel Rowe, history teacher, father, defender, stood in the ruins of a battle and felt, for the first time in 20 days, something that was not hope. Hope was too fragile a word for this, but its older, tougher sibling, conviction. The conviction that the morning would come and they would be in it. The conviction that the math was wrong and history was right. The conviction that the hollow road he had been walking since the fire alarm in the stairwell of Westinghouse Academy had a destination, and he was close enough now to see it. One more day. He could do one more day. Lewisburg was 30 miles south and a lifetime away. The drive took 90 minutes. Not because the distance was great, but because the road was a negotiation. Every mile requiring decisions that had become reflexive over 3 weeks of travel. This turn or that one, this speed or that one, this gap between abandoned vehicles or the one 50 yards ahead. Ray had always been the navigator, the man who read roads the way other people read books. And without him, the driving fell to Daniel and Theo and the soldiers, who knew how to drive in formation, but not how to drive in the specific, intuitive way that mountain roads in the apocalypse demanded. The convoy reached Lewisburg at 7:34 a.m. The town was what NK's intelligence had suggested, partially abandoned, partially occupied by a small group of survivors who had fortified the county courthouse and were living in the cautious, minimal way of people who had decided that invisibility was their best defense. The Lewisburg Armory, a National Guard facility on the town's southern edge, was empty, its weapons and equipment long since claimed by the Guard unit that had deployed in the first days and never returned. But the building was intact. Concrete block walls, steel doors, a motor pool with a chain-link perimeter, and enough interior space to house 100 people if they didn't mind sleeping on concrete floors. Which, after 2 days in a nuclear bunker, they didn't. Fenn secured the armory in 20 minutes. His soldiers cleared the building, established a perimeter, and began the process of converting a military facility into a temporary refuge with the institutional competence of people doing a version of what they'd been trained for in a context that no training had anticipated. The first group, 40 people, including all 31 students, Mrs. Patterson, Tommy, and a selection of adults chosen for their vulnerability or their utility, was unloaded from the convoy and settled into the armory. Haddix established a command post in the facility's communications room. Dee claimed the kitchen with the inevitability of gravity. Daniel stood in the armory's parking lot and looked north, toward the mountains, toward the Greenbrier, toward the sound that had faded but not disappeared from his memory. The bus horn, long and continuous, drawing the dead. "He'll come," Josie said. She was beside him, as she always was. Not by arrangement, but by instinct. The way certain people find certain other people in a crowd, a gravity of compatibility that operates below the level of conscious choice. He should have been here by now. The route he planned takes him east on 60, south on 219, and back west to Lewisburg. That's a 60-mile loop on mountain roads, with 300 infected in his rearview mirror. Give him time. How much time? As much as he needs. Daniel gave him time. He gave him 4 hours, during which the armory was organized, the perimeter was established, and the first 40 refugees of the Greenbrier began the process of converting a concrete building into a home. He gave him 4 hours, during which Lily sat in a corner of the armory with her sketchbook, Tommy's influence, the art lessons having taken root, and drew the mountains they'd driven through, the mountains that were between her and everything she'd lost. He gave him 4 hours, during which Garrett wrote in his notebook, recording the names and the numbers and the events with the meticulous devotion of a man who had found his purpose in the act of documentation and would not abandon it. He gave him 4 hours, during which NK monitored radio frequencies and picked up fragments of New Dominion traffic, disorganized, stressed, the sound of an organization dealing with the aftermath of an engagement that had not gone as planned. Wade was regrouping. The infected horde at the Greenbrier had cost him people, vehicles, momentum. He was not defeated. Wade was not the kind of man who experienced defeat as a permanent state, but he was delayed, and delay was the gift that the dead had given the living. At 11:47 a.m., the sound of a diesel engine echoed through the valley. Daniel was at the armory gate before the sound resolved into a shape, and the shape was yellow, and the yellow was a school bus, and the school bus was dented and scraped and missing its right side mirror and had something dark, blood, mud, or both, streaked across its windshield, and behind the wheel was a man whose face held the specific expression of someone who has driven 60 miles with 300 dead things behind him, and has arrived, against all odds and actuarial tables, at the place where he said he'd be. Ray stopped the bus. He opened the door. He climbed down with the slow, careful movements of a man whose body had been clenched for 4 hours and was only now releasing the tension, the muscles protesting the transition from survival mode to something that resembled safety. Daniel walked to him. They stood in the armory parking lot. 2 men, one a history teacher, and one a truck driver, both filthy and exhausted and alive. And the space between them contained everything that had happened since Pittsburgh, and everything that would happen after this, and the specific, irreducible fact that they were both standing. Lewisburg, Ray said. Lewisburg. I brought the bus. I see that. It needs a new mirror. We'll add it to the list. Ray looked at the armory, at the people inside, at the soldiers on the perimeter, and the civilians organizing supplies, and the children sitting in a circle on the concrete floor, drawing pictures of mountains. He looked at all of it, and his face did the thing, the softening, the collapse of the tough man architecture, and he said very quietly, "Is there coffee?" "There's D." "Then there's coffee." They went inside. The first stage of the evacuation took 3 days. The bus made 4 round trips between the Greenbrier's secondary exit and the Lewisburg Armory, each trip carrying 40 to 50 people through 30 miles of mountain road. Fenn's soldiers held a corridor at the Greenbrier end, keeping the infected at bay while civilians loaded. Ray drove every trip, refusing relief, refusing rest, driving with the focused endurance of a man who had found the thing he was meant to do and would not stop doing it until it was done. By day 26, the Lewisburg Armory housed all 423 surviving members of the Greenbrier community. The bunker was empty. The resort was abandoned, given over to the dead as marble floors and crystal chandeliers and Georgian columns now, the property of things that had no use for beauty. The armory was cramped, cold, inadequate, and alive. 400 people in a space built for 200, sleeping on floors, eating D's miracles of improvisation, using a water supply that was rationed, and a sanitation system that was primitive, and a heating system that was a series of propane heaters distributed by Fenn's logistics team, with the efficiency of a quartermaster who had finally found a war worth supplying. But they were out. They were above ground. They were moving. Stage 2, NK announced on day 27, spreading the map on the Armory's conference table. Lewisburg to Princeton, 60 miles. We've confirmed the Mercer County Fairgrounds as a waypoint. Radio contact with a small civilian group there, about 30 people, who've been holding since the first week. They're willing to host us in exchange for medical support. Medical support, Josie said. She had been running a clinic in the Armory's motor pool, treating everything from blisters to the lingering respiratory infection that Miles, the 13-year-old with the cough, was still fighting. The amoxicillin was helping. The cough was better. But Josie's supply was finite, and the demand was not. I'll go ahead with the first group. Establish a clinic at the fairgrounds before the main body arrives. That means you're on the lead vehicle, Daniel said. That means I'm where I need to be. The pattern established itself. Advance team, main body, rear guard. Fenn led the advance with soldiers and armed volunteers, clearing the route, securing the waypoint, establishing a perimeter. The main body followed, the bus, loaded with children and vulnerable adults, escorted by the Ford and the Jeep, and whatever military vehicles Haddix could spare. The rear guard held Lewisburg until the last person was out, then collapsed the position and followed. Daniel was in the main body. His place was with Lily, with the children, with the people who needed someone calm and steady and present in the seat beside them, while the world outside the windows was a landscape of abandoned towns and empty roads and the occasional, distant shape of infected moving through the fields, like scarecrows come to life. Lily sat beside him on the bus. She had claimed the seat behind the driver, behind Ray, as her permanent position, and from that seat she watched the road and drew in her sketchbook and occasionally asked Ray questions about trucking that he answered with the detailed enthusiasm of a man who had spent 30 years in love with an industry and finally had an audience who cared. What's the longest you ever drove without stopping? 17 hours. Cincinnati to El Paso. I was young and stupid, and the load was time-sensitive. Did you get tired? Tired isn't the word. Your body does a thing after about hour 12 where it stops feeling tired and starts feeling transparent. Like you're not quite solid anymore. Like the road is going through you instead of under you. That sounds scary. It is. That's why they made laws about it. Hours of service. You can only drive 11 hours in a 14-hour window, then you have to rest for 10. I followed those rules for 28 years. He glanced in the mirror at her. I broke them in the last 2. Worth it? Every mile. The 60 miles to Princeton took 2 days, which was slower than the math suggested but faster than reality usually allowed. The route was clear for the first 40 miles. Rural West Virginia at its most remote. Roads that wound through valleys and over ridges, with no sign of human presence, living or dead. The towns they passed through were empty in the particular way that small Appalachian towns empty. Not dramatically, not with the visible trauma of urban collapse, but quietly. The population simply not there, having dissolved into the mountains or the roads or the earth, with the silent, unremarked disappearance of people who lived close to the edge even before the world tipped. Princeton was different. Princeton was a town of 6,000 that sat at the junction of 2 major highways, and the junction had infected the way junctions always attracted them. The crossroads effect, the dead converging on the nodes where the living had once moved in greatest numbers. The approach to the Mercer County Fairgrounds required threading through a concentration of maybe 200 infected that filled the town's main street and the Walmart parking lot, and the McDonald's drive-thru with the grotesque normality of customers who had forgotten how to leave. Ray threaded the bus through them, the way he threaded the bus through everything, with steady speed and steady nerves, and the absolute unshakable confidence of a man who trusted his machine and his hands and the 60 feet of yellow steel between him and the things outside. The fairgrounds were intact. The civilian group, 30 people, led by a former county commissioner named Dale Hutchins, who had the face of a man who had been managing crises his entire career and was, despite the current crisis being somewhat larger than a county budget dispute, still managing, welcomed them with the wary hospitality of people who had learned that newcomers were simultaneously a resource and a risk. How many? Hutchins asked, looking at the bus. 423. Hutchins blinked, his crisis management face recalibrated. I was expecting maybe 50. We're an ambitious group. You're an impossible group. He looked at the bus, at the children filing off it, blinking in the gray light, their backpacks on their shoulders, and their drawings in their hands. At Mrs. Patterson, clipboard in hand, counting heads with the mechanical precision of a teacher who would continue counting heads until there were no heads left to count. But we'll make it work. We always make it work. The fairgrounds were large enough to accommodate everyone, barely. The exhibition halls became dormitories. The livestock barns became storage. The grandstand became a lookout post. Dee claimed the concession kitchen and produced, from the combined supplies of both communities, a meal that drew tears from people who had been eating cold rations for days. Josie set up her clinic in the first aid building, and within 2 hours had treated 15 of Hutchins's people for ailments that ranged from infected cuts to untreated fractures to a case of diabetes that was being managed with rationed insulin and prayer. She worked with the focus and the stamina that Daniel had come to expect from her. The 12-hour shifts, the refusal to stop while there were patients, the professional calm that never wavered even when the supplies ran low and the cases got worse. That night, Daniel stood on the fairgrounds grandstand and looked south. The mountains were lower here, the Alleghenies giving way to the foothills, the ridgelines softening, the landscape opening up as they moved toward the valley that would carry them into Virginia and Tennessee. The air was cold, but the sky was clear, the first clear sky in days, and the stars were visible, millions of them, more than Daniel had ever seen. The light pollution of civilization having been extinguished, along with civilization itself. Lily stood beside him. She was wrapped in a blanket, and her breath made clouds in the cold air, and she looked at the stars with the particular wonder of a child who has discovered that the world contains beauty even when the world is broken. There are so many, she said. There always were. We just couldn't see them. Because of the lights? Because of the lights. So, something good came out of the lights going off. Something good usually does. You just have to look for it. She leaned against him. The blanket shared its warmth. The stars burned in a sky that was older than everything that had happened, and would be older than everything that would, and the mountains rolled south toward a future that Daniel couldn't see but could feel. The pull of it, the gravity of movement and hope, and the stubborn, irrational insistence on continuing that had brought him 500 miles and would bring him 500 more. Dad? Yeah? I think we're going to be okay. He looked at his daughter, 12 years old, Rebecca's eyes, Rebecca's strength, a girl who had watched the world end and had drawn a picture of a house with a garden and 2 figures in it, and had decided, with the fierce, unearned optimism of youth, that okay was possible. Yeah, he said, I think we are. Stage 3 began on day 29. The route south from Princeton took them through Bluefield, where the city was abandoned and the railroad yards were silent, and the infected were few, stragglers, the remnants of a population that had been small to begin with, and had diminished further through the natural attrition of a virus that destroyed its hosts, even as it animated them. The decay was becoming visible now. The infected they encountered were in worse condition than the ones in Pittsburgh. Their movements slower, their coordination degrading, their bodies showing the damage of 3 weeks without sustenance or repair. The virus kept them moving, but it could not keep them whole, and the math of decomposition was, for once, working in favor of the living. They're dying, Tommy said, looking out the bus window at a figure that stood in a gas station parking lot with one arm hanging at an angle that suggested the tendons had finally given way. Again, I mean. Dying again. Decomposition, Josie confirmed. The virus slows it but doesn't stop it. In another month, the ones from the first week will be non-functional. In 3 months, they'll be gone. So we just have to outlast them. We have to outlast them, which is why we keep moving. They kept moving. South through the mountains, south through the valleys, south through the small towns and the empty roads, and the landscape of a country that was, slowly, 1 mile at a time, being reclaimed by the living from the dead. Not because the living were stronger, they weren't, but because the living adapted and the dead didn't. And adaptation was the only weapon that mattered in the long run. At the Virginia border, Ray stopped the bus. He stood on the road, the actual state line, marked by a sign that read, "Welcome to Virginia. Virginia is for lovers." And he looked south, and his face did the thing again, the softening, the big man's features rearranging themselves around an emotion that was too large for his face and his body and his voice. "Getting closer," he said. "Getting closer," Daniel agreed. "Nashville's still 300 miles. Then we drive 300 miles. I've been doing math. Garrett's influence. Garrett's influence, but the math says..." He stopped, started over. "The math says Cassie's apartment is on the east side of Nashville, near Shelby Park. It's a residential neighborhood. Low density. If the infection followed the same pattern as everywhere else, The suburbs and the residential areas would have been safer than downtown. That's good math. It's hopeful math. Garrett would say it's survivorship bias. Garrett would also say that survivorship bias is the only kind that matters if you're the one surviving. Ray looked at him. The big man's eyes were wet, not tears, not quite, but the sheen of moisture that appears when the body's emotional systems override its professional ones. I haven't called her. In 3 weeks, I haven't been able to reach her. No signal, no satellite phone, no nothing. I don't know if she's alive. I didn't know about Lily either. For 5 days I didn't know. And you drove. And I drove. And I'm driving with you now. All the way to Nashville. Ray nodded. He got back on the bus. He drove across the Virginia state line and into the south and toward the possibility, the unconfirmed, unverified, actuarially improbable, but humanly necessary possibility, that his daughter was alive and waiting in a residential neighborhood on the east side of a city that might or might not be standing. The mountains softened. The valleys widened. The road went south. They reached Wytheville, Virginia, on day 31. Wytheville was a town of 8,000 at the junction of I-81 and I-77, and it was the first place they'd encountered that was actively occupied by a functioning community larger than a handful. The town's residents, maybe 2,000, a mix of locals and refugees, had established a government, a militia, a school, and a radio station that broadcast on AM frequencies with news, weather, and the specific earnest optimism of a community that had decided to function. The radio broadcast was the first normal thing Daniel had heard in a month. Good morning, Wytheville. Temperature today, 41 degrees and falling. Wind from the northwest at 10 miles per hour. Community meeting at the courthouse at 2 p.m. Topics include water treatment and the Route 11 patrol schedule. The cafeteria at the high school will serve lunch from 11 to 1. Today's menu, vegetable soup and cornbread. And a reminder from the school board. Classes resume Monday for all children ages 6 to 16. Let's keep learning, Wytheville. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. The words came through the bus's radio and filled the interior with a quality that Daniel had not heard in weeks. The quality of normalcy, of routine, of a world that had absorbed its catastrophe and was, tentatively and stubbornly, rebuilding. Some of the children cried. Not from sadness, from the relief of hearing something that sounded like the world they remembered. The world of school and soup and weather reports and community meetings, the world where adults organized things and children attended things, and the days had structure and the structure had purpose. Lily looked at Daniel. It sounds like before, she said, a version of it. Can we stay? We can stop, we can rest, we can figure out the next step. What if the next step is here? Daniel looked out the bus window at Wytheville, Virginia. A town, a functioning town. People walking on sidewalks, children in a schoolyard, an American flag hanging from a porch. Not perfect. The signs of the outbreak were everywhere, in the boarded windows and the armed patrols, and the absence of the elderly and the too young. The demographic editing that the virus had performed on every community it touched. But present, alive, going. Maybe, he said. But first, we get Ray to Nashville. Then we come back. Then we figure out where home is. Home is where you are, Lily said. She said it simply, the way children say things that adults have forgotten how to say. Without irony, without qualification, without the protective layer of uncertainty that adults wrap around the things they feel most strongly. Home is where you are. He put his arm around her. The bus rolled into Wytheville. The mountains stood behind them and the valley stretched ahead and the road went south and the world, broken, healing, continuing, carried them forward, into the next chapter, into the next day, into whatever came after surviving. They were not done, they were not safe, they were not home, but they were together, they were moving. And the road, which had been their enemy and their salvation and their constant companion for a month, was still open, still leading south, still promising nothing and offering everything. The road was enough. It had always been enough. The relief column arrived at 3:22 p.m. on day 21. It announced itself the way the military announces everything, with noise and authority, and the absolute certainty that whatever was in its path would move. 3 armored personnel carriers, 2 supply trucks, and a command vehicle rolled down Route 60 from the west, their engines shaking the mountain air. Their presence so improbable and so enormous that the sentries at the western gate stared for 10 full seconds before remembering to radio command. The column was from Firebase Raleigh, a National Guard installation in southeastern West Virginia that had been, for the past 3 weeks, conducting exactly the kind of operations that the Greenbrier had been hoping someone, somewhere, was still conducting. Clearing routes, establishing supply lines, reconnecting the fragmented communities of the Allegheny Mountains into something that approximated a network. The commanding officer was a major named Sandra Okafor, a woman in her 40s whose face combined the authority of rank with the specific exhaustion of a person who has been commanding operations in an active collapse zone for 3 weeks and has slept, by generous estimate, about 4 hours out of every 24. She stepped out of the command vehicle and looked at the Greenbrier, the bullet holes in the facade, the sandbag emplacements, the spent casings that littered the grounds. And she looked at Haddix and said, "You held. We held. Against how many? 200 plus several hundred infected used as a screening force." Okafor's face did a thing that was not quite a smile and not quite a wince. "I heard the radio traffic. That was—" She searched for the word. "Creative. That was desperate. Creative implies we had options. Desperate is a form of creative." Okafor surveyed the grounds. Soldiers and volunteers were emerging from their positions, blinking in the afternoon light like people waking from a dream they hadn't known they were having. Some of them sat where they stood. Some of them walked in small circles, the aimless movement of bodies that had been rigid for too long. Some of them simply stood and looked at the armored vehicles and the fresh soldiers and the supply trucks, and the proof that beyond the mountains, beyond the dead, beyond the territory of men who called themselves commanders, someone was still trying to put the world back together. "Here's the situation at the macro level," Okafor said, sitting across from Haddix in the conference room, with Daniel, Fenn, and Josie in attendance. "The eastern seaboard is fragmented but not gone. Military command is functioning from a distributed network of fire bases and installations. FEMA is operational in a limited capacity. Supply distribution, refugee processing, medical support. The CDC has confirmed the pathogen as a modified lyssavirus with an artificial origin, Meridian Biosystems, a pharmaceutical company operating clinical trials that went catastrophically wrong. The company's facilities have been secured, and the source of the outbreak has been contained." "Contained how?" Daniel asked. "Destroyed. The military leveled Meridian's primary research facility in Maryland. There's no more source material. The existing infected are the infected. They won't reproduce the pathogen. They won't create new strains. What we have now is what we'll have until the infected deteriorate to the point of non-viability." "How long is that?" "The CDC estimates that without the ability to feed and metabolize, the infected will degrade to the point of immobility within 3 to 6 months. Exposure, tissue decomposition, mechanical wear on joints and ligaments. They're not sustainable organisms. They're running on borrowed time. 3 to 6 months. The math again, but different this time. Not a countdown to zero, but a countdown to something else. A horizon. A point in the future where the threat would diminish, not because it was defeated, but because it was designed to fail. A weapon that destroyed its own ammunition." "What about the human threats?" Fenn asked. "New Dominion. The organized groups. That's a longer problem. The fire bases are dealing with similar situations across the region. Warlords, militias, territorial groups. The military's priorities establishing supply lines and protecting civilian communities. Offensive operations against hostile human groups are," she chose the word carefully, "complicated. These aren't enemy combatants. They're citizens. Many of them are scared people following charismatic leaders because the alternative seems worse." "The alternative being us," Daniel said. "The alternative being democratic governance, rule of law, individual rights." "Yes, the hard stuff. The stuff that takes longer to build than a barricade and a set of rules." Marshall Wade. I know about Wade. We've been tracking his expansion. Firebase Raleigh has been in contact with communities he's absorbed and communities he's approaching. Okafor leaned forward. He's a problem, but he's not the problem. The problem is that people are choosing him because the alternative isn't visible enough. They can see his organization, his food, his protection. They can't see yours. We've been a little busy defending ourselves, Josie said dryly. I understand. But defense isn't a strategy. It's a condition. What comes next needs to be proactive. You need to show people that there's an option that doesn't require surrendering their autonomy to a man in a fleece vest. Daniel looked at Haddix. Haddix looked at Daniel. The exchange was wordless and complete. The acknowledgement that what Okafor was describing was the next phase, the phase after survival. The phase where the work changed from holding on to building up. We can help, Okafor said. Firebase Raleigh can provide supplies, communication support, and periodic military presence. We can't garrison the Greenbrier permanently. We're spread too thin. But we can ensure you're not alone. What do you need from us? Be the alternative. Be the proof that it's possible to survive without becoming the thing you're surviving against. Be the place people come to when they're tired of being told that freedom is a luxury they can't afford. She stood. I know that sounds like a recruitment pitch. It is. The military can secure territory. Only civilians can build a civilization. The bus came home on day 22. Daniel heard it before he saw it. The diesel grumble of the Bluebird's engine. He was at the western gate, where he'd been standing since 7 a.m., with the unshakable conviction that waiting long enough would make the thing appear. The bus crested the ridge at 10:14 a.m., yellow against the gray November sky. Behind it, the Ford. Behind the Ford, the Jeep. Lily came down the steps the way she'd come down the steps of the hotel in Natural Bridge. Fast, direct, with Rebecca's purposeful stride. She walked to him and stopped and looked at him with her mother's evaluating gaze. You look terrible. I feel terrible. Are you hurt? No. She hugged him. Not the desperate hug of the first reunion or the fierce hug of the bunker farewell. Something steadier. A homecoming. The embrace of two people who understood that the separation had changed them both and that the changed versions still fit together. We go together or we don't go, she said. That's the new rule. No more splitting up. She was 12. She was giving him an ultimatum. She was right. Together, he said. The days after the battle were a different kind of hard. Not the heart of combat, but the heart of aftermath. Burying, cleaning, reckoning with what had been lost. Frank was buried on the hill behind the resort. Daniel spoke about him the way a teacher speaks about a teacher, with the recognition that the work of education is the work of hope, and that Frank had practiced hope for 47 years and had died still practicing it. Torres survived. Josie's field surgery, performed under fire with veterinary instruments, had saved his life. The perimeter was repaired. The blood was cleaned. The bullet holes were patched before the children returned. The Greenbrier was different now. The people were harder. Not crueler, but tempered, refined into something more resilient and more committed to the survival of the thing they'd built. Ray left on day 25. He packed the Ford at dawn. Food, water, fuel, the road atlas with NK's annotations. The group gathered. Daniel, Lily, Josie, NK, Dee, Tommy, Garrett. The 7 who had started in Pittsburgh, minus the one who was leaving. Cassie's waiting, Ray said. His voice caught. You people are hard to leave. She's not dead, Lily said. Everyone looked at her. She stood with her jaw set in Rebecca's configuration, and the absolute certainty of a 12-year-old who believed in things because not believing was unacceptable. She's waiting for you the same way I was waiting for my dad. Ray knelt to her level. You're a good kid, Lily Rowe. I know. He shook Daniel's hand. The handshake was long. The things communicated through it, gratitude, brotherhood, the bond of men who had driven through hell together, could not have been spoken aloud without reducing them. Then he got in the Ford and drove south, toward Nashville and Cassie, and all the canceled visits he was about to unkill. The convoy departed Withville on day 35 with 210 people. Haddix stayed behind with 200 others who had chosen to join Brennan's community. "Go get Ray to his daughter," Haddix told Daniel, "and find somewhere to plant that school bus. Those kids need a home." They drove south. Interstate 81 was a revelation. The military had cleared lanes, and the convoy moved at 60 miles per hour through the Shenandoah Valley, past abandoned vehicles and solitary infected standing at the highway's edge, with the dull, tracking gaze that Daniel had stopped noticing as remarkable. Bristol, the mountains of East Tennessee, Knoxville, a ruin they skirted on the northern bypass, its streets thick with thousands of infected. At 2 p.m. on day 37, the Nashville skyline appeared on the horizon. The Shelby Park checkpoint was manned by civilians in bright vests. A hand-painted sign read, "Welcome, check in, be safe." Denise Walton, who ran intake, looked at the bus and the convoy. "Well, y'all aren't small." Ray sat frozen in the driver's seat, staring at the neighborhood where his daughter lived. "Ray," Daniel said, "go find her." Ray climbed down. He walked east. Then he ran. Daniel had never seen Ray run. The sight was remarkable and somewhat terrifying, like watching a building achieve locomotion. He turned the corner onto Woodland Street and was gone. He came back at sunset with Cassie. She was smaller than Daniel had imagined, with Ray's dark eyes and a face that combined her father's stubbornness with a delicacy from her mother. She held Ray's hand with the grip of a person who had been given back something she'd thought was permanently lost. "He never called," Cassie said to Daniel. The words carried years of weight. "I know I didn't call," Ray said. "I know I missed the visits. I know sorry doesn't fix it. Then what does? This, driving 1,000 miles, choosing you over everything else for the first time in your life. I'm here. I'm not leaving." She hugged him, fiercely, briefly, the way an adult hugs a parent she's decided to forgive. And the man who had never missed a delivery in 30 years had made his most important one. The first week in Nashville was the week the world began to reassemble. The Shelby Park community had 5,000 people, electricity from a solar farm, filtered river water, community gardens, and a council of 12. They had a civilization, small, fragile, but functioning. Everyone found their place. Dee opened a community kitchen serving 300 meals a day. Josie established a clinic. NK extended the radio network to 500 miles. Tommy taught art. Garrett documented everything. Fenn became security director. Ray drove supply runs with Cassie beside him. And Daniel taught history. "Who can tell me what happened at Jamestown?" he asked on the first day, standing at a whiteboard. Lily's hand went up. The colonists didn't know how to survive. Most died, but the ones who survived adapted. They stopped trying to make the new world look like the old one and started learning to live in the world they actually had. Exactly right. That evening, Josie was on his porch. "I've been thinking about staying," she said. "Here, Nashville. This. I thought you didn't like cages." "A cage is a place where someone else decided you'd stay. This is a place where I decided." She looked at the street. "For the first time since the clinic burned, I'm not planning my next move. I'm just sitting." Daniel looked at her, the woman who had appeared on his doorstep the morning after the world ended with a tire iron and a bag of antibiotics. The woman who had walked beside him for 1,000 miles. "I'd like that too," he said. Somewhere down the block, a child laughed. The sound carried through the cold air with the shocking clarity of a thing that had been missing and was now returned. Daniel closed his eyes and felt, for the first time in 5 weeks, something he recognized as peace. Not the peace of resolution. There were too many unknowns for that. But the peace of presence. The peace of being in a specific place with specific people and knowing that the moment was enough. Epilogue. 6 months later. The school bus sat in the parking lot of Thomas A. Edison Elementary. Its yellow paint faded, its dented side a map of the journey. The children had covered it with painted drawings, mountains, rivers, roads, people, and the sun, always the sun. The bus was a monument. We came from there. We drove through that. We arrived here. We are still here. The infected were gone. Not diminished, but gone. the virus having consumed its hosts until none remained. Nashville's population had grown to 18,000. The Shelby Park community had become the East Nashville Alliance, connecting 12 neighborhoods. Other alliances formed, connecting to each other, forming the web of cooperation by which civilizations have always grown. New Dominion had collapsed. Wade had disappeared. The communities he'd absorbed reasserted their independence. The warlord had failed because the thing he'd built was not a community but a structure, and structures without foundations collapse, and the foundation of a community is not power but trust. On a May morning, Lily found Daniel in the parking lot. "Mrs. Patterson wants you to give a speech about history, the journey, the bus." Daniel looked at his daughter. 13 now, taller, carrying Rebecca's eyes and her own brand of courage, forged in the fire of surviving the end of the world. "I'll give a speech," he said. "Make it short, and don't cry." "I don't cry at everything. You cried at Tommy's art show." Tommy's art show was emotionally significant. Lily grinned, full and unguarded, the grin of a girl who was, despite everything, happy. They walked into the school. On the wall outside Daniel's classroom hung a student display, "The Hollow Road, a history of our journey." Every stop, every challenge, every person met and lost. Frank's name under "Those Who Held the Line." Rebecca's under "Those Who Sent Us Forward." Daniel walked into his classroom. 27 students looked up at him. He picked up his marker and wrote on the whiteboard, "What we carry, what we build." Open your notebooks. Today, we're going to talk about what happens after. Outside, the school bus sat painted with mountains and suns. The world turned toward summer, and the people in it, broken and healing, grieving and hoping, carrying and building, went on. They went on, because that was what people did. They survived. They adapted. They found each other on empty roads and in barricaded hotels. They held lines and broke bread and taught children and buried friends and loved, stubbornly, and against all evidence that loving was safe, the people who walked beside them. They went on. They always went on. The end